She woke in a locked room with no memory of how she got there. A stranger claimed he'd promised to protect her. Fragments of her past began to return, but his story didn't add up. Then, her brother arrived with a story of his own. What happens when you can't trust anyone? Not even yourself. Resin House, a web novel, dark romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. Cold stone under her cheek. The smell of pine resin and something older, iron and ash, worked deep into the grout. Zylva Okar opened her eyes to a ceiling of black beams and a body that did not feel like her own. Her limbs were heavy, her skull packed with wool, and the last thing she remembered was a road. A specific road. The switchback above the Kadar spur. Wet limestone. A mule train flickering with lamplight. She had been counting distances. She was always counting distances. That was a week ago, maybe more. The gap yawned inside her like a dropped stitch. She pushed herself up slowly, letting the room reveal itself in pieces. Stone walls. A single shuttered window, the glass behind it filmed with frost. A hearth with low flame, a kettle sweating on the hook, and a man watching her from a wooden chair sat at an angle that let him see both her and the door. She knew the face. She knew the name. Covran Hest, second of the Briskin Compact, a tactician whose reports she had carried folded inside her coat through 3 winters of corridor runs. They had met twice before, once over a negotiation table in Seni, once in the dark of a toll house during a storm. Both times he had been precise, watchful, and armed. He was armed now too. The gun was not in his hand. It was on the table beside his knee, within reach, but not pointed. She catalogued the rest. Her boots were still on her feet. The bone-handled knife was still in the right boot, the hilt pressing against her ankle. She had not been searched, or she had been searched and they had left it. The second possibility was worse. "How long?" she said. Her voice came out scraped, unused. 7 days. He did not move. "You arrived on the evening of the 17th. It is now the morning of the 24th. "Where am I?" Resin House, a compact safe house on the Corazal Ridge. The nearest settlement is 2 days south, and the passes are closed until the next thaw. She tested the words against the blank space in her mind. Resin House. The name meant nothing. She looked at the hearth, the kettle, the single chair, the bed frame against the far wall with no mattress on it. The room was a cell dressed as a room. Why can't I remember? Covran Hest held her gaze. His face was the kind that gave nothing away, not cruelty, not kindness, only the faint hum of constant calculation. "You paid a memory surgeon named Sister Calvey to remove the week before you came here. You were told the procedure would leave gaps, and that the gaps would fill slowly, or not at all." She stared at him. The words landed like stones in still water, each one sending ripples she could not follow. "I paid someone to cut a week out of my head." "Yes. And then I came here. To you." "Yes." He shifted slightly, the first movement he had made since she woke. He reached for the kettle, poured something dark into a clay cup, and set it on the floor between them. Not close enough to reach, close enough to invite. "You asked me to keep you inside Resin House until a certain risk passed. You told me you would not remember asking, and you told me I should not let you leave, no matter what you said when you woke." She heard the words. She did not believe them. She could not believe them because believing them meant she had chosen a locked room and a stranger's watch over her own freedom, and that was not something Zylva Okar did. She moved. She breathed. She outran everything that tried to hold her still. "That's a convenient story," she said. "It is the story you paid me to honor. And if I decide it's a lie?" He did not answer. His hand moved to the table, not toward the gun, just to rest beside it, palm flat. A gesture of patience or warning. She could not tell which. She pushed to her feet. Her balance swam for a beat, then steadied. She was lean and hard from years of mountain roads, and her body remembered what her mind had lost. She took a step toward the door. He did not stop her. She tried the handle, locked as she had known it would be. The wood was thick, the hinges set deep, the lock a heavy iron bolt that needed a key the size of her hand. She turned back to face him. "You're keeping me prisoner. I am keeping you inside." His voice was calm, but his eyes moved past her, to the shuttered window, to the frost on the glass. "Those are not the same thing, though I understand why they feel the same." She followed his gaze. The window was small, high, and barred on the outside. The frost had built thick enough to blur the world beyond into a white smear. But Covran was not looking at the bars. He was looking at the glass itself, at the possibility of it breaking. He was afraid of something outside, not of her. "You're scared," she said. "Not of me, of what's out there." His jaw tightened. It was the first crack in his composure she had seen, and it told her more than the words he had been feeding her. "I am cautious," he said. "There is a difference." "Is there?" She held his eyes and waited. The fire popped. The kettle hissed. The silence stretched until it felt like a third person in the room. Covran Hest did not look away, but he did not answer either, and that was an answer in itself. Zylva sat back down on the stone floor, close enough to the cup he had poured to pick it up. The clay was warm. The liquid inside smelled of bark and something medicinal. She did not drink. She looked at the locked door, the barred window, the man who watched her like she was a package he had promised to deliver unopened. Then she looked at his hand, still resting beside the gun, and at the way his thumb pressed hard against the table, as if he was holding himself in place. "I want the full story," she said. "I want to know what I paid for. I want to know who told me to come here. And I want to know what you're so afraid will find me if I walk out that door." Covran exhaled slowly. It was almost a surrender. "When you hear it," he said, "you will understand why you chose to forget." Chapter 2. The clay cup sat between them. Zylva did not touch it. Covran watched her the way a card player watches a hand he already knows how to fold, patient, waiting for her to make the first move so he could counter it. She gave him nothing. "I asked you a question," she said. "The full story." He reached for the kettle and poured a second cup, this one for himself. The motion was deliberate, unhurried, every joint and muscle under control. A man who had learned that speed cost more than patience. "The full story would take longer than we have before the kettle goes cold," he said. "And you are not ready to hear all of it." "How do you know what I'm ready for?" "Because I have been watching you for 7 days." The words landed wrong. She felt them like a hand pressed too hard against a bruise. 7 days. He had been in the room while she slept, while she healed, while her body lay still and her mind was a blank sheet waiting for ink. 7 days, she repeated, and I never woke. "You stirred. You did not wake." Convenient. He did not react to the accusation. He lifted his cup and drank, then set it back on the stone beside the hearth. The firelight caught the side of his face, the hard line of his jaw, the way his eyes stayed on her even when he was looking at something else. "There is food in the stores," he said. "Dried meat, hard bread, preserved fruit. Enough for 2 months if we ration. The ridge road is closed until thaw, and thaw does not come to the Carazal until late spring at the earliest." He was feeding her information like a handler feeding a courier line by line. Facts without context, details without weight. 2 months, she said. "You expect me to stay here for 2 months. I expect you to survive. What you do after that is your choice." The word choice sat between them, heavy and wrong. There was no choice in a locked room. There was only compliance or violence, and she was not ready to find out which one he would meet with force. She stood. He did not stop her. The room was small enough to measure in paces, 10 from the hearth to the far wall, 8 from the door to the window. The floor was stone, uneven in places, the mortar worn between the flagstones. She walked the perimeter slowly, letting her boots scrape against the surface, feeling for loose stones, weak spots, anything the eye might miss. Covran stayed by the hearth. He did not follow her with his body, only with his gaze. "You're mapping it," he said. "I'm looking at it." You're mapping it. I can tell by the way you move. You're a cartographer. You read spaces the way other people read faces. She stopped at the window and ran her fingers along the edge of the shutters. The wood was old but solid, fitted tight against the frame. The bars beyond were iron, set deep into the stone with lead anchors. No give. No weakness. You read people well enough to know what I do, she said, but not well enough to know I'd never volunteer for a cage. He did not answer immediately. The fire popped. A log shifted, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. You came to me, he said finally. You walked into Resin House on your own feet, carrying a pack and a roll of maps and a letter from Sister Calvey confirming the procedure was complete. You told me you had paid for the excision in full and that the recovery would take 5 days. You said that when you woke, you would not remember me, and that I should not let that stop me from keeping you safe. The words were steady, rehearsed. He had told this story before. Maybe to himself, maybe to whoever had asked him why there was a woman locked in his safe house. How do I know any of that is true? Because I have no reason to lie. Every captor says that. Something flickered across his face. Not anger, not quite pain. Something in between that she could not name. I am not your captor. You have the keys. I have the locked door. Call it what you want. He stood. The motion was fluid, controlled, the same economy of movement she had seen in soldiers and smugglers and men who had learned to survive by never wasting a single action. He crossed to the door and pulled a ring of keys from his belt. She tensed. Her hand drifted toward her boot. He did not unlock the door. He held the keys up, let them catch the firelight, then tucked them back onto his belt. If I were your captor, he said, I would not show you the keys. You just showed me the keys. Because I want you to know they exist. Because I want you to know the door can be opened. And because I want you to understand that the only thing keeping you in this room is the storm on the other side of that window, not me. She looked at the window. The frost had thickened. The world beyond was a white blur, featureless and cold. The wind had picked up, a low howl that vibrated through the stone. You said there was a risk, she said. Something outside. Something you're afraid will find me. I did not say afraid. You did not have to. He held her gaze. The fire crackled. The wind moaned against the shutters. There are people who want you dead, he said. They do not know where you are. If they did, they would come, and they would not stop at the door. Who? He shook his head. Not yet. Why not? Because knowing their names will tell you where to look for them, and if you go looking for them before you remember why you ran, you will walk straight into the trap you paid to escape. The words hit like a blade between the ribs, not the threat of violence, the threat of her own stupidity, of having made a choice she could not remember, and then being kept from knowing whether it was the right one. That's not your decision to make. It was the decision you asked me to make. I don't remember asking. I know. He said it without triumph, without apology, just a flat acknowledgement that she was speaking from a gap he could not help her fill. She turned back to the window, pressed her palm against the glass. The cold bit through her skin, sharp and immediate. The frost began to melt where her hand touched, and through the watery gap she saw the ridge, white and empty, the trees bent under snow, the sky low and gray. No road, no path, no sign that any of this connected to the world she remembered. Behind her, Covran moved, the scrape of his boot on the stone, the clink of the kettle being set back on its hook. How many people are in this house? She asked. A pause, barely a beat, but she caught it. Enough, he said. That's not an answer. It's the answer you're getting. She turned. He was standing at the hearth, his back to her, one hand resting on the mantel. The firelight carved shadows into his spine. Try again, she said. How many? 2. 2. You and me. And the medic. She stared at him. The fire popped. The wind howled. You said 2. I said enough the first time. Then I said 2. The medic makes 3. You left out a person. I did not leave her out. I delayed telling you. Why? He turned to face her, His expression was unreadable, but his shoulders had tightened, a man bracing for impact. "Because she is the one who will tell you things I am not ready for you to hear." The words hung in the air between them. Zylva felt the shape of them, the weight. A warning and a confession at once. "What things?" Covran Hest looked at her, and for the first time since she woke, she saw something human in his face. Something tired. "Everything you are not ready to know." Chapter 3. The door swung open before Covran reached it. A woman stood in the threshold. Mid-40s, gray streaking a tight braid, sleeves rolled past elbows. She carried a leather bag stained dark at the seams and looked at Zylva the way a farrier looked at a horse with a cracked hoof. "You are awake," she said, flat, no surprise, no warmth. "You are the medic." "I am Ptolemaic." She stepped past Covran without acknowledging him and set her bag on the table. "And I am supposed to confirm you are not dying of something I missed while you slept." Zylva stayed seated. The woman moved like someone who had seen worse than one confused courier in a locked room. Competent hands, hard eyes, a mouth that did not waste energy on sympathy. "Did you miss something?" "Not yet." Tola pulled the lamp closer and tilted Zylva's chin toward the light. Her fingers were dry and sure, pressing along Zylva's jaw, behind her ears, across the base of her skull. "You had a fever the first 3 days. It broke. You ate broth on day 5 without vomiting. That is the sum of your medical history since arrival." "Before arrival?" Tola's hands paused. She glanced at Covran. He had not moved from the doorway. "I was not present for before arrival. You know what was done to me. I know what was done to you. I did not do it, and I do not know the woman who did." Tola released her chin and stepped back. "The excision was clean. That is what I can tell you. No visible trauma, no infection at the incision site, no swelling in the tissue beyond what heals with time." Zylva touched the back of her head. Her fingers found a small patch of shorn hair, the skin beneath still tender. "Sister Calvey," she said. "Yes. She cut my memory out with a blade. She cut the access point. The memory was already gone by then. The blade was for the physical seal." Tola's voice stayed clinical. "The procedure burns through the synaptic pathways she intended to sever. The incision is cosmetic. A scar you can see so you know something happened inside." Zylva dropped her hand. "Does it grow back?" "The hair? Yes. The memory?" Tola met her eyes. "In fragments, never the way it was. The pathway she burned does not regenerate, but the mind remembers sideways. Smells, sounds, the weight of a room. You will get pieces, not the whole, and you will not control when they arrive." The words landed like stones in still water, ripples Zylva did not want to feel. "You told him that," she said. "You told Covran, before I woke." "I told him before you woke because he needed to know what to expect when you did." "And what did he expect?" Tola's gaze shifted to Covran. A long look, unreadable. "He expected you to be angry," she said. "And you are. That is good. Anger means the parts of you that make decisions survived the burn." Zylva stood, her legs held. The room tilted once, then settled. "Then tell me the rest, what he will not say, what he brought you here to keep quiet about." Tola did not flinch. "I was not brought here to keep anything quiet. I was brought here to keep you alive while you healed. That is the full extent of my purpose in this house." "Then tell me why I came here." "I do not know why you came here. You examined me. You watched me for 7 days. You must have—" "I must have." Tola cut her off, voice sharp. "I must have held a knife for him. I must have drugged your water. I must have helped him lock you in. I have heard every version of this accusation before you formed the words." She stepped closer. "I do not know why you came here. I do not know what you were running from, or who you were trying to protect, or what you paid to forget. What I know is that you arrived conscious, gave consent in front of 3 witnesses, and handed Covran a letter from your surgeon before you let her cut into your skull." Zylva's throat tightened. 3 witnesses? "Your brother signed the house log, a quartermaster named Miran, the surgeon herself." Tola's voice dropped. "You wanted it documented. You made sure there were people who could tell you later that it was real. Ferris. Her brother had been there. The air in the room changed. Covran shifted in the doorway, and she caught the flicker in his eyes. He had not wanted her to know that part yet. Why would Ferris be there? Tola looked at Covran. He gave nothing back. Ask him, Tola said. He is the one withholding answers. I am the one who promised to keep her alive. Promises do not make confinement righteous. The words hung in the cold air. Tola said them without heat, without accusation, just a fact laid flat on the table between them. Covran's jaw tightened. You think I do not know that? I think you know it, she said. I think you are choosing to ignore it because the alternative is worse. What is the alternative? That you put her in this room for nothing. That the woman who walked in here with maps and a sealed letter and a story about a risk she could not face was wrong about what she needed. That you are holding a ghost of a choice she made while she was still whole enough to make it. Zylva's hands curled at her sides. I am right here. Tola turned to her. The hardness in her face softened, just slightly. I know, she said. That is the problem. You are here, and you do not remember making the choice, and he is holding you to a promise you cannot verify. I do not know if he is right to keep you. I do not know if you are safer inside these walls than you would be on the road. But I know what I saw when you arrived, and I know you were afraid of something more than the cold. Did I say what? No. Tola picked up her bag. You did not say anything. You just kept looking at the west windows, as if something was watching from the dark. The room went still. Covran's hand moved toward his belt, toward the weapon she had seen him place on the table the first night. What is west of here? Zylva asked. No one answered. Then the noise came. A scrape at the shuttered window on the west wall. Not wind. Wood against wood. Deliberate. Covran drew his gun. Chapter 4. Covran moved before the scrape finished. His boots made no sound on the stone, a deliberate thing, practiced, the gait of a man who had learned to move through spaces without announcing himself. He crossed the room in 3 strides and pressed his back to the wall beside the shuttered window. Gun low, breathing shallow. Zylva watched him work. The way his fingers found the edge of the shutter without touching the latch. The way his head tilted, listening for a repeat of the sound. Nothing came. The wind picked up instead, pushing through the gaps in the frame with a thin, animal whine. Snow dust sifted through the crack where the shutter met the stone. Covran waited, counted. The muscles in his shoulders stayed tight. Tola had not moved. She stood beside the examination table with her bag still in her hand, watching Covran the way a soldier watches a point man step into a clearing. Ready to react, not ready to run. Could be the storm, Zylva said. Covran did not answer. I know what wind sounds like against old wood. That was not wind. He turned his head just enough to meet her eyes. A fraction of acknowledgement, nothing more. Then he signaled Tola with a single finger. Stay, and slipped the shutter latch free. The shutter swung inward. Cold air rushed into the room, sharp and dry, carrying the smell of pine and snow and something else. Metal. Oil. The faint chemical tang of a lantern recently extinguished. Covran looked out. The west face of Resin House dropped into darkness. No ridge glow, no distant firelight, just the black wall of a mountain night and the occasional glint of snow catching what little light bled from the room. He held the position for a long time, long enough for cold to bite through Zylva's shirt, long enough for Tola's breath to start fogging. Finally, Covran pulled the shutter closed and dropped the latch back into place. Nothing. He said it like a verdict, like he did not believe it. Zylva watched him slide the bolt home. A second bolt. One she had not noticed before, set flush into the frame, painted the same gray as the stone. The door to her room had 1 bolt. The west-facing window had 2. You knew something would come. Covran holstered his gun, slow, deliberate. I knew something might try. That is not the same answer. It is the only one you get tonight. He crossed to the door and gestured for Tola to follow. She hesitated, her gaze moving between them, then walked out without another word. Covran paused in the doorway. "The latch stays locked. If you hear that sound again, you call out. Do not open the shutter to look. Because I might see what you are afraid of. Because you might be seen first." He pulled the door closed. The iron bolt scraped home on the other side. Footsteps fading down the hall, then the click of a second lock engaging farther away. Zylva waited until the sound stopped. Then she began to work. She started where she had started the first night, the door. 10 paces from hearth to wall, 8 from door to window. The locks. She ran her fingers over the iron bolt, the housing, the pins. Heavier construction than she had first thought. Set deep into the frame with 3 anchor points instead of 2. The kind of installation that meant business, not accident. She counted the other locks she had heard. 2 on the outer door from the sound of the bolts engaging. 1 on what she guessed was the stairwell door farther down. 1 on the door between the hall and the main room, where she had seen Covran sit during her first hours awake. 7 locks between her and the outside. Possibly more she had not heard. She crossed to the west window and knelt. The second bolt was newer than the first, the metal brighter, the screw heads unmarred by rust. Someone had reinforced this window recently, within the last season, before the snow closed the ridge. She pressed her palm to the shutter. Cold bled through the wood. She thought about what Tola had said, how she had stared at these windows when she arrived, how something west of the house had made her afraid enough to burn a week from her own mind. What was out there that she had seen and chosen to forget? The answer would not come. Just a hollow space where the memory should have been, like a tooth pulled clean from the gum. She moved to the hearth next. A wide stone chimney breast, blackened with old smoke, the fire low but still ticking with heat. She ran her hands along the mantel, the side stones, the floor where the hearth met the wall. No loose stones, no hidden gaps. The mortar was old, but solid, packed tight in the joints. She checked the bed frame next. Iron legs bolted into the floor. She tested each one. No give. The single chair, solid, heavy, could be used as a weapon, but not as a tool for opening anything. The washstand, a ceramic basin, a chipped pitcher, a rag folded beside them. The pitcher held water, cold and clean. She drank from it, then set it down and checked the bottom. No marks, no hidden compartments. She was trapped in a room built by people who had designed it to hold someone exactly like her. That should have made her panic. Instead, it made her focus. She sat on the floor with her back to the hearth and pulled her knife from her boot. The bone handle was warm from being pressed against her calf. The blade caught the firelight. Whoever left her this knife had wanted her to have it. Covran knew she carried it. He had not taken it. That was a choice, and choices had meaning. She turned the blade over in her hands and thought about Ferris, her brother, standing in a room somewhere with a pen in his hand, signing his name to a document that said she had chosen to erase him from a week of her life. Why would he witness that? Why would he help her disappear into a locked room above a closed road? Unless he had known what she was running from. Unless he had put her there himself. She slid the knife back into her boot and stood. The fire popped. The wind pressed against the west shutter. Somewhere in the house, footsteps crossed a wooden floor. Covran, still checking the perimeter, still looking for the source of a sound he refused to name. Zylva crossed to the west window and pressed her ear to the shutter. She held her breath and listened. The wind, the creak of old timber, her own heartbeat, steady. And then, so faint she almost missed it, a second rhythm beneath the wind, a scrape of metal on stone, deliberate, rhythmic, coming from outside the wall, not an animal, not a branch, a signal. She pulled back from the shutter and stood in the dark, her hand finding the knife handle without thinking. Someone was out there in the black, and they wanted Covran to know it. Chapter 5. She slept in slices that night. 2 hours, then up. 1 hour, then up. Each time she woke with her hand already reaching for the knife before her eyes opened. The fire had burned to ash by the time gray light bled through the shutter cracks. Frost had painted the inside of the window glass in fern patterns, delicate and cold. She dressed, folded her blanket, and sat on the edge of the bed with her back straight and her hands empty, waiting. The scrape had not returned. She had stood at the shutter 3 times during the night, listening until her ears ached, and heard nothing beyond the ordinary wind. But the absence did not comfort her. Silence after a signal meant the message had been received. Footsteps in the hall. One sat, measured. The door opened without knocking. Covran stood in the gap, the hall behind him lit by a single lamp. He looked like he had not slept either. Dark crescents under his eyes, the line of his mouth tight. "You awake?" he said. "You knew I was." A flicker at the corner of his mouth, almost an acknowledgement. "I did." He pulled the door wider. Behind him, the hall stretched into shadow. She counted the space, the angle of the walls, the distance to the first turn. "Tola wants to check your wound," he said. "The kitchen is warmer. I thought you might want to move." Move. A different room, different walls, different sightlines. "Under guard?" she said. "With me." She stood slowly, keeping her hands visible. The knife was in her boot. He knew it. He did not mention it. "Show me the way," she said. He stepped aside and let her walk ahead of him. The hall was narrower than she had expected. Stone floor, wooden walls stained dark with age, the ceiling low enough that she felt the weight of the house above her. 3 doors on the left, 2 on the right, all closed. She counted her steps and marked each door in her memory. The kitchen was at the end of the hall, past a turn she had not seen from her room. A large stone fireplace, a black iron stove, a long table scarred with knife marks and heat rings. Tola stood at the stove, stirring something that smelled of herbs and salt. She glanced up when Zylva entered. "Sit. I'll be done in a minute." Zylva sat at the table with her back to the wall. She could see both doors from here. The window above the sink was shuttered, but she could hear the wind pressing against it. Covran took the chair across from her, close enough to reach her, far enough to watch. She studied the kitchen while Tola worked. A rack of dried herbs hung from the ceiling, a row of knives on a magnetic strip above the counter. A door to the right that probably led to a pantry. A door to the left that might lead outside. "The left door goes to the stores," Covran said, reading her gaze. "The right goes to the root cellar." "And the hall behind me?" "To the rest of the house." She turned back to him. "How much of the rest?" He was quiet for a moment. Tola set a bowl in front of Zylva, a dark stew thick with root vegetables and shreds of dried meat. Steam rose in a fragrant curl. "Eat first," Covran said. "Then I'll show you." The stew was better than she expected. Hot, hearty, the meat soft from long cooking. She ate slowly, using the time to watch. Tola worked with efficient silence, her back to the room. Covran sat motionless, his hands flat on the table, his attention split between Zylva and the shuttered window. When she finished, he stood. "Upstairs," he said. "You can see the layout better from above." She followed him through the hall and up a narrow staircase that turned twice before opening into a wider corridor. This level was different. The walls were paneled, not bare stone, and the floorboards were sanded smooth. A house with upper and lower faces, the public rooms above, the prison below. He stopped at a door halfway down the hall and pushed it open. "My study," he said. She stepped inside before he could block her view. A large desk dominated the room, scarred oak with brass fittings, papers stacked in neat piles, a lamp with a green glass shade, a single chair facing the desk, meant for visitors, and on the left side of the desk, a drawer with a heavy brass lock. She saw it in the same breath that she saw Covran's hand move, not to his weapon, to the desk. His palm pressed flat against the wood near the locked drawer, a gesture so controlled it almost looked casual. But she saw what he was guarding. Not the room, not the papers, that single locked drawer. "You keep secrets in there," she said. "I keep permits and supply ledgers. And beneath the ledgers?" He did not answer. His hand stayed on the desk. She turned in a slow circle, mapping the study. One window, shuttered. A bookshelf filled with ledgers and maps. A second door in the far wall, half hidden behind a curtain. "Where does that go?" "Storage. More of the same." "Show me." He held her gaze. "No." The word hung between them, flat and final. She crossed to the shuttered window. You reinforce the west side. You double bolt the west window. You put me in a room with no view of the east. Why? The east faces the road. The west faces open ridge. Open ridge, where someone is signaling your house in the middle of the night. He said nothing. She turned from the window. You're not keeping me in. You're keeping something out. And you're afraid they already know I'm here. His jaw tightened. That single muscle, the only crack in his composure. The tour is over, he said. Back downstairs. She did not move. You brought me up here to show me the desk, to make sure I saw the lock. You wanted me to ask. I brought you up here because Tola asked me to give you space to walk. Nothing more. Liar. The word came out flat, without heat, a statement of fact. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he stepped past her and pulled the curtain aside, revealing the second door. He unlocked it with a key from his belt and pushed it open. Storage, he said. See for yourself. She walked past him into a narrow room lined with shelves, supply crates, canvas sacks, a rack of rifles, oiled and waiting. A signal lamp on the top shelf, its glass dark. She turned back to him. You wanted me to see the locked drawer. You wanted me to wonder. But you're not ready to tell me what's inside. I am not ready to tell you what is inside. The admission stopped her. Then why show me at all? He looked at her, and for a moment, something raw moved behind his eyes. Because you need to know that there is an answer, even if you cannot have it yet. She stood in the storage room with the rifles at her back and the locked drawer behind the wall to her left, and she understood what he was doing, giving her a destination, a reason to stay curious instead of desperate. He was not softening the cage, he was extending a thread. She walked back through the study without looking at the desk again. Show me the rest of the house, she said. Every door, every turn, every window. If you want me to stay curious, give me a map worth keeping. He studied her for a beat. Then he nodded once and led her back into the hall. The tour took an hour. He showed her the east-facing windows on the upper floor, where the road was visible as a pale scar through the trees. He showed her the stores, the root cellar, the room where the signal lamp was kept. He showed her the attic ladder, the roof hatch, the places where the house could breathe. He did not show her the locked drawer. He did not mention the scraping sound. He did not answer the question she had not asked aloud. And when she returned to her room that evening, he closed the door and slid the bolt home. But the map was in her head now. Every turn, every lock, every sightline. The house had nerves, and she was learning where to press. She sat on the bed with her back to the wall and her knife in her lap. The wind rose, the shutters held, and in the dark, she began to plan. Chapter 6. She woke before dawn and washed her face in the basin. Cold water, the same temperature as the room, the same temperature as everything in this house that was not fire-warmed. She dried her skin on a linen square that smelled of resin and lye and hung it back on its peg. The braid came easier today. Her fingers remembered the rhythm even if the days blurred. She knocked on the door before he opened it. A courtesy he had not asked for. A signal that she understood the rules, even if she intended to break them. The bolt slid back. Covran stood in the hall with a lamp in one hand, his coat already buttoned, the same dark crescents under his eyes. He looked at her braid, her folded hands, the way she stood a step back from the threshold. "Good morning," she said. A pause. Then he nodded, the smallest concession. "Morning." She stepped into the hall and let him close the door behind her. The bolt slid home. "I have questions," she said, walking ahead of him toward the stairs. "Practical ones, about how this house runs." "What kind of questions?" "Who brings supplies up from the root cellar? Who carries keys to the stores? Whether you lock the attic hatch from below or above." He caught up to her at the stair landing. "Why?" She turned to face him, arms loose at her sides. "Because I'm going to be here for 2 months. If I'm not allowed out, I want to know how the place works, where I can be useful, where I can walk without stepping on someone's routine." She let the words land, let him hear the shape of surrender in them. He studied her for a long moment, reading her the way she had read his study the day before, measuring the gap between what she said and what she meant. "I carry the main ring," he said slowly. "Tola has a smaller ring for the medical stores and her quarters. The egg hatch bolts from below. You need a step stool to reach it." "And the root cellar?" "One key, on my ring." "Show me." She said it softly, not a demand, a request wrapped in the shape of compliance. He hesitated. She watched him weigh the risk against the reward of her cooperation, and she saw the exact moment he decided that keeping her curious was worth revealing small truths. He let her down. The root cellar was cold and dry, the air thick with the smell of earth and stored apples. She counted the shelves while he stood at the door. Sacks of flour, jars of preserved meat, a crate of candles, a second crate of lamp oil. "How often do you check the stores?" "Every 3 days." "Who rotates the supplies?" "I do." "You do everything." "There are 3 people in this house. Tola heals. I manage." She turned from the shelves, wiping dust from her palms. "You need a second pair of hands." "I need you alive and contained." "Those aren't the same thing." He did not answer. She walked past him back into the stairwell, brushing his shoulder as she passed. A deliberate accident. She felt him stiffen, then relax, then follow. The kitchen was warm. Tola sat at the table with a cup of tea and the morning ledger, her gray-streaked braid looped over one shoulder. She looked up as Zylva entered, her eyes moving from Zylva's face to Covran's and back. "She's asking questions," Covran said. "Good," Tola said. "That means she's thinking." Zylva pulled out a chair and sat across from her. "How many doors in this house?" Tola's eyebrows rose. "That's your first questions?" "I'm counting exits." Tola set down her tea. 14 if you count the closet in the back hall, 15 if you count the roof hatch. 8 of them lock from one side or the other." "Which side of the root cellar door locks?" "Outside. Covran keeps the key." Zylva turned to him. He had stopped at the counter, pouring himself coffee from the iron pot. His back was to her. "Show me the key ring," she said. He did not turn. "No. I'm not asking for possession. I'm asking for sight. I want to know how many keys are on it, what they look like, which ones are worn." He turned then, cup in hand. "Why?" "Because if I can see the tools, I can stop wondering. Wonder makes me restless. Restless makes me try the door." "You don't want me trying the door." A long silence. The fire popped. He set down his cup, reached into his coat, pulled a ring of keys from an interior pocket, and held them up where she could see them. 5 keys, brass and iron, one worn smooth at the head, one newer, the teeth still sharp. She memorized them, the order, the shapes, the way the worn one caught the firelight differently from the rest. "Thank you," she said. He dropped the keys back into his pocket. The silence stretched. Tola cleared her throat. "You want to be useful?" "Yes. There's a crate of bandages in the medical stores that needs folding. It's boring work, but it keeps your hands busy." Zylva looked at Covran. He did not object. "Show me where," she said. The medical stores were a narrow room off the main hall, 2 shelves deep, a locked cabinet for the strong drugs. Tola handed her a stack of linen strips and left her to fold them in the light of a single candle. Zylva folded, counted, listened. Footsteps overhead. Covran, moving between the study and the attic. He did not walk like a man at rest. He walked like someone checking the walls for cracks. She finished the bandages, stacked them neatly, and stood. The hall was empty. She walked to the base of the stairs, listened. Nothing. She took 3 steps toward the front door, ran her fingers along the frame. 3 locks, a deadbolt, a chain, bars that dropped into a floor socket. She heard a floorboard creak above her. She stepped back, turned, walked toward the kitchen. When Covran came down the stairs 5 minutes later, she was sitting at the table with a cup of tea, the folded bandages beside her, looking like she had never left. He looked at the bandages, looked at her hands, still and empty on the table. "Good," he said. She smiled, small, careful. It cost her nothing. But under the table, Her fingers traced the shape of the worn key she had memorized, the one with the smooth head and the brass gleam, the one he kept closest to his body. She would find a way to touch it before the week ended. She would learn which lock it opened, and she would decide whether that door led out or into something worse. He sat across from her, and she held his gaze while the wind pressed against the shutters, while the resin in the fire snapped, while the house settled into its evening pulse. She gave him compliance, and while he watched her, she planned. Chapter 7. The delivery cart came up the ridge road 3 days after the compliance performance. Zylva heard it before she saw it. The grind of iron wheels on frozen gravel, the creak of a harness leather too cold to bend properly, a man's voice cursing the grade in a Seni accent. She was in the kitchen when the sound hit her, folding the same bandages she had folded twice already. She did not stand, did not rush to the window. She counted. 3 horses. The cart had 3 horses, which meant it was heavy, or the driver knew the road would kill a single animal. She listened to the driver curse again, closer now. He was not expected. Tola had mentioned no resupply for at least another 10 days. She set down the bandages and walked to the main hall. Covran was already at the door, rifle in hand, but not raised. Tola stood behind him, her medical bag strapped across her chest like she was ready to run. "He's early," Tola said. "He should not be here at all." Covran did not turn. "Stay inside, both of you." He unlocked the door. 3 locks. Deadbolt, chain, floor bars. He worked them in sequence, swift and practiced, and stepped out into the cold. The door swung shut behind him. Zylva heard the lock engage from the outside. She was locked in. He was locked out. Interesting. She turned to Tola. "Who is that?" "Supply runner from Seni. Name's Darren. He usually comes mid-month. This is not mid-month." Could it be a warning? Tola's jaw tightened. Could be a lot of things. They waited. The voices outside rose and fell. Darren's was loud, aggrieved, punctuated by the thump of something heavy hitting the cart bed. Covran's was low and even, the kind of voice that did not need volume to carry threat. Zylva moved to the window. Not the west window. The east-facing one that overlooked the road. Through the frost, she saw the cart. 3 horses, as she had guessed. The driver was a thick-shouldered man in a sheepskin coat, gesturing at a split crate on the cart bed. Something had broken in transit. He wanted compensation. Covran stood with his rifle slung across his back, arms crossed, saying nothing. The dispute was going to take time. Zylva looked at Tola. Tola was watching the door, not her. "I need the washroom," Zylva said. Tola nodded absently. "Back hall, second door." Zylva walked. She did not go to the washroom. The service stairs were narrow, barely wide enough for one person, tucked behind a door she had noted on the tour. Covran had called it the old access, said it led to the storage level and nothing else. She opened the door. The stairs dropped into dark. She did not light a candle. She let her hand find the wall and followed it down. The air changed. Colder, damper, the scent of stone and old salt. At the bottom, a short corridor. 3 doors. One led to the root cellar, one to a small room she had not seen before. One was closed with a padlock, and on the wall beside the padlocked door, a peg, and on the peg, a ring of keys. She stopped breathing. 3 keys, iron, dark with age. They hung on a simple iron ring, unguarded, unnoticed, waiting for someone who knew where to look. She did not take them immediately. She listened. Footsteps above, Tola moving in the kitchen, voices outside, still arguing. She reached up, lifted the keys from the peg. The metal was cold through her fingers, heavier than she expected. She closed her hand around them and slipped them into her pocket. Then she walked back up the stairs, closed the service door behind her, and stepped into the washroom for exactly long enough to make the lie true. When she came out, Tola was still at the window, watching the cart. "They're still arguing," Tola said. "About what?" "Darren says the shipment was short. Covran says he paid for what he got. It's the same fight every time, just different names." Zylva sat down at the table, poured herself tea, kept her hands where Tola could see them. The keys burned in her pocket. 3 pieces of iron, 3 chances. She waited. The door opened an hour later. Covran came in cold and quiet, his collar dark with melted snow. He locked the door behind him without speaking. Tola looked at him. Well, the shipment was short. He blames the pass. I do not believe him. Is he still here? No. I sent him back with a warning. Covran's eyes found Zylva. She met them, held them, raised her tea in a small, careful toast. Productive morning? She asked. He did not answer. But something in his shoulders loosened. He turned toward the study, and she felt the weight of his attention lift. She had a few hours, maybe more. The house settled into afternoon routines. Tola retreated to the medical stores. Covran locked himself in the study with a ledger and the sound of a pen scratching. The wind picked up, pressing against the east shutters. Zylva waited. She folded bandages. She swept the kitchen floor. She carried wood to the hearth and stacked it in even rows, the picture of compliant usefulness. And when she heard Covran's voice rise in a brief exchange with Tola about the shorted shipment, she moved. She slipped into the back hall, opened the service door, descended. The corridor was dark. She did not light a candle. She worked by touch and memory. The padlock on the forbidden door was old, the keyhole crusted with rust. She tried the first key on the ring. Too large. The second. Too small. The third slid in like it had been waiting for her. She turned it. The lock opened with a sound like a bone breaking. She stood in the dark, heart hammering, the key still in her hand. The door swung inward. Beyond it, a hallway. Narrow, unlit. The air moved against her face, colder than the house had any right to be. It smelled of stone and something else, something metallic, old blood, or older iron. She stepped through the doorway. The door closed behind her. The lock engaged itself, the mechanism clicking home with a soft, final sound. She was inside the forbidden hallway, and the keys were in her hand. But the air behind her ears felt wrong. The house had changed pitch around her, and from somewhere ahead, in the dark, she heard a sound she recognized. The scrape of metal on stone. Chapter 8. The darkness swallowed her whole. She stood with her back to the locked door, breath shallow, the keys cold in her palm. The scraping stopped the moment the lock engaged. Silence pressed against her ears. She did not move. She counted her breaths. 3, 5. The darkness did not adjust. No window, no crack, no light bleeding under the door. She was blind in a way she had not been blind since waking in Resin House. The metallic smell sat thick in her throat. Old blood. Older iron. A smell that meant the space ahead had seen use she was not meant to find. She made herself breathe slower. The keys had weight. 3 iron pieces. One of them had opened this door. One of them might open whatever came next. She ran her thumb across the teeth of the third key, memorizing the shape, the rust flaking against her skin. Then she moved forward, one hand on the wall. Stone. Dressed stone, not rough-hewn. Someone had built this corridor with care. The other hand held the keys pressed against her palm so they would not clink. The floor sloped down, gradual, deliberate. She counted steps. 10, 15. The air grew colder. The smell changed. Stone gave way to something sharper, something that stung the inside of her nose. Resin. The same resin that gave the house its name. But here it was old, layered, thick as memory. 19 steps. Her foot found the edge of something. She stopped, knelt, ran her fingers across the floor and found a groove cut into the stone. A channel. Narrow, deliberate. A drainage channel. She straightened. The dark pressed closer. 23 steps. The wall on her left ended. An opening. A door frame with no door, the air shifting as she passed through it into a larger space. She stopped breathing. The room was not entirely dark. Light bled from somewhere above, thin and gray, falling through a narrow slit cut into the ceiling. An observation slit, the kind built into thick stone walls, wide enough to see through, too narrow to enter. The light fell on a table. On the table, a ledger. She crossed to it. The pages were open, the ink fresh, the handwriting precise and economical. Column after column of figures, dates, routes, names she did not recognize and quantities that made her stomach tighten. Resin House was not just a safe house. It was a node. Supply volumes, toll payments, coded references to goods moving through the corridor timed to the day, marked against weather, against patrol rotations, against the movement of rival factions. The Briskin Compact did not simply survive the winter here. They directed the corridor from this stone room. She turned a page, a newer section. Her name, Zylva Okar, arrival recorded, day 7 of the dark moon. Condition, post-procedure, stable. Watch protocol, active. Report interval, daily. Underneath, a single line in Covran's handwriting. Do not open the west shutter until thaw. She stared at the words until they blurred, then she looked up. The observation slit faced east, too early for the signal, too early for the answer. She climbed onto the table, balanced on the edge, and pressed her face to the slit. The yard below, the ridge road, the supply cart gone, Darren's tracks already filling with fresh snow. And beyond the ridge, in the snow-blind dark, a point of light. Not a star. Too low, too steady. A lamp, distant, answering. She counted the flashes, 3 short, 1 long, 3 short. The signal. Someone out there was watching, waiting, answering the house. She dropped from the table. The corridor stretched ahead, darker than the room, but she had seen enough. She understood the shape now. Resin House was a fortress disguised as a prison, and the prison was not for her. The prison was for whatever walked down from the ridge. She turned back the way she had come. The dark pressed against her. She moved faster, counting steps, finding the wall, the door frame, the narrow corridor rising back toward the padlocked door. She reached it, pressed her hand against the wood, and heard, on the other side, footsteps. Not Tola's, not Covran's. A gate she did not recognize. Measured. Careful. Someone moving through the storage level who knew exactly where they were going. She stood frozen, keys in her hand, the metal cold and useless. The footsteps stopped. A hand touched the door. The lock did not turn, but the scrape came again. Not from ahead, not from behind, but from the slit she had left open overhead. Metal on stone. And then a voice, low and certain, from the other side of the door. Zylva. Covran. She did not answer. The wood between them was thin. She could hear him breathing. Open the door. She looked at the keys in her hand. The third key still warm from the lock, the ledge of secrets she had barely begun to climb. No, she said. The silence stretched, and from the observation slit above, the lamp flash came again. 3 short, 1 long, 3 short. Someone was coming. Covran's hand hit the door once, flat, hard. Zylva, now! She turned the key in the lock. The bolt slid back, and the door swung open onto a man who did not look like a captor anymore. He looked terrified. Chapter 9. The door swung open, and the storm took Covran's face first. Not the cold, the fear. It sat in the hollows beneath his eyes, pulled the lines of his mouth tight, made his hand shake where it gripped the doorframe. Behind him, the storage level lay dark and still. No Tola, no lamps lit. He looked past Zylva into the corridor she had just climbed out of, scanned the dark once, twice, as if expecting something to follow her through. What did you see? Not a question, a demand wrapped in dread. She closed her fingers around the keys. A ledger, a slit window, a lamp signal answering from the ridge. His jaw worked. How far did you go? 23 steps, then the room. And the door locked itself behind me. He closed his eyes. 1 breath. 2. When they opened again, the fear was still there, but something harder lay over it. He reached past her, pulled the door shut, and turned the key in the lock until the bolt seated with a sound like a bone settling. Give me the keys. She did not move. Zylva. Why is my name in that ledger? Something flickered across his face. Not surprise, recognition. He had known she would find it, had probably known the moment she slipped past Tola that this was coming. Because you are watched, he said. Daily, until we are sure the procedure took cleanly.
Watched by who?
Me, Tola. The logs I keep so the compact knows you are alive and under protection. She turned the words over. Protection, not confinement. He was still choosing the frame that made him the guardian instead of the jailer. The lamp signal, she said. 3 short, 1 long, 3 short. Who is answering it? He did not answer. Covran? Someone who should not be on the ridge until spring. But they are. Yes, because of me. He looked at her then, and the terror she had seen through the crack in the door was still there, buried now, held behind the wall of his composure. But she had seen it. She would not unsee it. Because of what you carried, he said, and what you forgot. The words hung between them. She wanted to press, to force the rest of it out of him, but the storm chose that moment to hit the house like a fist, and the building groaned around them, and Covran's head snapped toward the stairs. Down, now! He took her arm. Not hard, urgent. She let him pull her up the service stairs, through the kitchen, into the main room where Tola was already sealing the shutters, her braid whipping as she worked the hasps. How long? Covran asked. Hour, maybe less. Tola did not turn. The glass is already icing on the west face. Covran crossed to the window bank, pressed his palm to the glass, drew back a hand filmed with frost. We have a message, he said. Miran's runner came through before the wind shifted. Tola stopped. When? 30 minutes. I was checking the root cellar when I heard the horse. Zylva listened. Miran Geister, the Quartermaster, the third witness to her consent. What does it say? Covran reached into his coat, pulled out a folded slip of paper, the edges rough where it had been torn from a ledger page. He did not hand it to her. He held it where she could see it. 2 lines. The first, supply chain broken at the Blackwater Cut. Red warrant scouts sighted on the eastern slope. The second, Ferris is asking where she is. She read the words twice. The first time they meant nothing. The second time they settled into her chest like a blade finding the gap between her ribs. Ferris was asking. Which meant Ferris did not know, which meant Covran had not told him. Why, she said, does my brother not know where I am? Covran's thumb brushed the edge of the paper, a gesture so small she almost missed it. Almost. Because I did not send word. Why? Because the person who delivered you to Resin House and signed the witness log is the same person who has been making quiet deals with the Red Warrant for the last 6 months. The room went still. Tola's hand stopped on the shutter hasp. Zylva felt the floor shift beneath her, not physically, but something structural, some support she had been leaning on without knowing it. That is not true. It is. You have no proof. Covran held up the paper. This is proof. Miran would not have sent it if he were not certain. Miran is a quartermaster. He counts crates and signs manifests. Miran was a corridor scout for 12 years before he took the supply post. He knows what a red warrant approach pattern looks like, and he knows what it means when a courier's brother starts asking questions she should not have to answer. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to take the paper and tear it and pretend she had never read it. But the words were already inside her, and they would not leave. Ferris is asking where she is. Why? Because he wanted to find her, or because he wanted to find whoever had found the truth first. Covran crossed to the hearth, knelt, fed the paper to the flames. The ink curled, the edges blackened, and Miran Jaster's warning turned to ash. We seal the shutters, he said. We ride out the storm, and when it clears, I will show you everything I should have shown you the day you woke up. She stared at him. You will show me the locked drawer? Yes. And the letter Sister Calvey left? His throat moved. Yes. Why now? He did not look away. Because the ridge is closing, because the storm is here, and because the moment it passes, Ferris will not stop until he finds this house. The wind threw itself at the west wall. The glass sang, and Zylva understood, with a certainty that had nothing to do with memory, that the week she had paid to forget was running out of room to hide. Chapter 10. The storm settled over Resin House like a held breath turning into a fist. By the second hour, the wind had found every seam, every gap around the window casings, every crack where the old stone had settled away from the frame. The house sang with it, a low, constant vibration that never quite resolved into silence, as if the building itself had become an instrument played by something with no interest in melody. Zylva stood at the kitchen window, watching frost bloom across the inside of the glass in fractal patterns, white veins spreading like a disease. Covran had not spoken since he sealed the hearth. He sat at the table with a whetstone and a knife, drawing the blade across the oiled surface in long, even strokes. The sound was rhythmic, almost hypnotic. She hated how quickly her body had learned to read it as safety. Tola moved between the pantry and the medical stores, counting, reorganizing, muttering under her breath. The shutters were all sealed, the lamps were lit. The house had become a ship at the bottom of an ocean, and none of them knew how long the air would last. Zylva pressed her palm to the glass. The cold bit through her skin immediately, a sharp, clean pain that cut through the fog of the last hour. She held it there until her fingers numbed, until the frost began to melt and reform around the heat of her hand. "You will crack the glass," Covran's voice, flat, not quite a warning. She pulled her hand away and turned. He had not looked up from the blade. "How long does a storm like this last?" "Days, sometimes a week." "And the ridge road?" He set the knife down, ran his thumb along the edge. "Closed until we dig it out, assuming the house holds." "The house will hold." Tola's voice came from the pantry doorway. She had a sack of dried beans in one hand and a measuring cup in the other. "It has held for 40 years. It will hold for another week." 40 years, Zylva repeated. "Who built it?" Covran's jaw tightened, a small movement, almost invisible. Tola caught it too. She looked at him, then at Zylva, and something passed between the two women that did not require words. "The compact built it," Tola said carefully, "as a forward post, before the corridor routes were formalized." "Forward post for what?" "For keeping things out of the past that should not come through it." The knife scraped against the whetstone again. Covran had not resumed the motion, but he had picked the blade up and was holding it, thumb pressed to the flat, as if he could feel the tension in the metal. Zylva watched him. "What kind of things?" No answer. "Covran." He looked up. The firelight carved shadows into his face, deepened the hollows under his eyes, caught the edge of old scarring along his jaw that she had only noticed in glimpses before. "The kind that walk down from the ridge when the passes freeze," he said. "The kind that do not need roads." The words landed in the room like stones dropped into still water. Tola set the bean sack down. "That is enough," she asked. She asked for the truth, not for ghost stories to keep her compliant. Covran's gaze did not leave Zylva. "It is not a ghost story. The west shutter stays closed because what comes from that direction does not knock. It does not signal. It does not ask permission." "And yet someone was signaling tonight," Zylva said. "A lamp, from the ridge." His hand stopped moving on the blade. "That is different." "How?" He set the knife down, rose, crossed to the window where she stood, close enough that she could smell the oil on his skin, the smoke in his coat, the faint metallic residue of the whetstone. He did not touch her. He looked past her, at the frost-sealed glass, at the nothing beyond it. "Because that signal came from someone who knows the lamp code, someone who wants to be seen, someone who is telling me they are coming." "Coming here?" "Coming to find out what I am protecting." The air between them changed. She felt it in her chest, a pressure that was not quite fear and not quite anger, something that sat in the space where both lived. "And what are you protecting?" He looked at her then, directly, fully, the way he had not looked at her since she woke on the cold stone floor with a knife in her boot and nothing in her head but the name of a road. "You," he said. The word was simple, flat. It carried no weight of romance or sentiment. It was a fact, delivered the way he delivered everything, like a line in a ledger, like a report he had written and memorized and would defend to the last page. She did not know what to do with it. So she held his gaze instead, and neither of them looked away until Tola cleared her throat and said, "Supper will be ready in 20 minutes, both of you, at the table. No arguments." They ate in near silence. The stew was thick, root vegetables and salt meat, the kind of food that existed to keep the body working, not to be enjoyed. Zylva ate mechanically, her mind circling the same questions, the same gaps, the same shape of a truth she could not quite grasp. Covran ate across from her, his movements controlled, economical. He did not look at the windows. He did not look at the door. He looked at her and at his plate, and at the knife he had placed beside his bowl, and the pattern of it was so deliberate she wanted to ask him what he was counting. Tola ate standing, her bowl in one hand, her gaze moving between the two of them like a woman watching a fuse burn toward a powder charge. "You are staring," Zylva said. Tola did not blink. "I am watching." "For what?" "For whichever one of you breaks first." Covran set his spoon down. "Tola, I am not saying it to be cruel. I am saying it because it is true. You have a storm outside, a captive who is not really a captive, a brother who is coming for her, and a lamp signal from the ridge that should not exist." She took a bite of stew, chewed, swallowed. "One of you will break before this is over. I would rather it not be the one I have to keep alive." Zylva felt the words land, each one precise, clinical. She thought of the key ring, the worn brass key, the locked drawer in Covran's study. She thought of Ferris asking where she was. She thought of the lamp signal, 3 short, 1 long, 3 short, repeating from the ridge. "I will take the first watch," she said. Covran looked up. "No, I am not asking. You are not trained. I am a courier. I have spent 10 years reading movement patterns, tracking shadows, listening for things that should not be there. I can sit in a chair and watch a window." The silence stretched. Covran's jaw worked, his thumb pressed against the handle of the knife beside his bowl. "Second floor," he said. "The room at the end of the hall. There is a chair by the east window." "Covran," Tola's voice carried warning. "She will be inside. The house will be locked, and if she hears something, she will wake me." He said it like a test. Zylva rose, took her bowl to the wash bucket, dried her hands. "Second floor, east window. I will wait you if I hear anything." She did not wait for his answer. The room at the end of the hall was small, paneled, built for a lookout rather than a guest. A single chair faced the east window. The glass was clear, the frost thinner here, and through it she could see the outline of the ridge, the black shape of the trees, the white sweep of the storm moving across the slope. She sat. The wind pressed against the house. The hours passed in increments, measured by the shifting of the shadows, the groan of the timbers, the small sounds of Tola and Covran settling into the lower rooms. She did not sleep. She watched. And sometime after midnight, when the house had gone still and the storm had reached its full voice, she heard Covran's voice through the wall, low, urgent, speaking to someone who was not in the room with him. She pressed her ear to the paneling. "The ridge," he was saying, "before the storm clears. If they reach the house before I can move her, seal the lower level and do not open for anyone." A pause. "I do not care what orders they carry. You do not open that door until I am standing on the other side." Another pause. Longer. "Yes, even Ferris." The call ended. Zylva sat in the dark, her heart beating against her ribs, the words settling into her chest like splinters. He was not giving orders about keeping her in. He was giving orders about keeping them out. And he had said her brother's name like a threat. Chapter 11. The wind drove against the east window like something trying to find a seam. Zylva sat with her back to the wall, the chair pulled close to the glass, watching the storm erase the ridge in sweeps of white. The words she had overheard still burned in her chest. Seal the lower level, not even Ferris. She pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes until color bloomed behind the lids. The truth was close. She could feel it. The way she could feel the cold bleeding through the window frame, the way she could feel the shape of a room she had mapped 100 times in her sleep. Covran knew why she had come here. Covran knew what she had been afraid of, and Covran had decided she was not ready to know. She lowered her hands. The storm had not weakened. If anything, it had tightened, the wind taking on a higher note, the snow streaming past the window in sheets that made the glass shudder. She thought of the lamp signal. 3 short, 1 long, 3 short. Someone was out there, someone who knew the code, someone Covran was trying to keep out. She thought of Ferris. The floor beneath her feet vibrated, a low thud that traveled through the boards, and she was on her feet before she understood what she was hearing. It came again, louder, from somewhere below, followed by the crash of something heavy striking stone. She moved. The stairwell was dark, the wind screaming through gaps she had not noticed before. She took the steps 2 at a time, her boots landing silent on the worn wood, and when she reached the ground floor she saw Tola already moving, her medical bag swinging from one hand. "The storage room," Tola said, without looking at her. Supply crate slipped the chains. Zylva followed. The storage room was chaos. A heavy wooden crate had fallen from its shelf, the impact driving one corner through the floorboard it had landed on, splintered wood and spilled contents scattered across the stone. Broken glass glittered among the debris, and the air smelled of salt brine and something metallic. Covran stood at the center of it, one hand pressed to his ribs, his face the color of ash. "It is not deep," he said. Tola did not answer. She crossed the room in 4 strides, pushed his hand aside, and her jaw tightened at what she saw. The wound from his side had torn open. Blood soaked through his shirt in a dark bloom, spreading fast, and when Zylva stepped closer, she saw the edges of the gash were not clean. The old scar tissue had split under the strain, leaving a ragged tear that wept red down his hip and into the waistband of his trousers. "I need to close it," Tola said. "Then close it. Not here. The kitchen table. Better light, cleaner surface. Can you walk?" Covran's gaze slid to Zylva. Held. Yes. He took 1 step. The second was shorter. The third did not come. His knees buckled, and Zylva caught him before he hit the floor, her shoulder wedged under his arm, her hand pressing against his side to slow the bleeding. The heat of it shocked her, wet and wrong, and she felt the tremor run through his body, the way his teeth clenched against the sound he would not let out. "Move," she said. "Now." They half-carried him to the kitchen, Tola barking orders, Zylva following them, her palms slick with his blood. They laid him on the table, Tola cutting away his shirt with a pair of shears, and the wound was worse in the lamplight. A ragged seam that ran from his lowest rib to the curve of his hip, the flesh torn and dark. "I need the clam from my bag," Tola said. "It is in the medical stores. I left it when I heard the crash. I will get it. You do not know where. I have folded enough of your bandages to know the 3rd shelf, right side, behind the ceramic jar." Zylva was already moving. "Keep him alive." She ran. The medical stores were 2 rooms away, and she found the clamp exactly where she had said, the metal cold in her grip, and when she returned, Tola was already packing the wound with gauze, her hands steady, her face unreadable. Covran's eyes were open. They tracked her across the room, and in them she saw something she had not seen before. Not fear, not control, something raw, vulnerable, the mask stripped away by pain and blood loss and the simple fact that he could not stand. "You are shaking," he said. Zylva looked down at her hands. They were steady. "No," she said. "I am not." Tola took the clamp without a word, fitted it, worked the first suture through the torn skin with a precision that made Zylva's stomach turn. Covran's breath caught, a sharp hiss, and his hand found the edge of the table and held. "I need you to hold him still," Tola said. Zylva stepped to the table. She placed her hands on his shoulders, felt the tension in the muscle beneath, the tremor of a man who would rather die than show weakness. "Look at me," she said. His eyes met hers. "Do not watch her hands. Watch me." She held his gaze while Tola worked, while the needle pierced and pulled, while the blood welled and was wiped away. She held it when his breath turned shallow, when his fingers dug into the table, when the color drained from his face and left him pale as the snow outside the window. She did not look away, and neither did he. When Tola tied the last suture and stepped back, her hands red to the wrists, the silence in the kitchen was absolute. "He will live," she said, "but he will not be moving crates for a week." Covran's eyes were still on Zylva's. "Thank you," he said. The words were quiet, rough. They cost him something. Zylva released his shoulders, stepped back, and looked at her hands. They were covered in his blood. She thought of the lamp signal, of Ferris, of the locked drawer in his study. She thought of him saying her brother's name like a threat. "You are welcome," she said, and she meant it, but she also meant the question she did not ask, the one that sat between them like a blade balanced on its edge. "What are you not telling me?" The wind screamed against the house, and somewhere below them, in the dark of the forbidden hallway, something scraped metal against stone. Chapter 12. Zylva wet the cloth in the basin and wrung it until the water ran clear. Blood streaked the porcelain, spiraling into pink as she pressed the cloth to Covran's side. He did not flinch. His jaw tightened, a muscle leaping along the bone, but he held still while she worked the edges of the wound clean, the lamplight carving deep shadows into the hollow of his hip. Tolo had gone to burn the soiled gauze. The kitchen was quiet except for the wind and the soft hiss of the hearth. "You do not have to do this," Covran said. "Yes, I do." She touched the cloth to the worst tear, the one that had split the old scar, and felt the tremor run through his body. He did not move away. He did not reach for her. The restraint cost him. She could see it in the way his hand lay flat on the table, fingers spread, deliberately still, in the way he did not watch her hands move over his skin, but fixed his gaze on the window, on the dark beyond the glass. She thought of the way he had looked at her in the basement, terrified. Not of her, for her. "There are more bandages in the stores," she said. "I will change this in the morning." "Fine. You will need to stay still. The sutures will pull if you—" "I know what sutures need." His voice caught, softened. "I have been stitched before." She looked at the old scar, the one that had torn open. It was not clean, not a blade wound. Something had cut across him in an arc, deep and poorly healed, the tissue raised and ragged. "From what?" she asked. He did not answer. She pressed a fresh cloth to the wound, felt him tense, and waited. "Corazal Ridge." His voice was flat. 3 winters ago. I did not see them coming. "Then," he said nothing. She wanted to push, to demand the name, the shape, the truth, but the vulnerability in his stillness was too raw, too recent, and she found herself working the bandage into place with careful hands, pulling the linen tight enough to hold without breaking the seal. "Do you know why I asked for you?" he said. Her hands stopped. "You asked for me?" "Before the excision, when you came to me in Seni, you said my name, and you said it like you already knew me." His eyes finally found hers. "You said, 'Keep me alive until I can remember why I trusted you.'" The words settled in her chest like stones. "I do not remember that," she said. "I know." He shifted, and the movement brought his shoulder against her arm. He pulled back immediately, deliberately, as if the contact burned. The heat of it stayed on her skin. "Then why are you telling me?" "Because you need to know that I will not touch you without permission." His voice was low, roughened by pain and exhaustion. "It's not now. Not ever. Whatever you think of me, whatever you decide about why you are here, you need to know that." She held his gaze. The fire crackled, and she saw it, the thing he was not saying, that restraint was not his nature, that he had learned it, forced it into himself like a blade held at the wrong angle, because she had asked him to. "You think I will bolt if you get too close. I think I promised you something before you forgot me." His breath came shallow. "I am keeping it." The cloth was red again. She pressed a fresh one to the wound, her fingers brushing his ribs, and she felt the shiver that passed through him. A muscle in his thigh tightened. He did not move away, but he did not lean in. And the care he took not to touch her, the way he held himself still, the way his gaze stayed locked on the window when every instinct in her own body screamed to run, made something shift in her chest. Something she did not have a name for. "You said I would die for what I chose to forget," she said. He went still.
What did I choose to forget, Kovan? He closed his eyes. I cannot tell you. You promised full disclosure after the storm. I promised I would show you the drawer, the letter. His jaw tightened. I did not promise you would survive what you find. Then why keep me alive at all? He opened his eyes. They were dark, hollow, and in them she saw something that looked like grief. Because you asked me to. He said it like a fact, like a wound, like a promise he had made in a room she could not remember to a woman who no longer existed. Zylva. His voice cracked on her name. There is one thing I cannot let you do. One thing I will stop by any means necessary. Which is? Do not try to leave before the thaw. She stared at him. Is that a threat? It is a warning. His hand moved, just an inch, his fingers brushing the edge of the bandage she had tied. The person on the ridge, the one answering the lamp signal, is coming for you. Not for me, not for the compact, for you. And if you walk out that door before I can move you, you will not make it to the tree line. Then tell me who it is. He shook his head. Tell me, Covran. Ferris is not the only one hunting you. The name landed like a blade. Ferris is hunting me? You do not remember why. His voice dropped. But he knows you are here. He knew before Miran's runner. And he is coming. Her hands were still on the bandage, still pressed to his skin. I am inside his house, she said, being kept in a locked room by a man who admits he will use force to stop me from leaving. Yes. And I am supposed to trust you because I asked you to, before I forgot everything? Yes. He said it without hesitation, without anger, and she saw, in the lamplight, the weight of a man who had been holding a promise for a woman who could not remember making it. The wind screamed. Somewhere below, metal scraped stone. Covran's gaze flicked to the floor. I need you to stay away from the lower level, he said. Too late. His eyes snapped to hers. I found the hallway. I saw the ledger. I saw the lamp signal. His hand came up, stopped an inch from her arm, dropped. Then you know that whatever walks down from the ridge does not need a road. I know you are afraid of it. I am afraid for you. His voice broke. There is a difference. She stood, stepped back. The distance between them felt wider than the room. I will think about what you said, she told him. Zylva. I will think about it. She walked to the stairs, stopped at the bottom step, looked back. He was still sitting at the table, one hand pressed to the bandage, the other flat on the wood. His head was bowed, his shoulders curved forward. He looked like a man who had carried something too heavy for too long. And she realized, with a jolt that went through her like cold water, that she wanted to believe him. She wanted it badly enough to frighten her. The wind howled, and somewhere in the dark below the house, the scraping sound grew closer. Chapter 13. The night settled deep by the time Zylva returned to Covran's side. The fire had burned low, the kitchen cold, and he had not moved from the table. His head rested on his folded arms now, breath shallow and uneven. She should have gone to her room. She should have left him to Tola's watch. Instead, she sat on the stool beside him. You need to sleep properly, she said. He did not answer. She reached for his hand, meaning to check his pulse, and he flinched. Don't. You are running a fever. Always after the bleeding. His voice was rough, scraped thin. I know the pattern. She pressed her palm to his forehead anyway. The heat sank into her skin, damp and febrile. He did not pull away this time. Just let her touch him, eyes closed, jaw slack. You need rest, she said. I need you to stop asking questions. I have not asked one in hours. That is because you are listening. He opened his eyes. They were glassy, pupils wide, the fever burning behind them. I can feel you watching me, trying to find the cracks. Found them already. He almost smiled. Almost. Then you know I am not dangerous right now. I know you are too weak to stop me from leaving. She kept her voice flat. That is not the same thing. His gaze sharpened, just a flicker of the man she had seen earlier. You are not leaving. Because you would stop me? Because you would not make it to the tree line before the fever hit you. The cold is worse tonight. The storm is not done. She heard what he did not say. You would not leave me like this. But he did not say it. He held it behind his teeth like a splinter. The fire popped, the wind screamed, and Zylva remembered something she had almost forgotten. The smell of antiseptic, and a woman's voice saying, "You will not remember this, but you will feel it." She shook the fragment away. "Who was in the room with us?" she asked. Covran blinked, slow, confused. At the excision, someone held my hand. She looked at her right palm, the faint white scar. Someone wore wool, smelled of resin. His gaze dropped to her hand. "I do not know," he said. "You are lying." "I am not." His voice cracked. "I was not in the room. I was waiting outside." "Then who held my hand?" He did not answer. The silence stretched. She watched his chest rise and fall, the bandage dark where sweat had soaked through. "Ferris," she said. "Was Ferris holding my hand?" "No." The word came fast, too fast. "You are sure?" "I am sure." He closed his eyes. "Ferris was not there. He signed the log. He witnessed your consent, but he was not in the room." "Then who?" He did not answer again. But something in his face shifted, a crack in the control he wore like a second skin. "Sister Calvey," he said. "She made sure you were not alone. The surgeon held my hand during the procedure?" "Someone had to." His voice dropped. "You were terrified." The words landed like a blow. "I do not remember being terrified." "No, you paid to forget." She looked at her palm again, the white scar catching the lamplight. She had always thought it came from a rope burn on a mule train. Now she wondered if the scar predated her memory of it. "Tell me what I said to her," Zylva said. "She said you kept repeating one thing, over and over, like a prayer." "What was it?" His breath caught. The fever flushed his cheeks and he seemed to be fighting something, a word, a name, a truth he had sworn to protect. "She said you told her, do not let her reach the road." The room went still. "Who?" Zylva asked. "Who was I talking about?" He shook his head. "Covran." She leaned in. "Who was I trying to stop from reaching the road?" "I cannot." "You can." "You are the only one who can." He looked up at her. His eyes were dark, raw, filled with something that looked like grief. "You," he said. "You were trying to stop yourself." Chapter 14. She found the upper level empty. The storm had loosened its grip overnight, wind dropping to a low moan against the stone, and Covran had finally let himself be moved to his room. Tola had ordered it. Zylva had helped him up the stairs, felt the fever heat coming off his skin in waves, and left him propped against the pillows with a cup of water he barely touched. Now the house hummed with the hollow quiet of a structure braced for weather that had not yet decided to end. She climbed the narrow stairs to the attic. The hatch groaned open. Cold air hit her face, sharp and wet, carrying the smell of pine and something older, something that lived in the gaps between stones. She pulled herself up into the attic and let the hatch close beneath her. The space was low, barely tall enough to stand upright at the ridgeline. Light came through a single grime-caked window set into the east face, casting everything in a dim yellow pall. Dust coated the floorboards. A stack of folded canvas lay in one corner. A coil of rope hung from a beam. And there, against the far wall, a wooden chest with the lid not quite closed. She crossed to it. The hinges whined. Inside, folded uniforms, a rusted lantern, a leather pouch that crumbled at the edges when she touched it. Nothing useful. But beneath the pouch, a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. She pulled it free. The cloth was stiff, the ties brittle. She worked them open with her fingernails. Maps. Not household maps, route maps. The same style she had used for years, her own notations in the margins, a cramped shorthand she recognized in her bones. Elevation marks, water sources, past times between checkpoints. She traced a line with her finger. Seni to Blackwater Cut. The route, Miran Jaster reported, is broken. her handwriting, her maps. Covran had said she brought them with her. But seeing them here, folded and forgotten in an attic chest, felt different from hearing about it. These were hers. She had touched every crease, drawn every annotation. She flipped to the next sheet. A route she did not recognize. No markers she could name. The terrain looked like the western slope of the Corazal, drawn in a different hand, less precise, the lines smudged in places, and in the margin, a single notation. Resin. Day 7. Dark moon. That was the day she arrived. She turned the map over. On the reverse, written in a hand she almost knew, a list of 4 names. Calvey, Okar, Jaster, Hest. Her breath stopped. 4 names. 4 witnesses to something. But the excision log had 3. Ferris, Miran, Sister Calvey. Covran was not listed. He had told her he waited outside, so why was his name on this list? The paper felt wrong in her hands. She folded it, tucked it inside her shirt, and closed the chest. The attic wood creaked beneath her as she stood. And then she smelled it. Wet wool, smoke, antiseptic. The room tilted. She was somewhere else. A narrow cot, a blanket pulled too tight, a woman's voice asking if she was ready. The sting of something cold on her palm. The words came out of her mouth before she could stop them. Do not let her reach the road. Her own voice, raw, afraid. She blinked, and the attic snapped back into place. Her knees were shaking. The map pressed against her ribs. She had said it to Sister Calvey, not once, repeatedly, like a prayer. She stumbled toward the hatch, lowered herself through, and stood in the narrow hallway with her hand pressed to the wall until the dizziness passed. The smell was gone, but something else was taking its place. Smoke, real smoke, coming from outside. She moved to the east-facing window at the end of the hall. Snow still crusted the glass, but through a clear patch near the center she saw it, a column of dark smoke rising from below the ridge. Thin, targeted, not a chimney plume, a signal. She ran. The stairs passed beneath her feet. She hit the main floor and found Tola at the kitchen table, head snapping up at the sound of her boots. What is wrong? Smoke, below the ridge. Someone is signaling. Tola was on her feet before Zylva finished speaking. Together they moved to Covran's room. He was awake. He had heard the running. His face was gray, the fever still burning, but his eyes were sharp as she pushed through the door. Smoke, she said. East side, below the ridge. He was already swinging his legs off the bed. Tola moved to stop him. He waved her off with a hand that trembled. I know what it is. He stood. The wound pulled at his side. She saw the pain cross his face before he masked it. What? She asked. He reached the window, braced one hand against the frame, stared out at the smoke column rising against the gray sky. That is not an ally, he said. No one I trust would use that position in this weather. Who then? He turned. His face was stripped of everything but cold certainty. Ferris, he said, or whoever he brought with him. She felt the map press against her ribs, the 4 names, the sensory flash, the phrase she had repeated while a woman who now might be dead held her hand. He is not waiting for the storm to clear. No, Covran said. He is not. The smoke continued to rise. 3 plumes now, a pattern she did not know but recognized as deliberate. They are not asking permission, she said. They are telling me I am out of time. He looked at her. The fever was still there, the weakness, but beneath it, something harder, something that had been waiting for this moment. Go to the storage room, he said. Take the rifles, load them. She did not argue. She went. Chapter 15. The storage room smelled of oiled metal and cold. Zylva pulled the rifles from the rack, 3 of them, their barrels smooth and clean. She found the ammunition in a tin box on the lower shelf, copper cartridges nested in felt, and loaded each weapon with hands that did not shake. She had done this before. Her body remembered even if her mind did not. The smoke still rose beyond the ridge. 3 columns now, dark against the gray. spaced at even intervals, a signal meant to be seen, meant to be answered. She carried the rifles to the main room and set them by the door. Tola was at the kitchen table, her leather bag open, instruments laid out in a row like she expected to need them soon. She looked up as Zylva entered. "He will be here before dark," Tola said. "The snow is too deep for speed, but he is not slowing." "How do you know?" "Because I know what desperation looks like." Zylva crossed to the window. The glass was frosted at the edges, but through the center she could see the tree line, the curve of the ridge road buried under fresh snow. No movement yet, just the smoke. The map was still pressed against her ribs, the 4 names: Calvey, a car, Jaster, Hest. She heard footsteps behind her and turned. Covran stood in the doorway, one hand braced against the frame. He had pulled a coat over his bandaged side, but the fever was still in his face, the gray pallor of a man who should be in bed. His eyes landed on the rifles by the door, then on her. "You loaded them." "I counted the cartridges too. 12 per rifle. 3 rifles. 36 shots." "Good." He moved into the room, each step measured, controlled. She saw the effort it cost him, the way his jaw tightened at the waist. He did not sit. He stopped at the window and looked out at the smoke. "He will not come alone," Covran said. "He will bring a story first, one designed to make me the monster and himself the savior. He will use your confusion, your fear, the gaps in your memory, and he will shape them into a narrative that places him on the side of right. And if he is telling the truth?" Covran turned to face her. The fever had stripped something away, left him more exposed than she had ever seen him. There was no mask now, just a man who had been waiting for this moment. "Then you will have to decide which version of the truth you trust," he said. "But you cannot trust both." The words settled between them like a blade laid flat on a table. She wanted to ask him what was in the locked drawer. She wanted to demand the truth about the 4 names, about why his name was on a list that should have had only 3. But there was no time. The smoke was still rising. "How long?" she asked. "An hour, maybe less." She looked at the rifles, at Covran's pale face, at Tola, who was already winding bandages like she expected blood before the night was done. "Then we should be ready," Zylva said. The hour passed in increments of silence. Zylva stood at the front door, one rifle slung across her back, the second cradled in her arms. Covran had taken position at the east window, watching the ridge road through a gap in the frost. Tola had retreated to the medical stores, her instruments ready, her face unreadable. The smoke had stopped rising. Someone was coming. She heard it before she saw it. The crunch of boots on packed snow, the labored breath of a man who had been walking too long in weather that did not forgive. Then a shape emerged from the tree line. He was half frozen. His coat was crusted with ice, his gloves torn, his face chapped and raw. He moved like a man who had spent the last hours fighting the mountain and was not sure he had won. But he was still moving. She saw the dark hair, too long at the collar, the lean build, the way his right hand hung slightly crooked, the little finger bent from an old break she had forgotten she knew about until she saw it again. Ferris. He stopped at the edge of the clearing, 50 feet from the door, and raised both hands to show he was unarmed. "Covran." His voice carried across the snow, hoarse, cracked. "I know you have her. I know she is in there. I am not here to fight you." Covran did not move from the window. "I am here to take my sister home." Zylva looked at Covran. His face was stone, but she saw his hand tighten on the frame. "Open the door," he said. She did not argue. She crossed the floor and worked the locks, the deadbolt, the chain, the floor socket bars. The cold air hit her face as the door swung inward, sharp and clean after the resin-thick warmth of the house. Ferris stood in the snow. His eyes found her immediately, and something broke across his face, relief so raw it looked like grief. "Zylva." He took a step forward. Covran moved past her before she could stop him. He crossed the threshold, rifle raised, the barrel aimed at Ferris's chest. "Stop where you are." Ferris stopped. His gaze did not leave Zylva. "You do not need to do this," he said. "You do not need to listen to him. He has been feeding you lies since you woke up. Then tell me yours. Ferris laughed, a broken sound that caught in the frozen air. Yours. You think I have a version? I have the truth, Zylva. The Compact used you. They needed a courier who could move through red warrant territory without raising suspicion, and they found one. You. And when you got too close to something you should not have seen, they did not just silence you. They made you silence yourself. His voice cracked on the last word. They made you pay a woman to cut a week out of your own head so you could never testify, never remember what they asked you to carry. And then they put you in this house with a man who follows orders and calls it loyalty. Zylva felt the weight of the map against her ribs, the 4 names. Covran's name. She turned to look at him. The rifle was still raised. His face was still stone. You told him to bring a story, she said. This is it. Covran did not flinch. That is not the full story. It never is with you. Ferris took another step. The barrel tracked him. Zylva, he said. I have been looking for you for weeks. Miran told me where they put you. I came through a storm that should have killed me because you are my sister, and I would rather die than leave you with the people who stole your memory. She looked at his face. The windburn, the exhaustion, the desperate, hungry hope in his eyes. She looked at Covran. Take nowhere. My personal embodiment is a last welcoming reel. The fever, the wound, the way he had held her gaze during the sutures and told her he would rather lose her than own her. 2 versions of the truth. 2 men who each believed they were saving her. She stepped forward, past Covran, into the snow. The cold bit through her boots. She stopped a few feet from Ferris, close enough to see the frost on his eyelashes, the chapped cracks in his lips. You are my brother, she said, and I do not remember enough to know who is lying. But I know this. You knew I was coming here. You signed the log. You watched me consent to an accession you say was forced on me. Ferris's face went still. If I was coerced, why did you let it happen? The question hung in the frozen air between them. Ferris opened his mouth. Covran's rifle did not lower, and the moment stretched, thin as glass, ready to shatter. Chapter 16. Ferris's mouth stayed open. The cold had cracked his lips, and a thin line of blood traced the seam where the skin had split. I signed because I believed them. The words came out raw, scraped from somewhere deep. His hands were still raised, fingers spread, the picture of a man who had come to bargain with nothing but the truth. I believed what they told me, that you had seen something on the route, that the memory was poisoning you, that the excision was the only way to keep you functional. Functional. She let the words sit between them. You were not sleeping. You were not eating. You came to me in Kadar and you were shaking, Zylva. Shaking like you had stood too close to something that should have killed you. She remembered nothing. Not the shaking, not Kadar, not standing in front of her brother and asking for help. You did not ask questions. I asked. His voice broke. They had answers. Good ones. The Compact told me you had been carrying dispatches through Red Warrant territory, that you crossed a line you should not have crossed, that the things you saw needed to come out before they destroyed you. And you believed them? I believed you were dying. He lowered his hands slowly, a deliberate movement aimed at her trust. I still believe it. Look at yourself. You are standing in the snow outside a locked safe house with a man who aimed a rifle at your brother. Does that sound like a woman who chose this? Covran spoke from the doorway. You are twisting the facts you do not have. Ferris ignored him. His eyes stayed on Zylva. Do you remember our mother's hands? The question hit her like a blow to the chest. She used to hold them out, he said, when we were small. Palms up, like she was waiting for us to put something in them. You used to put stones in her hands, pretty ones you found on the road. Zylva's throat tightened. She never threw them away. She kept them in that tin beside the door. After she died, I found them. 11 stones. You were 11. She remembered the tin, the rusted lid, the way it rattled when you carried it. She would be alive, Ferris said softly, if the Compact had not sent her through the Kadar spur that winter. If they had not needed a runner who could move fast and ask no questions. The wind picked up between them, sharp and cold. "You are blaming him for our mother's death," Zylva said. "I am telling you what the compact does. It uses people until they break, and then it makes them pay to forget they were ever whole." He took a step forward. The snow crunched under his boots. "I am your brother. I am the only family you have left, and I came through a storm that nearly killed me because I will not lose you the way I lost her." His hand reached out, palm up, the same gesture their mother used to make. "Come home." The silence stretched. Zylva looked at his hand, the familiar shape of it, the crooked little finger, the calluses on the pads from years of rope and rain. She looked at Covran. He had not lowered the rifle, but he was not looking at Ferris anymore. He was looking at her, waiting. She looked back at Ferris's hand, and she saw herself taking it, walking away from the locked room, the cold stone, the half-truths, and the hidden maps, walking back into the life she remembered, the one where she was moving, always moving, never staying long enough to let grief catch up. But she also saw the maps hidden against her ribs, the 4 names on the reverse. Covran's name. "Why did Miran tell you where I was?" Ferris's hand stayed extended. "Because he knows what the compact did to you. Because he has a conscience. Miran Jaster is a quartermaster who supplies this house. He has been sending reports to Covran since I arrived. He knew exactly where I was the whole time. Then he chose to tell me because he could not live with what they were doing to you. Or because you asked him to. Because you have been looking for me. Because you need something from me." Ferris's hand wavered. "What do you need, Ferris?" "I need my sister back." "That is not an answer. It is the only answer I have." He stepped closer. The movement was too fast, too eager, and something in Zylva's chest locked. She did not step back. But she saw her own body shift, the weight rolling to her back foot, the shoulder dropping, the hand reaching instinctively for the knife in her boot. Ferris saw it too. He stopped. His face changed. The hurt in it was real, and it cut her deeper than any accusation. "You flinch from me." "I flinch from being grabbed. I have never grabbed you in my life." "You just did. You reached for me like you expected me to follow without question. I am your brother. That does not mean I know you." The words hung between them, brutal and clean. Ferris lowered his hand. The blood had dried on his lip, a dark line against the chapped skin. "I do not know who you are now either," she said. "I do not know who you became while I was counting stones and mapping routes. I do not know if Covran is lying, or if you are lying, or if everyone in this corridor has been feeding me versions of a truth I paid to erase." She took a breath. The cold burned her lungs. "But I know you signed the log, and I know Covran's name is on a list with 3 other people who were present for something that happened to me. And until I understand what that list means, I do not trust anyone." Ferris's eyes flicked past her, to Covran. "What list?" Covran said nothing. "What list, Zylva?" She did not answer. She watched her brother's face, the calculation that moved behind his exhaustion, the way his posture shifted from supplication to something sharper. "You found something in that house," he said, "something he did not want you to find." "I found my own maps." "And what else?" She felt the weight of the map against her skin, the 4 names, the secret the paper carried. "Enough to know I am not finished asking questions." Ferris stared at her. The wind pulled at his coat, the torn gloves, the frozen ends of his hair. "You are choosing him." "I am choosing neither of you. I am choosing to find out what I decided to forget." "That will kill you. Then I will die knowing whose hand pushed me." She turned and walked back toward the house. Covran held the door open, his rifle finally lowering as she passed. Behind her, Ferris's voice cracked across the snow. "I am not leaving." She did not turn around. "Then find shelter," Covran said, "because the door stays locked." He stepped inside and closed it. The deadbolt slid home. The chain rattled into place. Zylva stood in the main room, her hands shaking, the map burning against her ribs. And somewhere below the house, the scraping sound started again. Chapter 17. The scraping sound stopped the moment Zylva's foot touched the main room floorboards. She stood still, her breath loud in the sudden quiet. The map pressed against her ribs like a second skin. Her hands had stopped shaking, but the cold had settled deep, the kind that took hours to bone out of bone. Tola emerged from the kitchen corridor, a strip of linen in her hands. She looked at Zylva, then at the sealed door, then back at Zylva. "He outside?" "Yes." "He armed?" "Not that I saw." Tola made a sound, low and unimpressed. "Then he is a fool, or he wants you to think he is unarmed." "Maybe both." Covran stood at the east window, his back to the room. The rifle rested against the wall beside him, within reach. His shoulders were set in that controlled line she had learned to read. He was waiting. Zylva crossed to the table and sat. Her legs did not want to hold her anymore. "Tell me what he said." She looked up. Covran had not turned, but his voice carried through the room like a command. "He said the compact used me, that I saw something on a red warrant route I should not have seen, that you and the compact made me pay to erase my own memory so I could not testify." Covran turned then. The firelight caught the hard line of his jaw, the shadows beneath his eyes. "And you believed him?" "I believed he was telling a version of the truth. I do not know whose version." "He signed the log. He said he signed because he thought I needed it, that I came to him in Kadar shaking, that he believed the compact's story that my memories were poisoning me." Covran's mouth tightened. "And that makes it acceptable?" "No, but it makes it something I have to think about." She waited. He said nothing. "He also said our mother died on a compact mission through the Kadar spur." Covran's expression did not change, but something in his stillness shifted, becoming a different kind of still. "She did. You knew. I knew. And you did not tell me. It was not my truth to tell." Zylva's hands pressed flat against the table. The wood was rough, scarred by years of use. Whose truth was it then? Ferris's. He was there. He is the one who carried her body back. The air in the room changed. Tola had stopped moving. The linen hung loose in her hands. "He told you that?" "I was in Senni when he brought her through. I saw him at the gate with her wrapped in canvas. He did not see me, but I saw him." "Then you have known him longer than you told me." "I have known of him. That is different." Zylva's chest ached. The room felt too small, the walls pressing in from all sides. "He is my brother." "I know. If he is lying, I need to know why. If he is telling the truth, I need to know that too." Covran crossed to the table. He did not sit. He stood across from her, his hands resting on the back of the chair, his weight leaning into it. "Do you want to know what I think?" "I want to know what you know. Those are different things. Then give me both." He was quiet for a long moment. The fire popped. The wind pushed against the shutters. "Ferris O'Carr came through Senni 3 years ago, with your mother's body and a story about a compact ambush that killed her. He was half dead himself, frozen, bleeding from a wound in his side. I was the one who let him through the gate because he looked like a man who had already lost everything he could lose." "What did he tell you?" "Nothing. He did not speak for 3 days. When he finally did, he asked for supplies and a route north. He did not ask for help. He did not ask for revenge. He asked for the tools to keep moving." "That does not sound like a man who would sell routes to the Red Warrant." "No, it does not." "Then why do you believe he did?" Covran's hands tightened on the chair back. "Because I have watched him for 3 years. I have seen the company he keeps change. I have seen his debts grow. I have seen him trade loyalty for survival, piece by piece, until there was almost nothing left of the man I let through that gate." "You watched him?" "Someone had to." "Because you suspected him?" "Because I hoped I was wrong." Zylva closed her eyes. The firelight flickered against her lids, the map pressed against her skin. "I found a list," she said. 4 names: Calvey, O'Carr, Jaster, Hest. Covran's breath stopped. "Ferris did not know about it. I saw his face when I told him. He had no idea it existed." "What else did the map show?" "A route I did not draw. A notation that said Resin, Day 7, Dark Moon, and those 4 names on the reverse." "Let me see it." She opened her eyes. Covran's hand was extended across the table. His palm was open. She did not move. I will show it to you when I understand what it means. Zylva, I am not giving you the only thing I have that you cannot explain away. His hand stayed open. She watched the firelight move across his palm, the calluses, the old scars. Who wrote those names? She asked. I do not know. Was it you? No. Sister Calvey? Possibly. Why would she write your name on a list with Ferris and Jaster? Because she knew we were all tied to the same thing. What thing? Covran lowered his hand. He looked at her for a long moment, and she saw something move behind his eyes. A decision. A crossing. The excision was not clean. I know. Memory comes back in fragments. No. I mean the procedure itself. Sister Calvey was not supposed to be the one performing it. She was a replacement. The original surgeon died 3 days before your appointment. The words landed like a stone in still water. Who died? A woman named Hest, my aunt. Zylva's breath caught. She was a memory surgeon. She trained Sister Calvey, and someone killed her 3 days before your excision. Killed her? Not an accident? No. Someone cut her throat in her own clinic and made it look like a robbery, but nothing was taken. Who knows this? Covran. Tola's voice cut through the room. She had moved to the table, the linen forgotten in her hands. You cannot tell her this now. She asked. With Ferris outside the door and the ridge threat moving closer, she needs to focus on survival, not on unraveling a conspiracy that will take weeks to follow. I did not ask for focus, Zylva said. I asked for the truth. The scraping sound returned, louder this time, direct but beneath the floor. All three of them went still. Tola's face tightened. That is not Ferris. No, Covran said. It is not. He moved to the storage room door and pulled it open. The stairs descended into darkness. Do not open the door for anyone. Do not open the west shutter. Do not let Ferris into the house. Where are you going? To find out what is scratching at my foundation. He took a lamp from the hook, lit it, and disappeared down the stairs. The door closed behind him. The lock turned. Zylva stood alone with Tola, the fire crackling, the scraping sound moving beneath her feet. And she knew, with absolute certainty, that the sealed letter in Covran's desk was the only thing left that could tell her the truth. Chapter 18. The scraping stopped the moment Covran's lamp vanished below the floor. Zylva stood at the kitchen table, Tola across from her, the silence between them thick as the fire's low crackle. The lock on the storage room door held. The house settled into the particular stillness of something waiting. He should not be down there alone, Tola said. He has a lamp. That is not the same as being safe. Zylva did not answer. Her hand moved to her pocket, where the map with 4 names pressed against her thigh. Calvey, Okar, Jaster, Hest. And now Hest was a dead woman with her throat cut, replaced by a surgeon who had held Zylva's hand while she begged not to reach a road. Ferris called from outside. Tola, I know you can hear me. Tola's jaw tightened. She did not move. I worked with your brother in Kadar, Ferris said, his voice carrying through the wood. Ren Minark. He sent word before I left. He said to tell you the winter wheat held. Something shifted in Tola's face, a crack in the stone wall she wore. You knew him on the lower route, Ferris continued. Ask me anything. I will prove I am not here to burn what you built. Zylva watched Tola's hands. They had gone still on the linen, not relaxed, frozen. Your brother is dead, Tola said. Anyone could have read his letters. He is not dead. He is in Sene, waiting for the thaw. He keeps a gray cat that follows him to the depot. He told you the cat was bad luck, but you fed it scraps anyway. The silence stretched. Tola walked to the door. Tola, Zylva started. I am not opening it. I am speaking through it. She pressed her palm flat against the wood. What do you want, Ferris? To come inside before whatever is under this house finds me. There is nothing under the house. You are a terrible liar. I heard the scraping from the tree line. Tola did not correct him. I will stay in the front room, Ferris said. I will not touch the weapons. I will not touch Covran. I will wait until morning, and if your ridge threat does not kill us all by then, I will go. Covran said. Covran is not the one freezing in the snow. Tola turned. Her eyes found Zyla's. He is your brother. He is, Zyla said, and I do not know what he has done. You know he is afraid. Fear does not make someone innocent. Tola looked at the door, at the lock, at the fire. She did not open it, but she did not walk away. Zyla felt the shift, like a blade turning in her ribs. Tola was considering. Tola, who had trusted Covran for years, was standing at the door, listening to a man she had never met because he knew about her brother's cat. That was low-pitting. Zyla moved before she could think about it, back through the main room, past the hearth, into the hallway that led to Covran's study. Her boots made no sound on the stone. She had mapped every board that creaked, every hinge that whispered. The study door was unlatched. She pushed it open. The room smelled of lamp oil and old paper. The desk sat against the far wall, the locked drawer facing her like a challenge. She had watched Covran open it once, weeks ago, when he thought she was not looking. The brass key, the one he kept closest to his body. She did not have that key. She had something else. Her knife slid from her boot. The blade was thin, the tip sharp enough to catch the seam between drawer and frame. She slipped it into the gap, felt for the latch mechanism, and levered. The wood groaned. She stopped, listened. Nothing from the kitchen. Tola was still at the door, Ferris still speaking in a low, urgent voice. She tried again, pressing the blade deeper, finding the brass plate that held the lock in place. 1 screw. 2. The plate shifted. The drawer slid open. Zylva's breath caught. Inside lay a single object, a leather pouch tied with waxed cord, the seam sealed with dark wax. Sister Calvey's seal. The letter Covran had promised to show her after the storm. But beneath it, wedged into the back of the drawer, was something else. A key, older than the ones on Covran's ring. Iron, not brass. The head shaped like a crescent, the teeth worn smooth with use. She reached for it. Her fingers brushed the leather pouch, and the scraping sound returned, so loud it vibrated through the floorboards, so close it seemed to come from inside the walls. The house groaned. Somewhere below, Covran shouted. Tola screamed, and Zylva stood frozen in the study, the letter in one hand, the iron key in the other, as the locked drawer behind her clicked shut as if someone had closed it by hand. Chapter 19. The drawer clicked shut like a mouth closing over a finished word. Zylva did not move. Her fingers stayed locked around the leather pouch and the iron key. Her body braced for the drawer to open again, for a hand to reach out from the darkness behind it. Nothing. The scraping beneath the floor climbed in pitch. Closer. Hungrier. Ferris was shouting something from the front of the house. Tola answered, her voice thin and sharp. Zylva looked down at what she held. The leather pouch was soft with age, the wax seal intact. Dark wax, pressed with a symbol she almost recognized, a circle crossed by a single line. Sister Calvey's mark. The letter Covran had promised to show her after the storm. The iron key sat heavy in her other palm. Crescent-headed, the teeth worn nearly flat. Older than the locks on Covran's ring, older than anything she had seen in Resin House. She turned the key over. The shape was wrong for a door lock. She shoved the key into her pocket. Her hand trembled as she worked the wax seal loose, careful not to tear the leather beneath. The cord gave way. The pouch opened. Inside lay a folded sheet of paper and a second, smaller packet wrapped in oilcloth. The paper was dense with handwriting, small, precise letters that pressed deep into the fibers. Zylva lifted it toward the lamp. To whoever finds this, if you are reading these words, I am dead or silenced. That means the truth I carried is now more dangerous than the lie I was paid to perform. I have written what I know. I have hidden what I could not trust to paper. The rest lives in the body of the woman who paid me to forget. Her name is Zylva Okar. She did not choose the excision. She chose survival. The difference matters. The house groaned. Somewhere below, Covran shouted again, the sound muffled by stone. Zylva ran faster. On the 7th day of the dark moon, 3 people witnessed her consent. Ferris Okar, Miran Jaster, and a woman who signed as Hest. I was the 4th. I performed the procedure. I held her hand while she repeated a prayer to herself. I watched her erase a week of her life because she believed the alternative was worse. She was right. What she carried was not a root. It was a name. A single name, written on a slip of paper, hidden in the lining of her coat. She did not know she was carrying it. She was told it was a supply manifest. The person who gave it to her was the person she trusted most. That person is the reason she cannot remember. Zylva's throat closed. When she learns the truth, she will want to open that slip of paper. She will want to confront the name. Do not let her. The name is a key that opens a door that has already been locked. Beyond that door is not the truth she wants. It is the weapon someone intends to use against everyone she loves. I am sorry I cannot tell you more. I am sorry I could not tell her. But I am leaving this letter with a man I have never met, who I pray will understand what I have done and why. If you were reading this, Covran Hest, guard her. Not because she needs a keeper. Because the road she is trying not to reach leads straight to the person who will use her to burn everything down. Sister Calvey. The paper trembled in Zylva's hands. She read it again. The name, the slip of paper hidden in her coat, the person she trusted most. Ferris. Her brother had used her as a blind courier. He had hidden something in her belongings, something she carried without knowing, through red warrant territory, past checkpoint after checkpoint, and when she had discovered it, when she realized what she had done, he had convinced her that forgetting was the only way to survive. Not to protect her, to protect himself. The smaller packet fell from the oilcloth. A payment record. A list of dates and sums, each one initialed by Ferris Okar. Her brother had paid for her excision. Not the compact, not Covran. Ferris had put his name on every ledger line, paying Sister Calvey in installments, 3 weeks before the procedure. Zylva stared at the numbers until they blurred. The scraping beneath the floor stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Ferris's voice cut through it, close now, no longer from the front of the house. Zylva, I know you were in there. She looked up. He was standing in the study doorway. His face was raw with cold, his coat crusted with ice. His hands were empty. His eyes were not. You found the letter, he said. She did not answer. Give it to me. No! He stepped forward. She stepped back, her spine hitting the desk. Zylva, whatever that letter says, it is not the whole truth. She held up the payment record. You paid for my excision. You told me the compact forced me. You said you were trying to save me. The muscles in his jaw shifted. I was. You lied. Everyone lied, Zylva. Covran lied. Calvey lied. The compact lied. I lied to keep you alive. She thought of the sealed drawer clicking shut behind her, of Covran's terror at the window, of Tola's frozen hands on the linen. How long? She asked. How long have you been paying her? 3 months before the procedure. Before I even knew what I was carrying. He did not answer. What was the name, Ferris? What did you put in my coat? His face went still. You do not want to know. Tell me. If I tell you, you cannot unhear it. And if you remember, you will do exactly what Calvey warned against. You will open the door she tried to lock. Zylva's hand went to her pocket, to the iron key. The house shuddered. From beneath the floor, Covran screamed. Chapter 20. She moved before she decided to move. The iron key was a hard weight in her pocket. The letter was crumpled in her fist. Ferris was still in the study doorway, his mouth open to say something else, something she did not want to hear. She walked past him. Zylva. She kept walking. The main room was dark. Tola stood at the kitchen threshold, her hands pressed flat against the counter, her face the color of old linen. The scraping beneath the floor had stopped. The silence was worse. It meant Covran was either dead or done fighting. Zylva crossed to the storage room door. Tola's voice caught her. "You cannot go down there." "I can." "The lock. I have a key." She did not know if the iron crescent would fit anything below. She did not care. She needed to see him. Not because she trusted him, because she had spent the last hour learning that everyone she had ever trusted had lied, and Covran was the only one still fighting the thing that wanted her silenced. The storage room door was unlocked. She pulled it open and started down. The stairwell swallowed her. The cold hit first, then the smell. Wet stone, old iron, something organic and wrong. She counted steps the way she had counted them the first time she explored this hallway, her hand on the wall, her breath shallow. The lamp was still burning at the bottom. Covran was on his knees at the far end of the corridor, one hand braced against the wall, the other pressed to his side. His shirt was dark with fresh blood. The wound from the crate had torn open again, soaking through the bandage she had wrapped 3 days ago. He looked up when he heard her. His face was gray with pain, his pupils blown wide. He blinked at her like he was not sure she was real. "Zylva, you are bleeding." "I am aware." She crossed the distance and knelt beside him, her hands finding his side before she thought about it. The bandage was pulp. The skin beneath was hot, the edges of the wound gaping. "What happened?" "Found the source of the scraping." Was it? "A crack in the foundation wall. Something has been digging through from the outside. The frost line is deeper than it should be. The stone is crumbling." She stared at him. "Something is digging into the house?" "Not something. Someone. The same someone who has been signaling from the ridge." He winced, shifting his weight. "They are not waiting for the thaw. They are tunneling through the foundation." The iron key in her pocket felt heavier. Covran looked at her hands on his side, then at her face. "You found the letter?" It was not a question. "Yes." "And Ferris? He is upstairs. He followed me to the study." She met his eyes. "He paid for my excision. 3 months of installments. He used me as a blind courier. He hid a name in my coat lining and sent me through red warrant territory." The muscles in Covran's jaw tightened. "I know." "You knew?" "I suspected. I did not know about the payments until Calvey's letter." "Then why did you not tell me?" "Because you were not ready to hear it while he was still your brother." His voice was raw, stripped of its usual control. "I was trying to give you the choice to learn it on your own terms, not have it forced on you in the middle of a crisis." She thought of the sealed drawer, the letter he had promised to show her after the storm, the way he had held back again and again, even when it made her hate him. "You should have told me." "Probably. I am not grateful for this. I am not asking for gratitude." The silence between them was thick with everything unsaid. The scraping sound started again, faint, somewhere deeper in the wall. Covran's hand went to the stone beside him, his knuckles white. "We cannot stay here," he said. "The foundation will not hold. When they breach, they will come through the lower level first. Then we seal it." "With what?" "With whatever we have. The supply crates, the furniture, the rifles." He looked at her for a long moment. Something shifted in his expression, a crack in the mask he wore. "You are not running." "I am done running." She stood, offered him her hand. "I am done letting other people decide what I can and cannot know. If we are going to survive this night, I need you to stop treating me like something fragile that will break if you tell me the truth." He took her hand. His palm was rough, his grip steady despite the blood loss. "What do you need from me?" he asked. "Everything. From now on, no more sealed drawers, no more promises to protect me from my own choices. If I am staying in this house, I stay as your equal, not your charge." "Zylva, I am not finished." She pulled him to his feet, felt him sway, held him steady. "And if anything happens between us, it happens because I choose it." With full refusal still intact, with the door open, with every lock in this house unbarred. His breath caught. "You are setting terms. I am reclaiming ground." He looked at her for a long time. The scraping in the wall grew louder. Somewhere above, Ferris was pacing the main room. Tola was waiting at the kitchen threshold with her hands pressed flat and her loyalty fraying. And Covran, bleeding, exhausted, with nothing left to hide, reached out and touched her face. His fingers were gentle. The gesture was slow, deliberate. A question rather than a claim. "Then choose," he said. "Right now, with the noise in the walls and your brother upstairs and every reason to walk away. Choose what you want." She did not look away. She stepped closer. She kissed him. His hand slid into her hair, careful, always careful, as if she were something precious rather than something broken. The kiss was soft at first, then deeper, hunger bleeding through restraint. She felt his other hand find her waist, pull her against him, the warmth of his body cutting through the cold of the corridor. When she broke the kiss, her forehead rested against his. "I want you," she said, "but I want truth more." "Then you will have both." The scraping in the walls stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, and from the top of the stairwell, Ferris's voice cut through the dark. "Covran, if you touch her again, I will put a bullet through your skull." Zylva's hand went to her boot knife. The night was far from over. Chapter 21. Ferris stood at the top of the stairwell, the rifle in his hands pointed at Covran's chest. Zylva did not move away from Covran. She did not raise her hands. She let Ferris see her standing there, pressed against a bleeding man she had just kissed, and waited for him to understand what that meant. "Step away from him," Ferris said. "No!" "Zylva, you heard me." Her voice was steady. "I am not stepping away from anything." Ferris's jaw worked. The rifle did not lower. "You do not know what you are doing. He has been lying to you since the moment you woke up." "And you have been lying to me longer." The words hit. She saw it in the way his shoulders tightened, the way his eyes flickered to Covran and then back to her, searching for an angle that was not there. "I did what I had to do," Ferris said. "You paid for my excision. You hid a name in my coat. You sent me through Red Warrant territory without telling me what I was carrying." She stepped forward, one hand still on Covran's arm. "You made me a courier for your dead, and then you made me forget I ever carried it." Ferris's face went pale. "You do not understand the full picture." "Then explain it." The scraping sound started again, somewhere deeper in the wall. The house shuddered. Dust sifted from the stones above them. Ferris looked at the ceiling, then at Covran. "We do not have time for this." "Then make time," Zylva said. "Tell me the name you hid in my coat." "No." "I am not asking. You think knowing will save you?" Ferris's voice cracked. "That name is a death sentence, not just for you, for everyone who has ever touched it. I am tired of being protected from my own life." She felt Covran shift beside her, his weight heavy against her shoulder. The blood had soaked through the bandage at his side. He was losing strength. "Tola," she called, not looking away from Ferris. "He needs stitching, properly this time." Tola appeared at the top of the stairs, her face gray in the lamplight. She looked at Ferris, at the rifle, at Covran. "Do not make me choose between you," Tola said quietly. "You already chose," Covran said, "when you let Ferris stay at the door." The words hung in the air. Tola's hands tightened at her sides. "I did not open it." "You did not walk away either." "Enough." Zylva stepped between them. "We are all standing in a house that is being tunneled into from below. Ferris has a rifle. Covran is bleeding. And whatever is digging through the foundation is almost through." She looked at each of them in turn. "We seal the lower level. We move everything we can carry to the main floor, and we hold until dawn." "And then?" Ferris asked. "Then we see who is still standing." The next hour was a blur of motion. Zylva directed them with the precision of someone who had spent years mapping terrain, reading angles, calculating fallback positions. The supply crates from the storage room came first, dragged to the stairwell and stacked in a barricade 3 deep. The furniture followed, a heavy oak table, the bench from the kitchen, the iron stove grate that Covran lifted with his bloodied hands despite Tola's protests. Ferris worked beside her in silence. His rifle stayed strapped across his back. Every time their hands brushed moving a crate, he flinched as if burned. When the barricade was waist-high, Zylva stopped. "That will hold for a while." "Not long enough," Covran said. He was sitting on the bottom stair, Tola's hands working at his side with thread and needle. The wound was deeper than the first time. The blood had soaked through 2 layers of cloth. "You need to rest," Tola said. "I need to stay conscious." "You need both." Zylva crouched beside him. "But if you pass out, I will leave you on the floor and let Ferris watch." Covran laughed. It was a raw, broken sound. "You would not." "Try me." His eyes met hers. There was something in them that had not been there before the kiss, a softness he could not hide, a crack in the armor that let her see the exhaustion underneath. "I am not going anywhere," he said. "Good." She helped him stand. His arm went around her shoulders, and she felt the full weight of him, the heat of his fever through his shirt, the tremor in his hand where it gripped her collar. They climbed the stairs together. Ferris was watching them from the kitchen threshold. "You are making a mistake," he said. "I have made plenty of mistakes tonight." Zylva settled Covran into a chair at the kitchen table. "Trusting you was one of them. I am not making it again. This is not about trust. This is about survival. That is what you said when you hid the name in my coat. That is what you said when you paid for my excision. That is what you will say when you kill someone else to protect what you have done." She turned to face him. "I am done with your survival. I am done paying the cost of it." Ferris's face twisted. "You do not know what I have lost. I know what I lost. A brother, a week of my life, the memory of my own choices." Her voice broke, but she did not stop. "I lost the right to know what I was carrying, and you took it from me. I took it so you would live. You took it so you would live." The silence stretched between them, sharp as a blade. The house settled into a watch. Tola took the first shift at the main window, rifle across her knees, eyes fixed on the snow. Ferris sat at the far end of the kitchen, his back to the wall, the space between him and Zylva wider than the room itself. Covran slept. His breathing was shallow but steady. Zylva had her hand on his chest, counting each rise and fall. The fire burned low. The scraping beneath the floor had stopped. She closed her eyes, and then the smell hit her. Resin smoke. Antiseptic. A room with no windows. She was on a cot. Her palms were sweating. A woman's voice said something she could not quite catch, and then Ferris stepped into her field of vision, his face drawn and pale. "You do not get to know where she is," he said. He was not talking to her. He was talking to someone behind her, someone she could not see. "She is gone, and if you try to find her, I will bury you deeper than the road." Zylva's eyes snapped open. The fire crackled. Covran's chest rose and fell beneath her hand. Ferris was still sitting at the far end of the kitchen, his head bowed, his hands empty. She looked at her palm. The faint white scar caught the firelight. "You do not get to know where she is." Who was Ferris talking to? And who was the woman he was trying to protect? Chapter 22. The fire had burned down to embers when the smell hit her again. Resin smoke, sharp, familiar in a way that made her stomach clench. Zylva's hand went to Covran's chest, checking for breath that was still there. Her palm pressed against the rhythm of his heartbeat, counting beats, anchoring herself to the present. But the smell kept coming. Not from the hearth, from inside her skull. A room with no windows, a cot beneath her. The resin smoke curling from a brass burner on the table beside her. Sister Calvey sat across from her, hands folded, patient, gray hair pulled back, eyes that had seen too much and flinched at none of it. "You understand what this costs?" Calvey said. Zylva nodded. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs to stop them. "I need you to say it. I understand what this costs. And what you are paying for." The words stuck in her throat. She swallowed. "I am paying to forget a week, 7 days, no more." Calvey studied her. "The incision will be cosmetic. The burn is internal. You will wake with fragments, sensations, images that do not connect. That is the nature of the work. The body remembers even when the mind does not." "I know. You will not recognize what you have lost until you need it." Zylva's jaw tightened. "Then I will learn to need something else." Calvey reached into her robe and produced a ledger book, worn at the edges, the leather darkened by years of handling. She opened it to a marked page and turned it toward Zylva. "Sign here." Zylva's hand moved. She did not look at what she was signing. Her eyes were fixed on the brass burner, the curl of resin smoke, the way it rose and vanished into nothing. "And the payment?" Calvey closed the ledger. "Paid in full. Your brother settled the account 3 weeks ago." The words hit her like a blow. "My brother, Ferris O'Carr. He was very insistent." Zylva's hand was shaking. She pulled it away from Covran's chest and looked at her palm. The white scar caught the firelight. She had done something with that hand, that night in the clinic, something she could not remember. She pressed her thumb into the scar, hard enough to feel the old tissue pull. What else did I sign? The question was still burning when she heard it. A voice, low, careful, coming from somewhere beyond the kitchen door. She rose without a sound. Covran did not stir. Tola was at the main window, her back turned, and Ferris's chair was empty. The door to the corridor stood slightly ajar. Zylva moved toward it. Her boot knife was still in her hand, the blade catching the low light. She had not even realized she had drawn it. The voice came again. Ferris's voice. "I told you. She does not know." A pause. Then another voice, too low to make out the words, coming from somewhere below, not from the lower level, from the service hatch beside the storage stairs. Zylva pressed herself against the wall and edged closer. The service hatch was a narrow square at knee height, used for passing things between floors without climbing the stairs. It had been blocked when she and Covran set the barricade, but someone had moved the crate that covered it. Ferris was crouched in front of it. His back was to her. His head was bent close to the gap. "I cannot hold her much longer," he said. "She is remembering." The voice from the other side answered. Zylva could only catch fragments. "Too fast. Do not let her. The road is open." Ferris's shoulders tightened. "She will not listen to me. Not now. Not after the letter." Another pause. Then I will do what I should have done in Kadar. He reached into the hatch. Something metallic scraped against the stone floor. Zylva's breath stopped. Ferris straightened. He had a small leather pouch in his hand, the same size and shape as the one that had held Calvey's letter. He tucked it into his coat without looking at it. "Stay below," he said. "I will come for you when it is done." He turned. Zylva had no time to move. The corridor was too narrow. The open door was too close. Their eyes met. Ferris froze. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the crackle of the fire in the kitchen and the faint scrape of something moving in the tunnel beneath the house. "You heard," Ferris said. "Every word. Then you know I am not finished. I know you are still lying." Zala's voice was flat. "Who is below?" "No one you need to know. I decide who I need to know." Ferris's mouth twisted. He looked at her the way he had in Kadar, when she had come to him shaking, and he had smiled and told her everything would be fine. "I am trying to save you," he said. "You are trying to save yourself. You always have. Zylva, do not say my name, not after what you have done." She stepped forward. The blade was still in her hand. "What was in the pouch?" "Something I hid. Something you were not meant to find. I found the letter. I found the key. I will find this too." Ferris's eyes flicked to the kitchen door. "He is dying, Covran. You know that. The wound is too deep. Tola can stitch him, but she cannot stop what is coming." "Then I will stop it myself." "You cannot. I have been underestimated my whole life." Zylva held his gaze. "You are not the first person to think I am weaker than I am." Ferris said nothing. The scraping sound beneath the floor grew louder, closer. He looked down at the hatch, then back at her. "The road is open," he said. "You do not get to choose who walks through it." He turned and walked past her, into the main room. His footsteps faded toward the front of the house. Zylva stood in the corridor. The service hatch gaped at her feet. She crouched and looked through. Darkness, cold air, the smell of earth and iron, and something moving at the bottom of the shaft, something that breathed in short, ragged gasps. She waited. The breathing stopped. Then a voice rose from the dark, thin as a blade. Zylva. She knew that voice. She could not place it, but she knew it. The hatch slammed shut. Something grabbed her ankle from above. She spun, blade raised, and found herself staring into Tola's face. "Do not," Tola said. "Do not go down there." "I heard." "You heard nothing. That was the wind. That was the house settling. It was a voice. It said my name." Tola's grip tightened. There is nothing below but stone and earth, and whatever the frost has cracked open. The hatch goes to a drainage channel. It is not a room. It is not a hiding place. Then why is there a hatch at all? Tola's eyes were dark. Because Covran built it, and he built it for a reason you are not ready to understand. She released Zylva's ankle and stood. "Come back to the kitchen. Keep watch. If you hear anything from below, wake me." Zylva did not move. "Hatch was blocked," she said. "Someone moved the crate." Tola's face went still. "Who?" Zylva looked toward the front of the house where Ferris had gone. "You already know," she said. Tola closed her eyes. The scraping beneath the floor stopped, and in the silence, Zylva heard the voice again, faint and distant, repeating the words that had followed her through every fragment, every dream, every moment of waking stillness. "Do not let her reach the road." Chapter 23. Tola's hand stayed on Zylva's ankle, her grip hard enough to bruise. "I said, leave it!" Zylva did not move. The hatch sat closed at her feet, stone grinding against stone where it had settled back into its frame. The voice still rang in her skull, familiar and wrong, like a word she could almost read in the dark. "Who is down there?" "No one." "You are lying." Tola released her ankle and stood. The firelight caught the gray in her braid, the hard line of her jaw. "I have been in Resin House since before Covran. I know every room, every crack in the foundation, every drain. There is nothing below but the drainage channel and whatever the frost has pushed through." "Then why did Covran build it?" "Because he needed a way out if the front door was compromised." Zylva studied her. The medic's hands were steady. Her voice did not waver, but her eyes flicked left when she said the word compromised, a tell so small Zylva almost missed it. "You are not telling me everything." "No." Tola met her gaze. "I am telling you what you need to survive the night. The rest can wait until Covran wakes." "If he wakes." Tola said nothing. The scraping beneath the floor had stopped. The silence felt heavier than the noise, a held breath waiting to break. Zylva pushed past her and walked to the kitchen. Covran was still on the bottom stair, propped against the wall where Tola had left him. His face was gray, the bandage at his side dark with fresh blood. Ferris stood by the fire, arms crossed, watching the window. "Anything?" Zylva asked. "Shadows," Ferris said. "Nothing moving." "Then why are you watching?" "Because something will move soon." She did not answer. She crossed to the window and looked out. The ridge was a dark smear against the sky, the trees black and skeletal. No signal lamps, no movement, but the air felt wrong, charged like the silence before a rock slide. A sound broke the stillness, distant, rhythmic. Hooves. Zylva's hand went to her knife. "Rider," Ferris said. "Coming up the switchback." "Alone?" Too fast to tell. The hoofbeats grew louder, closer, a hard gallop that did not slow for the snow. Zylva pressed her face to the glass, straining to see. A horse emerged from the tree line, coat dark with sweat, rider slumped low over the neck. The horse stumbled, recovered, and drove toward the gate. "Someone is hurt," Zylva said. Ferris was already moving. He crossed to the door and pulled the bars free before she could stop him. "Ferris, if they are bleeding, they are not a threat." He opened the door and stepped out. The horse reached the gate and stopped, sides heaving. The rider slid off before the animal could finish its halt, landing hard on the packed snow. Zylva followed Ferris into the cold. The rider was a woman, mid-30s, her coat slashed open at the shoulder, blood soaking through the wool. She had a dispatch bag strapped across her chest, sealed with wax. "Jaster's runner," Ferris said. The woman raised her head. Her face was pale, her lips cracked. "Okar," she said. "Miran sent me. Said you would be here." "Why?" "Message." She fumbled at the dispatch bag, hands shaking. He said to deliver it to Zylva, no one else. Zylva stepped forward. I am Zylva. The woman studied her, then pulled a folded paper from the bag and held it out. Zylva took it. Riders, the woman said, coming up the old supply road. 4 of them. They hit us at the cash depot. Who? Red warrant, or hired hands. They did not announce themselves. She swayed. Ferris caught her arm, steadied her. Inside, he said. They moved together, Ferris half carrying the runner, Zylva following with the dispatch bag. The horse stood at the gate, head down, breath clouding the cold air. Tola met them at the door with a cloth and a sharp look. Put her on the table. Ferris laid the woman on the kitchen table. Tola cut away the torn coat and assessed the wound, a deep gash across the shoulder, not clean but not arterial. Zylva, Tola said, I need you. She crossed to the table, took the cloth Tola handed her, and pressed it against the woman's shoulder. The runner gasped, then gritted her teeth. Read the message, the woman said. Miran said to read it now. Zylva unfolded the paper. The handwriting was tight, cramped, as if written in a hurry or in bad light. Zylva, supply line compromised. The depot at Sene is watching the trail, but every cache between the ridge and the pass is short. Someone has been buying maps of your routes. Detailed work, in your hand, sold through a broker in Kadar 3 weeks before the excision. I do not know who sold them, but they are being used to track movement through the corridor. If you are still at Resin House, do not stay. The house is a fixed point. They will come to you if they know where you are. The witness you were carrying is named. I have her in Sene, waiting for the thaw. If anything happens to me, Covran knows where to look. Do not trust the chain. The chain is broken. Jester Zylva read it twice. The chain is broken. Ferris. He turned from the fire. Jester says someone has been selling my route maps in Kadar, before the excision. Ferris's face went still. That was before you came to me. 3 weeks before. Then it was not the compact. It was someone who had access to your maps before you reached me. Or someone I gave them to. She watched his face, looking for the tell. He did not flinch, but his hand moved, a small, unconscious gesture toward the pocket where he had hidden the leather pouch. What did you find in the pouch? Zylva asked. Nothing you need to know. Ferris. Zylva. His voice hardened. I found a name that will get everyone in this room killed if it reaches the wrong ears. I am keeping it safe until I know what to do with it. You kept the name in my coat safe. You used me as a courier to move it through Red Warrant territory. I did what I had to. You always say that. He did not answer. The runner on the table groaned. Tola looked up, needles and thread in hand. She needs rest. Zylva, step back. Zylva released the cloth. Her hands were red, the blood already cooling. She looked at the dispatch bag still strapped to the woman's chest. Something was inside. Something rectangular, pressing against the leather. She reached for it. Leave it, Tola said. Miran sent it to me. Miran sent a message. That is a different thing. Zylva pulled the bag open. Inside was a ledger, small, leather-bound, the cover stained with something dark. She opened it. Columns of names, dates, payments. Her name was there. Multiple entries, each one marked with a single letter. F. Ferris. Ferris. He looked at her. You paid for the excision. You paid for the maps. What else did you pay for? His eyes held hers for a long moment. Everything, he said. I paid for everything. The kitchen door swung open. Covran stood in the frame, one hand pressed to his side, his face the color of ash. Jester is dead, he said. I just received the signal. Zylva's blood went cold. Who sent it? His runner, the one who did not make it. Tully looked down at the woman on the table. She was still breathing, but her pulse was thin, thready. Then who is she? Zylva asked. No one answered. The woman's hand moved, reaching for something in her coat. Ferris drew his knife. Zylva, step back. Do not. The woman's hand emerged. She was holding a piece of paper, folded, the edges torn. She held it out to Zylva. Read it, she said. Please. Zylva took it. The handwriting was different, softer, older. Zylva, if you are reading this, I am dead. Do not trust Miran. Do not trust Ferris. The chain is not broken. It was never whole. She is still alive. I kept her hidden. Find the road. Find her. Before they do. Your mother Zylva stared at the paper. The words did not make sense. Her mother had been dead for 3 years. The woman on the table smiled. She is not dead, she said. None of them are. Not your mother, not the witness, not the road. Zylva's hand shook. Who are you? The woman's eyes met hers. I am the one who should have done the excision. The gunshot cracked from the tree line. Glass shattered. Covran dropped. Zylva hit the floor, the paper still in her hand, the world collapsing around her. Chapter 24. The glass was still falling. Zylva pressed herself flat against the floorboards, the letter crushed in her fist, her mother's words burning through her fingers. The cold air poured through the broken window, carrying the sharp bite of snow and the smell of gunpowder. Covran lay 3 feet from her, not moving. Tola was already crawling toward him, one hand pressed to her own shoulder where a shard of glass had sliced through her sleeve. Ferris had disappeared. The woman on the table, Hest, if that was who she really was, had rolled off the far side and was crouched against the cabinet, one hand clamped over her bleeding shoulder. Another shot cracked from the tree line. The wood frame above Zylva's head splintered. She moved, not away from the window, toward Covran. She grabbed his collar and dragged him sideways, out of the line of fire, her boots slipping on the bloody floor. His body was dead weight, too heavy, but she pulled until his head cleared the strip of moonlight falling through the broken glass. Tola caught his shoulders and finished the drag. He's alive, she said. For now. The bullet caught his side. Missed the lung, I think. He's been shot twice in one night. Counting is not helping. Get the window. Zylva looked at the shattered frame. The shutters were gone, ripped off by the impact. Beyond them, the tree line was a wall of darkness, close enough for a good marksman to pick targets through the gap. Where is the lantern? Kitchen, hanging above the table. Lower the wick. Stay dark. Tola moved. Zylva grabbed the fallen stove stool and jammed it into the window frame, wedging it at an angle that would deflect a clean shot. It was temporary. It was nothing. Another crack. The stool splintered. Zylva dropped flat, her heart slamming against her ribs. The marksman was patient. He was aiming for the window, not the door. That meant he knew the layout. He knew where they would try to look out, where they would try to shoot back. He had been watching. Tola, the rifles. In the storage room. I need 3. And the box of cartridges under the shelf. Tola paused. You do not have a clear shot. I am not going to take one. Then what? Zylva was already moving, keeping low, her body following the path she had memorized during the long days of confinement. She knew every angle of this house, every corner, every narrow corridor that could be used as a firing lane. She reached the storage room and pulled 3 rifles from the rack. The cartridges were where she had left them, under the loose board beneath the shelf. She loaded the first rifle and set it on the landing at the top of the basement stairs, angled toward the window, but not through it, a position that covered the approach, not the opening. The second rifle she wedged into the crack of the kitchen door, pointing at the front gate. The third she kept. She crawled back to the main room, staying below the window line, and found Tola crouched beside Covran, a folded cloth pressed to his side. Ferris, Zylva said. Where is Ferris? Tola shook her head. Gone. When the first shot hit, he went toward the back of the house. He went outside. I do not know what he did. Zylva's jaw tightened. The tree line was still. The marksman was waiting. She pressed herself against the wall beside the broken window, her rifle barrel resting on the sill, not pointing out, pointing at the wall opposite. A deflection angle. If he shot through the frame, the bullet would hit the far wall, not her. The cold crept through the gaps in the shattered glass. She waited. A shift in the snow, a shadow moving between the pines. She did not fire. The shadow stopped, held, then withdrew. The marksman was testing, learning. She counted heartbeats. At 10, a crack split the air. The bullet punched through the doorframe, not the window. He had adjusted. He had expected her to move. She stayed still. Tola, how long until he tries the back door? If he is smart, he already has. Zylva lowered the rifle and moved. She took the basement stairs 2 at a time, her boots silent on the stone. The lower corridor was dark, colder than the main floor, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and old blood. The barricade was still in place. Crates, furniture, the iron stove grate. But the crack in the foundation wall was wider. She crouched beside it, pressing her ear to the stone. Nothing. No scraping, no voice, just the wind, high and thin, threading through the gaps in the stonework. She turned and climbed back up. The main room was silent. Tola had lowered the lantern wick to a single amber thread. Covran was breathing, shallow but steady. The woman, Hest, was sitting up now, her shoulder bandaged, her face pale. "Ferris is not back," Tola said. "How long?" "Long enough to have walked to the tree line and back twice." Zylva looked at the broken window. The snow had stopped falling. The sky was clearing, a hard winter sky, the stars sharp and cold. She saw them then. Footprints, leading from the back of the house, away from the tree line, curving around the side where the window had been shot out. Fresh prints, coming from the wrong direction. The door of the service hatch, the one Tola had blocked, was open. Zylva crossed the room and looked down. The hatch was dark, empty. A thin trail of snow leading from the edge of the opening into the tunnel below. "Tola!" Tola looked up from Covran's wound. Ferris did not go outside to fight. Tola said nothing. He went down. He went through the hatch into whatever is below, and he came back from the other side. Tola's face was unreadable. "Where does the tunnel lead?" "I told you, a drainage channel. You lied to me. I protected you. You lied." The front door opened. Ferris stepped through, his coat crusted with fresh snow, his boots wet, his face blank. He did not look at Zylva. He walked to the table and set something down. A small iron box, sealed, the crescent symbol stamped into the lid. "Where did you go?" Zylva said. "I went to make sure we survived the night." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one you are getting." She looked at his boots. The snow was on the wrong side, not the front, not the tree line, the back, the hatch, the tunnel that should not exist, and on the floor beside the box, a single drop of blood, fresh, not yet dry. Chapter 25. The iron box sat on the table like a wound that had not finished bleeding. Zylva stared at the crescent stamped into the lid, the same curve as the tattoo behind her ear, the same shape as the key in Covan's drawer, the same symbol she had seen in Calvey's wax seal, the circle crossed by a single line, but broken open, incomplete. "Open it," she said. Ferris did not move. "I said, open it." "You do not want to see what is inside." "I do not care what I want." She stepped toward him, her boots silent on the stone. "You went through the tunnel. You brought back a box marked with the same symbol that is carved into my skin. You will open it, or I will put a bullet through the lid and find out that way." Ferris looked at her. His face was hollow. Not the careful blankness he wore when lying, but something deeper, something that had been scraped clean. "You begged him," he said. The words hit her like a fist to the chest. "What?" "Before the excision, you begged Covran not to let you leave." Ferris's voice was flat, emptied of accusation. "I heard you. I was standing outside the room when you said it. You told him that no matter how much you hated him when you woke, no matter what you said or did, he could not let you walk out the door." The air in the room changed. Zylva's hand went to the scar on her palm, the white line that had always been there, the one she could not remember earning. "I did not say that." "You did." "I would never." "You did not know me then." Ferris's eyes held hers. "You did not trust me. Whatever you saw, whatever you carried, whatever name I hid in your coat, it broke something in you. And when you decided to forget, you chose him to hold the pieces." The room tilted. Not literally. The floor stayed solid beneath her feet, but something inside Zylva shifted. A seam she had not known was there, and through it poured a sensation she could not name. Resin smoke. Cold iron. A voice that was her own, hoarse and raw, speaking words she could not hear but felt. Do not let me leave. The fragment hit without warning. She was standing in a room she did not recognize. Narrow, low ceiling, a single lamp burning on a table covered in instruments. Covran was in front of her, his face unreadable, his hands at his sides, and she was gripping his wrists so hard her knuckles were white. Do not let me leave, her voice, but wrong, broken. She heard herself say it again. Even if I hate you, even if I fight, even if I beg, do not let me walk out that door. Covran had not moved, had not promised, had only looked at her with those dark, still eyes, and nodded once. Then the fragment was gone. Zylva blinked. She was back in the main room of Resin House. The fire had burned low. The iron box sat on the table. Ferris was watching her with something that might have been grief. You remember, he said. No. Her voice was steadier than she felt. I feel it. I do not remember it. That is how it works. She looked down at her hand, still pressed to her palm. The scar was warm. Why him? She said. Why did I trust him and not you? Ferris did not answer. You were my brother. You were the only family I had left. Why would I choose a stranger over you? Because you knew. His voice cracked on the last word. You always knew, Zyle, even before you found proof. You felt it, the way I looked at you, the way I talked about the convoy, the way I never quite met your eyes when you asked about the route. You knew I was hiding something. You just did not want to name it. And Covran? Covran never lied to you. Ferris's jaw tightened. He withheld. He controlled. He locked you in a room and decided what you were ready to hear. But he never lied. And you, he stopped, swallowed. You were so tired of being lied to. The words hung in the air. Zylva thought of the fragment, her own voice, raw and desperate, begging a man she barely remembered to keep her prisoner. Some part of her had trusted Covran more than she trusted herself now. That was unbearable, because if she could not trust her own instincts, her own hunger for freedom, her own certainty that confinement was wrong, then what was left to believe? She looked at the iron box. Open it, she said again. Ferris reached out and lifted the lid. Inside was a bundle of papers, yellowed, folded tight, tied with a strip of leather that had been cut clean, not torn. And on top of the papers, a single object. A tin. Small, bent at one corner. The lid dented with faded flowers. Zylva's breath stopped. She knew that tin. She had held it in her hands 100 times as a child. Had watched her mother open it to count the stones inside. 11 smooth river stones. Each one a gift Zylva had placed in her mother's upturned palm. Ferris's hands were shaking. She kept them, he said. After she died, I found the tin in her things. I thought it was just stones. I did not know. He stopped. Zylva picked up the tin. It was lighter than she remembered. She pried the lid open. Inside were the stones, 11 of them, smooth, worn, each one still warm from being pressed against something, someone, for years. And beneath the stones, a slip of paper. Not the name, not the route, not the death sentence Ferris had hidden in her coat. Different handwriting. Her mother's. If you are reading this, I am not dead. Come find me before they do. The world went quiet. Zylva looked up. Ferris was staring at the note, his face ashen. Where is she? Zylva said. I do not know. You brought me this box. You went through a tunnel that should not exist. You know something. I know that the road is real. Ferris's voice was barely a whisper. I know that the name I hid in your coat was the key to finding her, and I know that the marksmen outside, the tunnelers below, the entire corridor, everyone is looking for the same thing. What? Your mother, and the witness she kept hidden. The lamp guttered. In the silence that followed, Zylva heard it. A scrape. Not from the windows, not from the tree line, from beneath the floor. The tunnelers had not stopped. They had been waiting. And now, with the box open and the tin in her hands, they knew she had found what they were looking for. The scraping grew louder, closer, right beneath her feet, and then the stone floor cracked. Chapter 26. The stone floor cracked beneath Zyla's feet. She stumbled back. The tin clattered against the table. Ferris grabbed her arm, hauled her away from the spreading fissure. "We have to move," he said. Zyla's ears were ringing, not from the crack, from something else, a sound that lived deeper than the present moment. Resin smoke, wet wool, a ledger page turning. She blinked and saw it, not with her eyes, with her skin. A table, lantern light, her fingers on a column of figures, marks in someone else's handwriting, payments, dates, initials, and one entry that did not fit, a name she almost knew. Kadar Spur, 18 dead, survivors 1, Zyle. Ferris's voice was distant. Zyle, the floor. She was not in Resin House anymore. She was in a room that smelled of boiled coffee and old leather. A man across from her, broad-shouldered, a scar splitting his eyebrow. He slid a piece of paper across the table and said, "Your brother's debt." The memory rose like water through cracked stone. Not clean, not sequential. Fragments that burned. A road at night. Torches. The convoy stretched along the spur, 20 wagons, 40 pack animals, 60 people counting the drivers and guards. She had been riding behind the middle cart because Ferris had asked her to. "Stay back, watch the rear. I need someone I trust on the flanks." She had trusted him. The first shot came from the ridge above, not a signal, a kill shot. The lead driver dropped before he hit the ground. Then the torches went out. Then the screaming started. Zylva's hands found the table edge. Real wood, real lantern, real. She was back. The floor groaned under her weight. "What did you sell?" she said. Ferris's face went pale. "Not now." "What did you sell, Ferris?" The words came out cold. She did not recognize her own voice. "I sold roots." His throat worked up. "After the convoy, after I woke up in the snow with 20 dead around me and the red warrant standing over me with a ledger. They wanted compensation. They wanted the names of everyone who had crossed their territory through compact passes. They wanted route names." Zylva saw it now, the ledger at the table, the scarred man's finger tracing a column. Centerist, Carazal Slope, Blackwater Fork. "You gave them the spur." "I gave them the spur because it was already compromised. They would have taken it anyway. I gave them the small routes first, the ones no one used anymore. I told myself it was just information, geography, lines on a map. And then?" His jaw tightened. "And then they wanted more." The floor cracked again, wider this time. The table tilted. Tola was shouting from somewhere behind them. Cofrin's name, a warning. Zylva could not hear the words. She could only see the faces, the drivers, the guards, the woman who had been riding beside her, the one who had shared her water skin at the last checkpoint, the one who had said, "Your brother seems nervous tonight. Is he always like this?" Zylva had laughed. "He is always like this. Worrying, planning. He thinks if he controls every variable, nothing bad will happen." The woman had nodded. "I admire that." She was dead before dawn. Zylva did not know her name. "Do you remember their faces?" Zylva said. Ferris flinched. "Every night. Every single night, Zyl. I see them. The ones who burned, the ones who bled out, the ones who looked at me like I could have stopped it." "Could you?" "No, but you could have told me." He did not answer. "You could have told me what you owed. You could have let me help. Instead, you paid them with strangers, with information, with... It was not just information." The words tore out of him. After the spur, they wanted access. They wanted routes that would get their people through compact checkpoints without papers. They wanted safe passage for shipments I was not supposed to know about. And I gave it to them because if I did not, they would have killed you. The room went still. Zylva stared at him. "After the convoy," Ferris said, "I owed them everything. Everything I had, everything I would ever earn, everything I could steal. They did not want money. They wanted leverage. They wanted a way into the Compact's network. And I was the door. And I was the key." He closed his eyes. "I did not know they would use you. I did not know they would put you on the route with a name hidden in your coat. I thought they just wanted maps. I thought if I kept feeding them paper, they would leave you alone. But they did not. No, and that is why I paid to forget. Yes. The floor cracked again, louder, a seam splitting the stone. Tola screamed. Something was coming through. Chapter 27. The floor buckled. Not a crack this time, a rupture. Stone grinding against stone as the foundation gave way beneath the kitchen table. Zylva grabbed for the edge, missed, and felt her weight shift toward the dark opening spreading at her feet. Ferris caught her arm. His grip was desperate, not gentle. He hauled her backward across the tilting floor until her boots found solid stone again. The table slid into the hole and disappeared. The crash of it hitting something below echoed up through the gap. Tola was screaming somewhere behind them. The wounded woman had rolled off her table and was pressed against the far wall, one hand clamped over her bleeding shoulder. Zylva could not look at any of them. She was still in the room with the scarred man, still watching his finger trace the ledger, still hearing her own voice say, "How much does he owe?" The memory had not finished with her. She had signed something that night, a paper, a promise. The scarred man had pushed it across the table and said, "This guarantees your brother's debt is paid, no matter what happens to him." She had not read the fine print. She had been too busy trying to stop her hands from shaking. Zyl, Ferris's voice, close, too close. She pulled away from him. "Stay back. I just saved you from falling. You just did what you always do." She turned to face him fully. The floor groaned beneath her feet, but she held her ground. "You show up at the last moment and act like that erases everything that came before." His jaw tightened. "That is not fair." "Fair," she laughed. It came out hollow. "You sold routes to the people who massacred a convoy. You gave them access to compact checkpoints. You let them use me as a courier for a name I was never supposed to carry. And you expect me to care about fair? I did it to keep you alive." "No," she shook her head slowly. "You did it to keep yourself from looking at what you had become." The silence between them stretched. Then the floor cracked again, not beneath the kitchen this time, farther in, toward the hallway that led to the lower level. The sound of stone splitting traveled through the walls like a warning bell. Tola appeared at the kitchen doorway, her face smeared with Covran's blood. "We need to move him, now! The foundation is going to give way all the way to the basement stairs." Zylva nodded, and something in the movement triggered another fragment. A stairwell, Resin House, but different. The walls were not lined with supply crates. They were bare stone, slick with moisture, and she was descending them alone with a lantern in her hand and a name burning in her chest. The name Ferris had hidden in her coat. She had known what it meant. She had known the moment she touched the slip of paper that it was a key to something she would rather not unlock. And she had gone down those stairs anyway, because if she did not, Ferris would find out where she had hidden the proof. She had hidden it beneath Resin House, not in the tunnel. Somewhere the tunnel did not reach. A chamber, a vault, a place Covran had built for reasons he never explained. And she had emptied herself of the knowledge so Ferris could not force it out of her. "Zyl." Tola's voice now, closer. "What did you hide?" Zylva blinked. The kitchen came back into focus. Tola was standing in front of her, Covran's weight braced against her shoulder, her gray streaked braid coming loose, her eyes sharp with urgency. "What did you hide beneath this house?" The question hit like a fist, because Tola already knew. She had always known. The tunnel, the hatch, the voice from below, the leather pouch Ferris had retrieved. They were all connected to something Zylva had buried in her own mind, and Tola had been trying to keep her from reaching it. "Where is Covran?" Zylva said. "Here." The voice came from behind Tola. Covran had pulled himself upright, one hand pressed against his side, the other braced against the doorframe. His face was gray, his shirt was dark with blood, but he was standing. Zylva crossed to him before she thought about it. "You let me hide something beneath your house?" He did not deny it. "You let me choose excision so I would not lead Ferris to it." Still nothing. "And you have been keeping me away from the lower level because if I went down there, I would remember, and Ferris would see it in my face before I could stop him." Covran's eyes held hers. "Yes." The word landed like a stone. "Then tell me what it is," Zylva said. "Tell me what I hid." Covran's breath came slow, waited. He looked past her, toward Ferris, who had not moved from the edge of the broken floor, then back at Zylva. "I do not know exactly what you hid. You did not tell me. You told me you needed a place where something could stay safe until you remembered why you had to hide it in the first place." "Something or someone?" A pause. "Someone." The floor groaned again. A new crack spidered across the stone between the kitchen and the hallway. Somewhere below, something scraped. Not the tunnelers now, something closer. "Ferris will kill for whatever you hid." Covran's voice dropped. "That is what I know. That is why I agreed. That is why I locked every door and told no one what you had asked me to protect." Zylva stared at him. She had chosen him because he never lied to her, and he had kept her in the dark anyway. But he had kept the promise, the one she had asked for, the one she had begged him to make while she still remembered what she was fleeing. "Where is the entrance?" she said. Covran's hand moved to the wall beside him. His fingers found a seam in the stone, invisible until he pressed, and a section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow stair descending into absolute darkness. Zylva looked down at the steps. Somewhere at the bottom, a witness or a cache waited, something Ferris would kill to reach, something she had erased herself to protect. The scraping beneath Resin House stopped. Every lamp in the kitchen guttered. The stairwell breathed cold air up at her like a throat drawing breath. And from the darkness below, a voice she knew said her name. Chapter 28. The cold from the broken floor seeped through Ferris's boots as he stood at the edge of the light, watching Zylva descend. The stairwell swallowed her. He did not follow. He stood with his hands at his sides, the iron box's crescent symbol still warm against his chest where the tin had rested, and let the silence after her footsteps settle over him like a shroud. This was always where it ended. Not with a knife, not with a gunshot. With his sister choosing a stranger over the blood they shared, and him standing alone in the wreckage of every bargain he had made to keep her alive. The smoke from the guttering lamps curled toward the hole in the floor. Ferris remembered smoke. He remembered the way it had smelled that night on the Kadar spur. Pine resin and blood and the sharp chemical stink of burning pack oil. He remembered the horses screaming first, always the horses, their voices carrying farther than human throats could reach, and then the torches going out, one by one, as the ridgeline went dark. He had been riding at the rear because that was where he always put himself. The rear was where you watched for followers, where you killed the wounded animals, where you made the kind of decisions that allowed the people ahead of you to keep moving without looking back. Zylva had been at the rear too that night, because he had asked her to watch the flank. The memory burned. Not the ambush itself, the arrows slamming into the Quartermaster's chest, the way the horses had reared and snapped their traces, the screaming that went on long after the torches died. Those images had faded into a cold, factual summary he could recite without flinching. What burned was the moment after, when the arrows stopped and the ridge went quiet, and the red warrant riders slid down the scree slope like water finding a channel. When he had crawled out from under the dead horse and seen the Quartermaster's body with its throat cut and the ledger book still tucked into his saddlebag, blood-soaked but legible. And the scarred man had appeared out of the dark with a paper in his hand. Your brother's debt. Not Ferris's debt. Not the Quartermaster's debt. Your brother's debt. The scarred man had known exactly which word would land. Not a number, not a demand. A claim. A hook driven into the soft tissue of blood loyalty. Because blood was the only currency the Red Warrant understood, and the only one Ferris could not refuse. 18 dead, 1 survivor. He had looked at the bodies in the snow, and known that every single one of them was a debt that would be collected from him, because he was the one who had led them through the spur, the one who had promised the route was clean, the one who walked away breathing while the woman who had taught him how to read a mountain pass lay crumpled against a shattered supply crate with an arrow through her throat. 18 dead, 1 survivor. And the survivor owed. Small routes first, unused trails, a checkpoint schedule here and there, Nothing that would get anyone killed, just paper, just signatures, just the kind of information that traveled through the corridor every day without anyone noticing. Then the spur itself. Then compact access. Each step had felt smaller than the one before. A slip, not a fall. A compromise, not a betrayal. And every time the scarred man had slid another paper across the table, Ferris had told himself the same thing. This keeps Zylva alive. This keeps her out of it. This keeps her clean. He had believed it. He had needed to believe it. Because the alternative was looking at his sister's face and admitting that he had sold the route that killed their mother's convoy. That he had traded strangers' lives for his own survival. That the blood on the Kadar spur was not the Red Warrant's debt, but his own. And he had been paying it with everyone else's skin. So he had buried the truth in the one place no one would look. Under Zylva's love. He had hidden the name in her coat because she was the only courier the compact would not search. He had let her carry it through Red Warrant territory blind because blind was safe, and safe meant alive. And alive meant he could still fix everything before she ever had to know what she was carrying. She had found out. She had found out, and instead of confronting him, instead of demanding answers, she had gone to Covran Hest and asked to have her memory carved out like a tumor. She had chosen to forget rather than face what her brother had done. And Covran had let her. Covran had locked her away and kept her clean and become the person she trusted, not because he was honest, but because Ferris had made herself look like the liar by comparison. The lamps in the kitchen steadied. The air stopped moving. Ferris looked down at the hole in the floor, at the darkness where Zylva had vanished, and felt something in his chest go quiet. Not acceptance, not peace. The stillness that came when a man stopped pretending he could change the outcome. He had told himself for 3 years that every betrayal was temporary, that he could fix it once he had enough leverage, enough money, enough distance from the spur. He had told himself that Zylva would understand when she knew the full shape of what he had done. He had told himself that love meant never letting the other person see the worst of you, even when the worst of you was driving every decision you made. He had been wrong. Love did not protect people from the truth. Love made the truth cut deeper, because it came from a hand they trusted. Ferris turned away from the stairwell. The kitchen was empty now. Tola had taken Covran toward the basement stairs, half dragging him, half carrying him, her voice sharp with urgency that faded as they moved deeper into the house. The lamps flickered. The broken floor breathed cold air up at him like a mouth. He walked to the service hatch. It was still open. The iron ladder descended into the same darkness that had swallowed the leather pouch, the voice that had spoken Zylva's name, the network of passages that ran beneath Resin House like veins beneath skin. He did not climb down. He reached into his coat and pulled out the small leather pouch he had retrieved from the hatch the night before, the one Tola had not seen him take. The one with the dispatch sealed in red warrant wax, written in the scarred man's hand, waiting for Ferris to break the seal and read the next instruction. He had not opened it, because as long as it stayed sealed, he could still pretend he had a choice. But Zylva had just chosen Covran. She had chosen the man who locked her away, who kept her in the dark, who had hidden an entire human being beneath his house without telling her the full truth of what she had buried. And she had walked past Ferris without looking back. He slid his thumb under the wax seal. The dispatch crackled as he unfolded it. 3 words. Is she ready? He stood in the empty kitchen with the cold air rising from the broken floor and the dispatch trembling in his fingers, and the knowledge that he was about to answer a question that would change everything. His sister had chosen. Now he had to choose too. He pulled a stub of charcoal from his coat pocket and wrote his reply on the back of the dispatch, his hand steady, his heart quiet. Not yet. But she will be. He folded the paper, sealed it with a drop of resin from the lamp, and lowered it into the darkness of the hatch. The voice from below would find it. The scarred man would know what it meant, and Zylva would descend into the vault beneath Resin House, believing she was discovering the truth, not walking into the trap her brother had laid for her 3 years ago, when he had hidden the name in her coat and asked her to carry it through Red Warrant territory blind. Ferris closed the hatch and pressed his palm flat against the iron. "Forgive me," he whispered. but he did not know who he was asking. Chapter 29. When Zylva climbed back through the hidden seam in the kitchen wall, the cold from the stairwell still clung to her skin, and the voice from below was still saying her name over and over in the dark of her skull. The kitchen was empty. The lamps had burned low. The broken floor breathed cold air up through the crack where the stone had buckled, and the service hatch was closed, the iron flush against the floor as if Ferris had never touched it. She stood with her palm pressed flat against the wall seam, waiting for her heartbeat to slow. The stairwell had ended in a chamber she had not reached. She had stopped halfway down, her boots on the stone, the dark pressing in, and the voice from below had spoken her name once more, close enough to be human, close enough to be someone she had known enough to hide. She had turned back, not from fear, because she had felt it, a shape beneath her ribs, not a memory yet, but the pressure of one trying to surface, a door about to open inside her skull, and she had not wanted to open it alone in the dark. She crossed the kitchen, stepped over the broken stone, and found Covran in the hallway. He was leaning against the wall outside Tola's workroom, one hand braced over his bandaged side, the other holding a leather satchel that hung open at his hip. His face was the color of unbleached linen, and there was blood soaking through the fresh dressing, a slow, dark bloom spreading at the edges. He was watching the door she had just come through. "You went down," he said. "I stopped." "Why?" "Because I heard my name," she said, and I did not know whose voice it was. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of everything he had not told her, everything he had promised to tell her once the roads were open, or the storm passed, or the truth stopped being a weapon. Zylva. His voice was raw, not from the wound. He pushed off the wall and walked toward the table in the main room, the one where she had eaten every meal for 3 weeks, where he had set down plates and cups and never once sat across from her without something locked behind his teeth. He stopped beside the table and pulled the leather satchel off his shoulder. The sound it made when it hit the wood was a heavy metallic clatter. Keys. A ring of them, brass and iron, some old and dark with use, some new enough to catch the lamplight. She counted 7 before she lost track. He set the satchel down and unlatched the flap. Inside, she saw ammunition boxes, a folded oilcloth packet the size of a dispatch, a coil of thin rope, a sealed tin, and a sheathed knife with a hilt worn smooth from handling. "Every key to Resin House," he said. "Every lock in this building. The outer door, the west shutters, the basement gate, the hatch, the storeroom, the reinforced room behind the avalanche wall. All of them." He placed his palm flat on the ring and did not push it toward her yet. "The codes are in the oilcloth," he said. "The route off the ridge goes west through the lower draw. It is not marked on any map, but there is a blaze pattern on the trees every 30 paces. Someone who reads terrain can follow it to the Seni feeder road in half a day, even in this weather." Zylva stared at the keys. "Tola has a horse in the avalanche shelter," he said. "She will argue, but she will give it to you if I tell her." "Covran." "The moon is set by 4, he said. "If you leave before then, you will reach the cover of the lower draw before daylight. The marksmen will not see you. The tunnelers will not hear you. The road will be cold and empty, and no one will know you are gone until you are already past the ridge." He lifted his hand from the keys, open. "You can leave," he said. "Now, before I say another word, before you remember the rest, and the rest becomes something you cannot carry alone." His voice cracked on the last word. He did not look away. He stood there with his side bleeding through the bandage and his hand open on the table and the keys glittering in the low lamp glow, and he gave her the only thing he had never offered anyone. A door. Not a locked one. A way out. Zylva heard the wind scrape across the roof. She heard the lamps hiss. She heard the broken floor breathe cold air from the dark beneath Resin House. She did not touch the keys. She looked at him instead. 4 hours to the feeder road, she said. Half a day to Seni. My mother is alive somewhere in the corridor. My brother is sending dispatches to the people who killed 18 souls on the spur, and you are standing there bleeding through your side, telling me I can walk away before you make it worse. I am telling you that you can choose. I have not stopped choosing, she said. Every day in this house I have chosen. I chose to test the hinges. I chose to steal the keys. I chose to believe you when no one else did. I chose to stay when Ferris asked me to walk. She stepped forward and placed her hand on the ring of keys. She did not pick them up. She pushed them back across the table toward him. I am not leaving, she said. Not because you are keeping me. Because I am not done. The thing that moved through his eyes was not relief. It was worse. It was hope. He opened his mouth to speak, and the scraping beneath the floor returned. Not the slow, deliberate rhythm of the tunnelers. Faster. Closer. And underneath it, a voice. Not the voice from the stairwell, the one from the hatch, the one that had spoken to Ferris. She's coming down now. Covran's hand closed over hers. We are out of time, he said. Chapter 30. The keys were still warm from his palm. Zylva closed her fingers around them and felt the weight of every lock they commanded. 7 keys on the ring, plus the brass one on Covran's chain, the one he kept closest to his body. She looked at him. You are bleeding through, she said. I know. Tolo will have to restitch you. She knows. The voice from below had not spoken again. The scraping had stopped. The house held its breath around them, waiting to see which way she would move. Zylva lifted the ring and walked. She did not run. Running was what a prisoner did. Running was what someone trying to escape did. She walked the length of the main room with her boots steady on the stone, past the cracked floor where the tunnelers had nearly broken through, past the broken window where the marksman had shot, past the barricaded shelves and the overturned table and the blood that had dried in a dark seam between 2 flagstones. She walked to the outer door. The lock was the first key. Brass, newer than the others, the teeth barely worn. She slid it into the mechanism and felt the bolt turn. The door swung open. Cold air hit her face like a blade. She stepped onto the threshold and looked at the snow, the ridge, the sky, the color of old iron. No one stopped her. No hand caught her arm. No voice called her back. She walked into the yard and kept walking until she stood at the edge of the property line, where the packed snow gave way to the slope that led down through the trees to the Sena feeder road. There was no one in the tree line. No marksman. No tunnelers climbing out of the foundation. Just the wind and the snow and the road, open and empty and waiting. She could take it. Half a day to the feeder road, a horse in the avalanche shelter, maps in the satchel, codes, a knife, enough ammunition to reach Seni and disappear into the corridor where no one knew her face and no one cared about her erased week and her brother's sold loyalties. The wind pulled at her hair. She turned and looked at Resin House, smoke rising from the chimney, lamplight in the kitchen window, the broken shutters, the blood on the stones. The man standing in the doorway with his hand pressed to his side, watching her the way a man watches something he has already lost. She walked back inside. She did not close the door behind her. Covran did not speak. He just watched her drop the keys on the table and walk past him into the kitchen, where the seam in the wall still hung open from when she had climbed out of the hidden stairwell. She stopped in front of it. Covran, I am here. Where's the letter? A pause, the kind of pause that carried a decision inside it. In the desk, he said. Where you found it before. She turned. He was standing 3 feet behind her, pale and swaying slightly, his hand still pressed to the wound at his side. I put it back, he said, after you read it. I thought if you ever needed to see it again, it should be where you knew to find it. She crossed to the study. The desk was still half open, the drawer she had rifled hanging at an angle. She pulled it all the way out and found the leather pouch pressed flat against the back panel, exactly where she had left it 3 days ago, or 4, or however long it had been since she had read Sister Calvey's words and pretended they did not mean what they meant. She broke the seal. The wax cracked cleanly along the line of the circle and line symbol, and she spread the letter open on the desk with both hands flat, smoothing the creases where the paper had been folded so long the fibers had gone white at the edges. The handwriting was small, precise, the hand of someone who had spent years writing on flesh and learned to economize every mark. Covran Hest, if you are reading this, I am dead. You do not know me. I know you only through the woman who came to my table 3 weeks ago, desperate and clear-eyed, and asking for a cut I have only performed 4 times in my career. She told me she was buying safety. She told me she was buying time. She did not tell me she was buying protection from her own brother. I should have known anyway. The name she carried, the one hidden in the lining of her coat, was not a route manifest or a payment code. It was a passphrase. The bearer of that name is granted safe passage through Red Warrant territory without question. I did not understand the significance until I checked my records. The name was registered by Ferris 6 weeks before he brought her to me. He did not tell her what she was carrying. He did not tell me either. I confirmed it afterward, when I traced the symbol on the name slip back to a Red Warrant broker I had treated 4 years ago. A scarred man with a debt ledger and no visible mercy. What I am telling you now, Covran Hest, is that your patient's brother has sold her to the Red Warrant in pieces. The routes she mapped, the caches she stalked, the checkpoints she passed through on his behalf, all of it has been fed to the Warrant as payment for a debt incurred on the Kedar Spur. And she has no memory of any of it because he stood in my surgery and watched me cut it out of her. I performed the excision because she asked, because she told me, with her hand on my table, that if she remembered the things she had witnessed, she would walk into the Red Warrant's territory and force a confrontation that would get her killed. She said she needed to forget so she could survive long enough to learn who she could trust. But she did not know the full shape of what she was asking me to remove. She thought she was erasing the massacre and the names of the dead. She did not know she was also erasing the fact that she had already hidden a witness to Ferris's crimes in a place only she and a man named Covran Hest could find. I discovered this when I examined the maps she brought with her to my surgery. There was a route marked not on the surface, but underground. A tunnel system beneath a structure on the Carazal Ridge. She had drawn it with her own hand, and she had labeled the terminus with a single word: safekeeping. I did not tell her I found it. I copied the section, returned the original to her pack, and sealed this letter for you. Because if she does not remember hiding someone, she cannot protect them. And if Ferris learns what she has hidden, he will come looking. He will find you before he finds the witness. Keep her alive, Covran Hest. Keep her still. And when her memory begins to return, as it will, in pieces, because excision is never clean, do not let her face it alone. She chose you. Do not make her regret it. Sister Calvey's Zylva lowered the letter. The words did not shock her. She had already guessed the shape of them, had already felt the edges of the truth pressing against her ribs in the dark. But seeing it written, confirmed, sealed in wax and signed by a dead woman's hand, that was different. That made it real. Covran, he was still in the doorway, still pale, still bleeding. I read it before, she said, when I first found it. I read it and I did not believe it. I thought you had planted it. I thought you were trying to turn me against Ferris so I would stay. And now? She folded the letter and slid it into her pocket. Now I want to know what else you have not told me. And I want to know who I hid beneath this house. Chapter 31. Covran was still in the doorway, one hand braced against the frame, the other pressed to his bandaged side. The fabric between his fingers had gone dark again, fresh blood seeping through the layers Tola had sealed not 2 hours ago. I need you to tell me, Zylva said. Everything, starting with who is beneath this house. He did not look away. That was something. A man who could still meet her eyes while bleeding through his stitches had decided the truth was worth the cost of standing upright to deliver it. I built the chamber 6 years ago, he said, before the compact stationed me here. It was meant for storage, contraband, people we needed to move through the corridor without checkpoint eyes. How many people knew about it? Covran, the quartermaster who commissioned the work. He died in a rockslide the following spring. Zylva's fingers pressed harder against the folded letter in her pocket. And when I came to you before the excision, I showed it to you. When? The night you arrived. You were shaking. You had a name in your coat and a map in your pack, and you told me you needed a place where no one would find what you were hiding. She searched his face for the lie, found nothing but exhaustion and the particular stillness of a man who had stopped weighing whether honesty would cost him. You never opened it, she said. The chamber. After. I sealed the entrance. I gave you the only key. He reached slowly, carefully, into his coat and pulled out the worn brass key she had watched him keep closest to his body since she woke in this house. "You put it around my neck before Tola put you under. You told me not to look, not until you asked." He held it out. She did not take it. "That is why the drawer closed itself," she said. "You had already taken Calvey's letter out. You put it back after I found it. The key was already around your neck, so you held it over the drawer until the mechanism caught." A flicker of something moved behind his eyes. Not surprise, respect. "Yes, you have known who I hid this whole time." "No." She watched him. "You never looked. I promised you I would not." That was the hardest piece. A man who kept a promise to a woman who could not remember making it. "Who did I hide, Covran?" "I do not know, but I know why." He shifted his weight and the bandage darkened another finger width. The bleeding was worse than he was letting on. "Calvey's letter tells you the shape of it," he said. "Ferris sold roots, checkpoints, lives. You discovered the proof before he could bury it. You hid the evidence where he could never reach it. And then you paid a woman to cut the knowledge out of your own skull so Ferris could not force it from you." "Not evidence," she said. "A person. The letter says I hid a witness." "Yes. Is she still alive?" He did not answer. The silence cracked open between them like the floorboards in the kitchen, and Zylva felt the missing memory pulse beneath her ribs, a heartbeat in the cavity where the week should have been. "If she is dead," Zylva said, "if she died while I was locked up here forgetting she existed, she was alive 3 days ago." "How do you know?" "The voice you heard from the hatch, the one you recognized." Covran's jaw tightened. "I heard it too. It called your name." She remembered. The darkness of the stairwell, the voice rising from below, familiar in a way that made her chest seize. "You did not tell me." "I was waiting for you to come back from the yard," he said. "I thought if you left, you would not have to carry this. I thought I could bury it for you." "That was not your choice." "No, it was not." He did not argue, did not defend, just stood there, bleeding, holding the truth in his hands like a man who had finally understood the weight of what he had been carrying. Zylva crossed to him and took the key. The brass was warm from his skin, the crescent head fitting perfectly into the hollow of her palm, and she knew without testing it that the shape would match the tattoo behind her ear. The same curve, the same lock. "I am going down there," she said. "Now. The bleeding. Then stay here. Tell Tola to keep you upright. You do not know what you will find." "I know." She closed her fingers around the key. "That is why I am going." She turned toward the hidden seam in the kitchen wall, the narrow door Covran had shown her through the pantry, and she had taken 3 steps when the sound stopped her. Not the scraping, not the voice, footsteps, coming from the front of the house, fast, unsteady. The door burst open, and Tola stumbled through, braid half undone, sleeve dark with blood that was not her own. "Covran." She bent double, hands on her knees, chest heaving. "Calvey is dead." Zylva went still. "I know," she said. "Her letter, no." Tola straightened, and her eyes held something Zylva had never seen in them before: fear. She was not dead when she wrote it. She was killed 3 days ago, in her own clinic, the same way Hest was. The room tilted. "She was supposed to have evidence," Tola said. "A list. Names of everyone she treated the same way she treated you. People who paid to forget things they should have remembered." Tola's voice cracked. "It is gone. Someone took it. And the runner who brought word said the red warrant is already moving toward the Corazel Ridge." Zylva stood in the center of the kitchen with the crescent key in her hand and a dead woman's letter in her pocket, and she understood with perfect, terrible clarity that she had not been hiding from Ferris. She had been hiding from something much larger than her brother, and it was already here. Chapter 32. The news landed like a blade between ribs. Zylva stood in the center of the kitchen with the crescent key burning in her palm, and Tola's words still hanging in the air, and for a long moment the only sound was Covran's breathing, too fast, too wet. 3 days ago? Zylva said. Tola nodded. Her braid had come half undone, strands of gray sticking to her temple. The blood on her sleeve was drying to rust. The runner found her on the floor of her own clinic. Throat cut, same as Hest, same staging, nothing taken except the list. How many names? Calvey kept a separate ledger from the excision records. Everyone who came to her for the same procedure you received. People who needed to forget something specific. Tola's jaw tightened. The killer knew exactly what to take. They did not touch her coin, her supplies, her instruments, just the list. Zylva felt the shape of Calvey's letter in her coat pocket, the paper already softening at the creases. A dead woman's testimony, a trail that ended 3 days ago while she was standing in a yard deciding whether to run. Who else knew about the list? Anyone Calvey trusted, which means no one. She was careful. Tola's voice turned brittle. Careful enough that the list being stolen means the killer knew exactly where she kept it. Covran shifted against the counter, his hand pressed to the darkening bandage. The red warrant runner, the one who brought word. Where is he now? Gone. He did not stay. He had orders to deliver the message and keep moving. From who? Tola shook her head. He did not say, but he knew about Resin House, knew Zylva was here, knew what Calvey had done. She paused. He said Calvey told someone before she died, someone she trusted enough to send a contingency runner if she ever stopped checking in. Zylva turned the key over in her fingers. The brass was warm from Covran's skin, the crescent ridge worn smooth from years against his chest. 6 years he had worn it. 6 years of not looking. She sent me the letter, Zylva said. She knew she might not survive. She sent me the truth and trusted me to use it. Then she trusted the right person. Tola's eyes met hers. Because you are still standing, and whatever is in that chamber is still hidden. The weight of the key seemed to double. Zylva looked at Covran. He was pale, the fever creeping back into his cheeks, but his gaze was clear. Waiting. He had stopped trying to direct her, stopped trying to protect her from the choice. He had given her the key and the truth, and now he stood bleeding against the counter, letting her decide. I am staying, she said it flat. Not a declaration, a fact. Covran did not move, but something on his shoulders released. Not because you locked me here, Zylva said. Not because I owe you for keeping my promise. Not because the road is closed, or the ridge is watched, or the red warrant is coming. She closed her fingers around the key. I am staying because I chose to put that witness in that chamber before I forgot everything, and I am the only person left who can finish what I started. Tola exhaled slowly. Then we have very little time. The runner said the red warrant is already moving. They will not wait for a thaw. They have people in the corridor who know every shortcut we do. How long? If they left when the runner did, 2 days, maybe less. 2 days. 48 hours to open the chamber, reach the witness, and decide what to do with a secret that people had already killed twice to bury. Zylva looked at the hidden seam in the kitchen wall, the narrow door that led to the stairwell. The chamber beneath Resin House, where a person she had chosen to protect was waiting in the dark, alone, for a woman who had erased the memory of ever putting them there. I need to go down there, she said. Now. Covran pushed off the counter. The bleeding will wait. She turned to face him. You built that chamber. You know every seam, every weakness. If something has gone wrong down there, I need your eyes, not your blood. I will not be the one who slows you down. Then stop bleeding. He almost smiled, a ghost of it there and gone. He pressed his palm harder against the bandage and straightened. Tola stepped between them. I will go with her. Zylva shook her head. You stay here. Watch the door. Watch the hatch. If Ferris moves, if the marksman comes back, if the floor caves in again. She stopped. You are the one who can keep this house standing long enough for us to come back up. Tola's mouth pressed thin. She did not argue. The runner, Covran said. The one who brought the news. Did he say anything else? Tola's hesitation was barely visible. A flicker, a pause long enough to mean something. He said Calvey's last patient checked in with her 12 hours before she died. Zylva went still. Who? She did not log a name, but the runner said Calvey was terrified, not of the killer, of what the patient told her. Tola's voice dropped. Someone else is using excision, not as a cure, as a weapon. Calvey realized she had been removing more than memories. She had been removing witnesses. The room narrowed. "And now the list is gone," Zylva said, "and everyone who could name those patients is dead." Tola did not answer. She did not need to. Zylva looked down at the key in her hand, the crescent shape, the lock that matched the tattoo behind her ear. She had hidden a witness. Ferris had hidden a name in her coat. Calvey had hidden the list. And someone was hunting every piece of evidence, every person who remembered, until the trail went cold and the truth died with them. She turned toward the hidden seam. "Keep the door barred," she said. "If we are not back in 6 hours, burn the house and run." She did not wait for an answer. The stairwell opened in the wall, narrow and dark, and the key in her hand fitted her palm like it had always belonged there. The first step creaked beneath her weight, and from below, very close now, a voice. "You came back." Zylva stopped. The voice was hoarse, female, young, familiar in a way that made her chest ache with a grief she could not name. "I knew you would," the voice said. "I told them you would, but they never listened to the prisoner." The darkness shifted, and Zylva saw the faintest glint of light reflected off something metal. A chain, a cuff, and a face she recognized. Her knees buckled. "Hello, Zylva." The woman smiled, thin and bloodless. "I have been waiting a very long time to thank you for locking me in here." Chapter 33. The woman sat in the dark with the patience of someone who had learned that time moved differently when no one came. A chain ran from her ankle to a ring bolt set deep in the stone floor, long enough to reach the cot, the bucket, the shelf with 3 tin cups and a stack of folded blankets, not long enough to reach the door. Zylva's hand found the wall before her knees could buckle. "I know you," she said. The words came out raw. "I know your face." The woman nodded. She could not have been more than 22. Dark hair cropped short and uneven, as if she had done it herself with a blade. Same gray-green eyes as Zylva. Same sharp line of the jaw. "You used to braid my hair," the woman said, "before you forgot me." Something cracked open in Zylva's chest. A door she had sealed with resin and antiseptic and the deliberate blankness of a signed consent form. "Who are you?" "Your sister named me after the river you crossed the night I was born." The woman pulled the chain taut, just enough to shift closer. "She called me Senna, but you already knew that. You are the one who carved it into the lintel above my crib." Zylva's breath stopped. She did not have a sister. She had never had a sister. But the face looking back at her from the dark wore the same bones as her own reflection, the same arch to the brow, the same stubborn set of the mouth when silence was the only honest answer. "My mother," Zylva said slowly, "kept someone hidden." Senna smiled. It was not a happy expression. It was the face of someone who had learned to make peace with a cage because the alternative was worse. "She kept me hidden. From Ferris. From the Red Warrant, from everyone who would use me the way they used you." She lifted her wrist, and the lamplight caught the cuff. "When she could not hide me anymore, she sent me to you, and you brought me here. A Resin House, to the chamber." Senna's voice did not waver. "You told me it was the safest place in the corridor. You told me Ferris would never find me. You told me you would come back when the danger passed." Zylva stared at the chain. "How long?" Senna did not answer immediately. She looked past Zylva, toward the stairwell where Covran's shadow waited in silence. "Your surgery was 6 weeks ago," Covran said quietly. "So at least that long." 7, Senna corrected. 7 weeks, 3 days, and the time between the last meal and this one feels like 3 more. She looked at Zylva again. "I counted. It gives the dark a shape." Zylva's hand moved to the key at her throat. The crescent metal was warm from her skin. "I am going to get you out," she said. "I know." Senna's voice was soft. That was what broke Zylva most, not the accusation, not the grief, the certainty. "That is why I waited." Tola met them at the top of the stairwell with a lamp and a face that had aged 10 years in the time it took Zylva to climb back up. "You found her." "I found her." Zylva shut the seam behind her. "Now, I need to know everything Calvey told you before she died, not what the runner said, what you heard in her voice when you read her last message." Tola's mouth tightened. "She was afraid," Tola said. "Not of dying. of what she had helped create. Covran lowered himself onto the bench. The bandage at his side had bloomed fresh red, but he did not look at it. "Tell us." Calvey believed she was performing isolated procedures, desperate people paying to forget specific things. A week here, a night there. She told herself it was mercy. Tola's hands were steady, but her voice was not. Then a patient came to her 12 hours before she died. Someone unlogged. Someone who knew things Calvey had never written down. "Who?" Zylva asked. Calvey did not give the runner a name, but she said the patient told her there were other surgeons, other lists, other forgetters who had been sent to remove whole people from the record. Not memories of trauma, memories of crimes committed by people with enough power to pay for silence. The room went cold. "Someone has been using excision to hide murders," Zylva said. "Worse." Tola met her eyes. "Someone has been using it to manufacture witnesses who cannot testify. People who paid to forget being in the wrong room at the wrong time. Once the memory is gone, there is no body to find, no testimony to give. The person simply never existed." Covran's hand pressed harder against his wound. "That is not a conspiracy. That is a weapon." "It is a weapon someone is still building," Tola said, and Calvey's list contained every name she ever treated, every person who paid to forget. If the killer took that list, they now know exactly which memories to hunt. Zylva thought of Senna in the dark below, a woman whose existence Ferris had spent months trying to bury. "Where is Ferris?" Tola's hesitation was not a pause. It was a silence that meant she had already asked herself the same question and come up empty. "I have not seen him since you went down." Zylva turned toward the main hall. The lamp still burned on the table. The door to Ferris's room stood open, empty. The blankets were folded. The fire was cold. The pack he had carried through the storm was gone. Covran rose, slow and careful, one hand braced on the table. "Check the hatch." Tola crossed the room in 6 strides and pulled the floorboard. The service hatch sat open. The rope Ferris had used to lower the pouch into the dart hung loose, tied off at the top, the other end disappearing into the tunnel below. "He went down," Tola said. Zylva looked at the open hatch, at the dark swallowing the rope, at the place where her brother had vanished without a sound, without a struggle, without a single word of farewell. Quiet was not surrender. Quiet was the moment before a trap closed. She reached for her knife. Chapter 34. She took the rope in both hands and tested the knot. It held. The service hatch breathed cold air from below, not the dry cold of a sealed space, the wet cold of a tunnel open to the ridge somewhere, drawing the mountain through its throat. "He took the tongue," Tola said. "He could be anywhere by now." Zylva pulled the rope taut. "He is not anywhere. He is where he has been going since he arrived." Covran stepped forward, one hand braced on the table. The blood had spread past the edge of his bandage, a fresh stain reaching toward his hip. "You cannot go down alone." "I am not going down alone." Zylva looked at him. "I am going down first. You follow when you can stand straight." She did not wait for his answer. She swung her leg over the edge and lowered herself into the dark, the rope running through her palms, her knife still in her boot, her heart counting the same rhythm Senna had used to survive. The tunnel floor hit her boots 6 feet down. She let go of the rope and stood in the dark, listening. Water dripped somewhere ahead. The air smelled of wet stone and resin and something metallic. She drew her knife and moved. The tunnel ran straight for 30 paces, then branched. Left went toward the foundation crack where the tunnelers had been working. Right sloped downward into deeper darkness. Ferris's tracks were plain in the damp soil. He had not bothered to hide them. He had wanted her to follow. She went right. The tunnel narrowed as it descended, the walls closing in until she could touch both sides with her elbows. The drip grew louder. A second sound layered beneath it now, a voice, low and steady, speaking to someone who was not answering. Zylva slowed. She pressed herself against the wall and listened. "Told you she would come. She always comes. That is the problem." Ferris's voice, tired, almost gentle. "You should have killed me." A second voice answered, older, female. Before you put her down there with me. I am not a killer. You are a smuggler who sold strangers to save his own skin. You are a brother who erased his sister's memory. You are a coward wearing a debt collar and calling it love. You are not a killer, but you have killed. Do not pretend the distinction comforts me. Zylva stepped into the chamber. It was small, no larger than the room she had woken in 6 weeks ago. A lamp burned on a crate, casting shadows across a woman bound to a chair with canvas straps. Mid-40s, gray-streaked hair, a face that had seen too many winters and too few mercies. Behind her, Ferris stood with his hands open at his sides. Zylva, do not say my name like you are glad to see me. I am glad. He sounded it. I did not think you would come. You knew I would. You left the trail for me. Ferris's mouth moved, not quite a smile. I did. The bound woman watched them both with flat eyes. She is one of Calvey's patients, Ferris said. She was in the surgery when you signed the ledger. She witnessed your consent. Zylva did not look away from him. She witnessed you standing in the corner while Calvey cut memories out of my skull. Yes. Was she supposed to witness something else, or was she just convenient collateral? Ferris's hands dropped to his sides. She is the last living record of what happened in that room. Calvey kept patient files, but she destroyed them after writing the letter. The only proof that your excision was voluntary comes from 3 witnesses. Miran is dead. Sister Calvey is dead. This woman is the only one left. And if she dies, there is no one to prove I chose the excision. Correct. Zylva looked at the woman. The woman looked back without hope or fear. Just a woman who had already accepted that her life depended on how this conversation ended. You can see why I need her, Ferris said. You need proof that I consented to what you did to me. No, his voice cracked. I need proof that you are not a victim. The silence stretched. Zylva let it. You were supposed to be dead, Ferris said finally. When I was 7, when you were 8, you fell through the ice on the Stolba tributary, and I stood on the bank and watched you go under. You were under for so long the water went still. I thought you were gone. Zylva remembered none of this. I jumped in after you, Ferris said finally. When I was 7, when you were 8, you fell through the ice on the Stolba tributary, and I stood on the bank and watched you go under. You were under for so long the water went still. I thought you were gone. Zylva remembered none of this. I jumped under after you, Ferris said. I did not know how to swim. I just jumped. I pulled you out by your collar and dragged you onto the bank, and you coughed up half the river, and then you hit me for making you miss supper. He had not moved. He was still standing with his hands open, the lamp carving shadows into his face. That was the first time I understood that I would do anything to keep you alive. Anything. Including things that made you hate me. Ferris, I am not asking you to forgive me. His voice dropped. I am asking you to understand that every lie I told, every route I sold, every deal I made with people who would kill us both for a single copper. I did it so you would not end up in a shallow grave on a road I could not follow. Zylva felt the words land. She felt them because she had spent her whole life moving fast enough to avoid being caught by grief, by attachment, by the weight of someone needing her more than she could give. Ferris was the only person she had never outrun, and he was asking her to believe that love had made him monstrous. It was the worst thing he had ever offered her, because it might even be true. I know where the proof is, Ferris said, soft now, the softest she had heard him. Calvey copied the map before she wrote the letter. She kept it with her patient files. The woman who killed her did not find everything. Zyla's hand tightened on her knife. Where is it? Let me go. Ferris stepped forward, not threatening, pleading. Let me walk out of the tunnel and take the woman with me. I will give you the map. You can find your mother. You can break Senna's chain. You can bury me so deep in the corridor that you never have to look at me again. Or I can kill you now and search your pack. You can try, he said it gently. But you are not a killer either. Zylva looked at him, at her brother, at the boy who had pulled her out of the ice and carried her home through a blizzard, both of them soaked and shivering and too stubborn to die. "I cannot let you leave," she said. "Then stay with me." He reached for her hand. "Stay with me and let me show you I am not as lost as you think." She did not pull away. She let him take her fingers, and when he pressed the map into her palm, folded tight and warm from his body, she felt the weight of everything he was asking her to hold. "I love you," he said. "I have always loved you. That is why I am giving you this. It is the last thing I have that you need." Zylva looked down at the paper in her hand. Then she looked at the woman in the chair. Then she looked at her brother's face and saw the boy who had jumped into frozen water to save someone he could not bear to lose. "I know," she said, and she folded the map into her coat and walked past him without looking back. But in the dark of the tunnel, she heard him exhale, and she knew he had not wanted her to take it. He had wanted her to stay. Chapter 35. The dark of the tunnel pressed around her for 7 steps before she stopped. She stood with her back to Ferris and the lamp, the folded map shot against her ribs through the coat lining, the weight of his exhale still hanging in the air behind her. He had wanted her to stay. He had given her the map anyway. That was the part she could not outrun. She turned. Ferris was still standing at the chamber entrance, lamp raised, the bound woman motionless behind him in the chair. His face had changed. The pleading was gone, replaced by something quieter and more dangerous. Acceptance. "The help," Zylva said. "Where is it coming from?" "Already in the lower approach." He said it without triumph. "They have been moving through the drainage channels since before you came down." She felt the information land like a blade between her ribs, not because she had hoped he was bluffing, because she had hoped he was not ready. Tola cannot stop them alone. Tola is not supposed to stop them. Ferris set the lamp down on the stone floor and straightened, hands open at his sides. "She is supposed to be alive at the end of this. So are you. That was the only instruction I gave. And the woman in the chair? She lives if we walk out together." Zylva looked at the bound witness. The woman had not moved. Her gray-streaked head was bowed, but her breathing was even, steady. She had been waiting for this moment long enough that fear had exhausted itself into stillness. "You told me you loved me," Zylva said. "I do." "Then why are you bringing armed men to the house where I am standing?" Ferris did not answer immediately. He looked at her the way he had looked at her on the Stolba bank 20 years ago, soaked through and shivering, both of them alive because he had jumped into water he could not swim. "Because love does not stock a bullet," he said. "And I have spent 3 years learning that the people who want what we found will not care that you are my sister." The tunnel air pressed cold against her face. Behind her, the route back to the service hatch waited in darkness. Ahead, her brother stood in lamplight with a woman he had taken hostage and a force he had already set in motion. She had the map. She had the crescent key. She had her knife and her hands and the edges of a memory that kept returning in fragments she could not control. She did not have time. "How many?" 6, he said it flat. "They will breach the foundation crack and enter through the lower storage room. That puts them below the kitchen in less time than it takes to circle the house." 6 men you brought to a house where our mother's only proof is hidden. I brought them to guarantee that no one else decides who gets to use that proof. Zylva heard the shift in his voice. The gentleness was gone. In its place was the voice of a man who had spent years lying to himself about what survival required. "You used me," she said. "You put a passphrase in my coat and sent me through red warrant territory so no one would search the courier who was carrying their own signal." "I used your roots too." He said it like a confession. "Because no one questions a sister protecting her brother. No one looks twice at the woman who keeps her sibling's name off the ledgers. You were my blind spot. I made sure of it." The words landed, not because they were cruel, because they were true. Zylva had spent years keeping Ferris off the Compact's watch lists, smoothing his trail through corridor checkpoints, vouching for him when quartermasters asked questions. She had done it because he was the last family she had, because grief had hollowed her out, and he was the only one who understood what they had lost. And he had built a trap inside her trust. "You are not coming back to the house," she said. "I am not asking to. You are taking the woman and you are leaving through the tunnel, and I'm going to walk upstairs and tell Covran that his house is about to be breached from below. Yes. And if you see me again, Ferris picked up the lamp. The light caught his face, his jaw, the crescent scar behind his ear that matched the one behind hers. Then I will hope you are holding the map when you do, he said. He turned toward the bound woman and began working at the ropes that held her to the chair. His movements were efficient, practiced. He had done this before. Freed people from restraints in the dark with seconds to spare. Zylva watched him for one breath, two. Then she turned and walked back up the tunnel, the map pressed against her ribs, the dark swallowing her footsteps. She counted her strides. 30 to the first bend, 15 to the spot where the tunnel narrowed into the foundation crack passage on the left, 20 more to the place where the air warmed slightly, carrying the smell of kitchen stone and resin smoke. The service hatch was above her. She pulled herself up through the opening and into the empty kitchen, blinking against the lamplight after the tunnel's dark. The house was quiet. Too quiet. She crossed to the barricaded door and pressed her ear to the wood. Nothing. No rush of boots, no shouted orders, no sound of armed men breaching the lower walls. Ferris had said they were moving through the drainage channels. He had not said they had arrived. She turned from the door and walked toward the stairwell where Covran had last been, the map still burning against her ribs, when the first sound reached her from below. Not footsteps. Mel. 3 short scrapes against stone, deliberate and rhythmic, the same pattern she had heard against the west window weeks ago. They were not in the house yet. They were telling her they were coming. Chapter 36. The 3 scrapes did not repeat. Zylva stood in the empty kitchen with her hand on the knife and listened to the house hold its breath. The signal had come from below, not from outside the west wall, not from the tree line where the marksman had shot through the window. From beneath her feet, through stone and foundation, the same deliberate rhythm she had heard weeks ago when she was still measuring Covran's habits instead of trusting his life. They were not trying to sneak in. They wanted her to know they were coming. She crossed the kitchen in 6 strides, pulled the barricade away from the stairwell door, and descended before her mind caught up with her body. The stairs turned. The air thickened. She found Covran at the bottom, pressed against the wall with a rifle braced across his chest and fresh blood soaking through the bandage Tola had packed. "You heard it," he said. 3 scrapes, same pattern as the window. Different message. His voice was flat, tactical, the voice of a man who had stopped feeling pain because feeling it would slow him down. The window signal was inquiry. They were testing whether anyone was listening. That one was announcement. They are inside the foundation crack and they know the house heard them coming. How long until they breached the storage room? 5 minutes, less if they brought charges. Zylva pulled the map from her coat. The paper was warm from her body, creased along the folds Ferris had pressed into it. She unfolded it against the wall and let the lamplight hit the ink. The route was clear. Calvey's hand, neat and precise, had copied a section of terrain leading southeast from the ridge through a ravine that fed into the Seni feeder road. A small circle marked the terminus, labeled in a different hand, darker ink, smudged at the edges. The circle was not a person's name. It read, Ledger Originals, Warrant Tolls, Compact Receipts, Records, not a living witness, not a woman or a child or a hidden family member. Paper, ink, the proof that Ferris had sold lives through the corridor. Zylva. Covran's hand closed around her wrist. They will reach the lower storage room, and if Ferris has a map of the foundation crack, he knows the interior layout better than I do. I built that chamber 6 years ago. He has been mapping it for 3. Then we give him something to chase. She folded the map and pressed it into her belt. The woman in the tunnel. Senna. He does not know she is Senna. He does not know she is my sister. He only knows I hid someone. If I feed him the wrong location, he will commit his men to clearing a room that holds nothing. You do not have a wrong location to feed him. I have fragments. She touched her temple. Sensory pieces. The excision is breaking open. I remember a room with iron shelves and sealed crates. I remember stacking ledgers in the dark. I remember the smell of resin and old ink. Covran's face changed. Something moved behind his eyes, recognition or grief, she could not tell. "You are not sure that room exists?" "I am not sure of anything." She met his gaze. "But Ferris does not know that." She turned and climbed back up the stairs before he could argue. The kitchen felt smaller now. The barricaded door, the closed shutters, the resin lamp burning low on the counter where Tola had left it. Zylva crossed to the service hatch, dropped to her knees, and lowered her head into the opening. The tunnel smelled of wet stone and cold metal. "Ferris." She did not shout. She pitched her voice to carry through stone, the way she had called through canyon gaps and snowbound passes for years. "You want what I hid? I will tell you where it is." Silence. Then footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching from the dark. His face appeared in the lamplight below her, unshaven, exhausted. The same hollow look he had worn when he pulled her from the Stolba tributary, when he stood in the surgery and watched her go under. "I am listening," he said. "The chamber beneath the west shutters, the one Covran sealed after the first storm. I hid the records there before I went to Calvey. Not the witness, the proof, receipts, toll ledgers, the names of everyone you sold to the Red Warrant." Ferris's eyes did not change. "Convince me." "I remember the smell of the ink." She held his gaze and let the half-truth land. "Burned resin and bone char, the same ink the compact uses for execution warrants. I remember stacking the ledgers in the dark and thinking that if I kept them buried long enough, no one would have to know what you did." The silence stretched. Then Ferris nodded once, a small motion that cost him more than she could measure. "I will clear the west chamber," he said. "If the ledgers are there, I will take them and walk. If they are not, I will come back through every room in this house until I find what you buried." He turned and vanished into the tunnel. Zylva pulled herself up from the hatch and stood, breathing hard, her hands shaking against her thighs. She had bought time, not much, but enough. She turned toward the stairwell and caught a glimpse of the map, still folded in her belt, the dark ink circle at the terminus blinking in the lamplight. Ledger originals, warrant tolls, compact receipts. The proof was real, and Ferris was chasing a room that held nothing but her voice and her lies. Below her, the first crack of splintering wood echoed through the foundation. Ferris's men had reached the storage room. The house shook once, then settled into the silence of a trap closing. Chapter 37. The house shook again, deeper this time, a groan traveling through the foundation like something waking beneath the stone. Zylva ran, not toward the lower stairwell where Covran waited with his rifle and his wound, not toward the barricaded kitchen door where the splintering wood signaled the breach was close. She ran west, through the cold hall where she had counted her first steps in the dark, past the storage room where she had loaded rifles with hands that remembered the weight even when her mind did not. The west shutters. Covran had reinforced them before the first storm. New bolts, fresh iron, the kind of fear that came from knowing exactly what waited on the other side. She had never asked why he feared that window more than the locked door. She had only watched him check the bolts every night, his fingers tracing the metal as if counting something he could not afford to lose. Now she understood. If Ferris believed the records were hidden beneath those shutters, he would tear through the wall to reach them, and if he found nothing, he would turn and hunt through every room in Resin House until he bled the truth out of someone who knew where the cache really was. She needed him to believe, just long enough. The stairwell to the west upper level was narrow, built for supply carriers and servants who once moved through Resin House when it was still a trading post, before Covran turned it into a nerve center. Zylva had mapped it during her first week of stolen keys, learning every turned and hidden seam while Ferris was still a name she trusted. Now she climbed. The steps turned twice, then opened onto a cramped landing with a single door, warped from winter moisture, its iron handle cold enough to burn. She pushed through into the west-facing room. Empty, bare floorboards. A single shuttered window bolted into the frame with 3 iron brackets, each one seated deep in the stone wall. The avalanche wall beyond had been reinforced with packed snow and timber, a secondary barrier against the weather that had sealed the ridge for weeks. She crossed to the window and pressed her ear to the wood. Silence. No scraping. No footsteps. No sound of Ferris climbing toward her through the dark. She had beaten him. The breath she had been holding escaped in a thin stream, fogging the iron. She pulled the folded map from her belt and looked at the terminus again, The circle marked in dark ink, the hand that was not Calvey's. Ledger originals, warrant tolls, compact receipts. Not here, not beneath the west shutters. The cash was somewhere else, somewhere she had not yet remembered, somewhere her missing self had chosen to seal away from Ferris and everyone else who might use it. Below her, a clash, wood splintering, the sound of a door giving way. She dropped to her knees and pressed her palm flat against the floorboards. Through the grain, through the cold, she felt the rhythm of movement. Men in the lower storage room spreading through the foundation like water through cracked stone. Ferris had not come west. He had sent someone else. She stood and turned, already running back toward the landing, her boots slapping against the boards, the map pressed flat against her thigh. The stairwell swallowed her again, the dark familiar now, every turn a memory she had earned. She hit the main hall at a sprint. Covran was at the kitchen door, rifle braced against his shoulder, his face pale and sharp in the resin light. Tola stood behind him with a blade, her gray-streaked braids swinging as she tracked the sound of the breach. "They are inside the storage room," Covran said without turning. "Ferris is not with them. He sent a scout." Zylva reached his side and dropped low, pressing her shoulder to the wall. "He is not coming west. He sent someone to check, to see if I was telling the truth, while he waits." "Waits for what?" "Proof." She met his eyes. "He does not believe me. He wants to know if I lied before he commits the rest of his men." The kitchen door shuddered. Someone on the other side was working the lock, slow and methodical, the kind of patience that came from knowing there was no rush, no escape, nowhere for the people inside to go. Zylva looked at the map again. The terminus was real. The records were real. She had buried them somewhere, in a room with iron shelves and sealed crates, the smell of resin and old ink rising from the ledgers stacked in the dark. She just did not know where. But Ferris did not know that. He only knew she had told him the west chamber. If his scout found nothing, he would know she was lying, and he would come for her through the house, room by room, until he found what she had hidden. Unless she gave him something else to chase. "Covran, the secret stair, the one behind the kitchen seam." He nodded, once. "There is a second access point at the base of the west wall," he said. "A false panel behind the avalanche timber. I built it as an emergency exit." "Can Ferris find it?" "He knows the foundation crack. He has been mapping this house for 3 years. Covran's voice was flat, tactical, the same voice he used when counting supplies. "If he has a map of the interior, he knows about the false panel. Then I need to reach it before he does." She stood. Tola grabbed her wrist. "You go down there alone. He will cut you off from the exit and you will be trapped in that corridor with 6 armed men and your brother who has already sold you once." "Then do not let him cut me off." She pulled free and crossed to the kitchen seam, her fingers finding the crack in the wall, the hidden latch she had learned during her first week of stolen freedom. The panel swung open, revealing the narrow stairwell, the smell of wet stone and cold metal rising from below. She looked back at Covran. "Keep them at the kitchen door. Make them think we are still here. If Ferris believes I am in the kitchen, he will not look for me in the tunnel. And if he does, then I will break his jaw before he breaks my neck." She descended. The stairwell curved twice, then opened onto the lower corridor, the same dark passage where she had followed Ferris's tracks, where she had found the bound witness, where she had watched her brother free a captive with hands that knew the work too well. She moved west. The air grew colder as she approached the avalanche wall, the packed snow and timber visible now, the false panel set into the stone like a scar. She pressed her fingers to the edge and found the release, a hidden catch that gave with a soft click. The panel swung open. Beyond it, a narrow chamber. Iron shelves, sealed crates, stacked ledgers whose spines were cracked and dark with age. The smell of resin and old ink hit her like a blade. She had found it. The cache was real. Behind her, footsteps in the corridor. Slow, measured. The rhythm of someone who knew exactly where she was. Ferris's voice came through the dark. "I knew you would not send me west unless the truth was somewhere else. I just did not know where until you showed me." She turned. He stood at the mouth of the corridor, a lamp in one hand, the other resting on the knife she recognized at his belt. The knife she had seen him use 100 times. His smile was hollow. You always were better at hiding than I was. But I have been watching you longer than you remember, Zylva, and I know every lie you have ever told. She did not answer. She reached into her boot and pulled out the bone-handled knife, the one Covran had left her on the first day, the one she had carried through every locked door and every stolen key. Then you know I am not bluffing. Ferris tilted his head. Bluffing about what? She took a step back, into the chamber, her hand finding the nearest ledger, her fingers closing around the cracked leather spine. About what I will burn before I let you touch it. Chapter 38. The resin and ink smell wrapped around her like a second skin, familiar in a way that made her chest ache. The chamber was smaller than she remembered, narrow enough that she could touch both walls with her arms half extended. But the shelves rose high, iron brackets bolted into the stone, each one loaded with crates and ledgers that sagged under their own weight. She kept her knife up. Ferris stayed at the mouth of the corridor, the lamp swinging in his grip, casting his shadow long across the floor. He had not moved since she threatened the ledger. The hollow smile was gone. What remained was something closer to grief, raw and ugly. The face of a man who had already lost and was trying to decide how much more he could bear to surrender. Put the ledger down, he said. That one is 30 years of compact toll records. You drop it in the fire, and every checkpoint from here to Seni burns with it. Good. No, not good. He stepped forward, one pace, and she saw the blood on his coat, a dark stain spreading from his ribs. Fresh. Those records are leverage. Proof, the only thing keeping the compact from executing every survivor of the Kadar Spur as a liability. You are bleeding. His scout was faster than I expected. Ferris touched his side, winced, and the blood came away on his fingers. I had to put him down before he reported back. The body is in the west chamber. That is where you sent me, remember? To an empty room so your man could hold his line. She kept the ledger in her grip. You came alone. I came alone because I did not want anyone else to find what you found. He gestured at the chamber, the shelves, the sealed crates. Do you even remember what is in here? Or did you carve that empty space too clean? The question hit harder than she expected. Her hand trembled against the leather spine. The smell was so strong now. Resin and ink and something else, something older. The trace of her own sweat dried into the pages she had handled years ago, routes she had mapped, caches she had marked, lives she had recorded without knowing what she was building. I remember the shelves, she said. I remember stacking the crates. I remember sealing them with wax and writing the dates on the lids so I would know which ones were mine. And the names? She looked at him. Those are yours, Ferris said. Every name in those ledgers, every route, every toll, every life you recorded and filed and forgot. He took another step, and this time she did not tell him to stop. You built the record, you hid it. You chose to forget, so I could not make you tell me where it was. And now you are holding it in your hands and you want to burn it. Yes, why? She did not answer. She was not sure she knew. The anger was there, the same hot blade she had carried through every locked door. But beneath it, something else was shifting, something cold and still and very tired. Ferris saw it. You are grieving, he said. You are standing in the middle of everything you have ever been, and you are grieving the person you thought I was. That is real. That is allowed. Do not. I am not asking for forgiveness. I know what I did. I know what I cost you. He pulled his hand away from his side and the blood dripped onto the stone floor, a slow, dark rhythm. But you need to understand something. Those records are not just proof of my debt. They are proof of everyone else's. The names in those ledgers belong to compact officers who took payments, provincial wardens who let red warrant caravans pass, quartermasters who sold their own supply chains for a share of the profit. She felt the weight of the ledgers shift in her grip. Burning them does not hurt me, Ferris said. It protects them. It makes the people who killed Calvey invisible. It lets the men who use excision to hide their murders vanish into the records you just destroyed. You are lying. I am telling the truth for the first time in years, and you know it. He raised his chin, and his eyes were bright and wet and desperate. That is why you cannot burn them. Not because I am your brother, because the truth is the only weapon we have left. She held his gaze. The ledger was warm in her hands, the leather cracked and dry, the pages swollen with age and ink. She could feel the weight of every entry, every signature, every toll recorded and paid and forgotten. Hundreds of names, hundreds of debts. A web that stretched from the Corazal Ridge to the streets of Seni, from the checkpoints of Kadar to the quiet rooms where surgeons erased memories with a blade and a prayer. And at the center of it, Ferris and Zylva, and a woman chained in the dark who had trusted her to find a way out. She lowered the ledger. Do not make me regret this. Ferris exhaled, and the sound was almost a sob. He sagged against the wall, the blood from his side spreading faster now, his face gone gray in the lamplight. I will not. I swear it. You swore before. I know. He closed his eyes. I know. She set the ledger on the nearest shelf and turned to face the crates, the sealed lids, the dates she had written in her own hand. The wax seals were intact. The string labels were yellowed but legible. She touched the first one, ran her finger along the edge, and felt something catch in her chest. A sound from the corridor. Not footsteps. A scrape. Soft. Deliberate. Ferris's eyes snapped open. How many men did you say you brought? 6. One is dead in the west chamber. The others are holding the lower storage. Then who? The scrape came again, closer, and this time she felt it through the floor, a movement beneath the stone, not above it. The tunnelers. They were already inside the foundation. Chapter 39. The scrape came again, closer now, and Zylva felt the vibration through her boots, a low thrum that climbed her spine. Ferris pushed off the wall, his hand pressed against his side, blood seeping between his fingers. His face had gone the color of old paper, but his eyes were sharp, tracking the sound, measuring it. How far in are they? Close, she said. Closer than you thought. I know this foundation. I mapped it. Then you know they are already past the outer supports. She kept her voice flat, tactical, the same voice she used to call distances on a ridge. The question is whether you planned for them to find you here. Ferris looked at her. The silence stretched. I did not plan for them at all, he said. The scarred man's people were supposed to wait for my signal. Someone moved ahead. Or someone decided you were expendable. He flinched, not at the words, at the way she said them, like she was stating a fact she had already accepted. Zylva, do not. I need you to understand. I understand everything. She stepped back, putting the shelf between them. The ledger was still in her hand, heavy and warm. You built a trap. You used me to bait it. And now the people you owe are coming through the floor to collect. I am trying to protect you. You tried to sell me. I tried to keep you alive. His voice cracked. There is a difference. Is there? She held up the ledger. Because from where I am standing, the only difference is how you sleep at night. The scrape came again, directly beneath them this time, and the stone floor vibrated with a heavy, grinding weight. Dust sifted from the ceiling. A crack spread across the mortar between two slabs, thin as a hair, dark as a wound. Ferris looked down at it. Then he moved. He crossed the space in 3 steps, his hand closing around her wrist before she could step back, his grip surprisingly strong for a man bleeding out. He did not try to take the ledger. He pulled her toward the corridor, toward the sound of the tunnelers, toward the dark. Come with me. Let go. I will not leave you here. You already left me. She twisted her wrist, but his fingers held. You left me in a surgery with a woman who cut my memory out. You left me in a locked room with a man I did not remember choosing. You left me every time you told me you loved me and put a knife in my hand instead of the truth. I did what I had to do. You did what was easiest. His jaw tightened. The blood was running down his wrist now, dripping onto the stone, mixing with the dust from the ceiling. His eyes were wet and bright, and something in them was breaking. I am asking you one last time, and I am telling you no. He did not let go. For a long moment they stood there, brother and sister, each holding something the other needed, the scrape beneath them growing louder, the crack in the floor widening, the dust falling like snow. Then Ferris pulled. She stumbled forward, off balance, the ledger slipping in her grip. He caught it with his free hand, the motion smooth and practiced, and she felt the weight leave her palm. No. Stay or come, he said, tucking the ledger against his chest. But the records are mine. He turned toward the corridor. Zylva did not follow. She stood in the center of the cash chamber, her hands empty, her heart pounding, and she watched her brother walk away with the only proof that could destroy him. You forgot something. He stopped. You forgot who built this room. He turned, slowly. The ledger pressed against his ribs, the blood soaking through his coat, the lamplight carving shadows into his face. Why did you say? I built this cache before the excision. She kept her voice steady, calm, the voice of a woman who had mapped 1,000 routes and never lost a single one. I sealed every crate. I wrote every date. I chose every shelf height and every lock placement. And I did it, knowing I would not remember it. Ferris's eyes narrowed. So I also built something you did not find. She reached behind the nearest shelf, her fingers finding the groove she had carved into the stone years ago, the one her body remembered even if her mind did not. She pressed. A section of the wall slid open. Behind it, a narrow recess, a single iron box, crescent symbol stamped into the lid, the same symbol on her tattoo, on Ferris's, on the box he had pulled from the tunnel days ago. Ferris stared at it. You are lying. Open it. You do not remember. You said you do not remember. I do not need to remember. She stepped aside, letting the lamplight fall on the box. I only need to know what you will do when you find out I am telling the truth. He did not move. The scrape beneath them grew louder. The crack in the floor had spread to the wall, a dark seam climbing toward the ceiling. Dust sifted in steady streams. Ferris looked at the box, then he looked at her. You are buying time. Yes. You are trying to hold me here until they breach. Yes. You would rather die in this room with me than let me walk out. She met his eyes. I would rather the truth survive than you. Something shifted in his face. Not anger, not betrayal. Something older, deeper. The wound of a boy who had never learned that love did not have to cost. He let the ledger fall. It hit the stone with a heavy slap, pages splaying open, ink bleeding into the dust. You win. What? I said you win. He sagged against the wall, the blood from his side spreading faster now, his face going gray. I cannot outrun them. I cannot outrun you. And I am too tired to keep trying. The scrape beneath them stopped. Silence. Ferris closed his eyes. The stone floor cracked open. Chapter 40. She caught Ferris before the stone took him. His weight dragged through her arms as the floor buckled, the crack splitting wide, dust and rubble spilling into the dark beneath. She hauled him backward, her boots skidding on loose gravel, her grip catching his collar where the blood had already soaked through. He did not fight her. That was how she knew he was done. The ledge crumbled behind them, a section of stone the size of a door breaking free and falling into the black. The crash echoed up through the chamber, then faded into the scrape and settle of debris finding its rest. She pulled him clear of the edge and let him fall. He landed on his back, the ledger still pressed against his chest, his eyes half open, his breath shallow and wet. The blood from his side had stopped spreading. That was not good. That meant he did not have enough left to push. She stood over him, breathing hard, the dust sticking to her skin, her hands trembling from the pull. The iron box lay where she had left it, wedged between the shelf and the wall, the crescent symbol catching the lamplight. Still sealed, still safe. The scrape beneath them had stopped. Not the tunnelers retreating. The tunnelers buried. She did not have time to feel that. Not yet. Steps in the corridor, running. Covran came through the gap first, his rifle raised, his eyes finding her, finding Ferris on the stone, finding the hole where the floor had been. He stopped at the edge and looked down. Chamber collapsed. Tunnelers underneath. He nodded, slow, understanding. Tola is securing the kitchen. He lowered the rifle and looked at Ferris, at the blood, at the ledger pressed against his chest like a child holding a toy. He is still alive. Yes. Why? She did not answer. She walked to the shelf and picked up the iron box. The weight was solid, familiar, her fingers finding the edges of the seal as if they remembered the motion. She tucked it under her arm and turned back to Covran. Because I chose. He held her gaze for a long moment. The dust was still falling, the lamplight flickering, the crack in the wall climbing toward the ceiling like a vein. Then he stepped aside. Then let us get out of this room before the rest of it comes down. She followed him into the corridor, leaving Ferris on the stone. Behind her, the chamber breathed once, a long, slow exhale of settling stone, and then fell silent. The kitchen was intact. Tala had barricaded the door to the lower storage, a chair wedged under the handle, a kettle of hot water steaming on the stove. She looked up when they entered, her eyes moving from Covran to Zylva, to the box under Zylva's arm. Is it done? For now. Covran set the rifle against the wall and lowered himself into a chair, his face drawn, his bandage wound dark at the edges. The tunnels collapsed. Ferris is below, alive but not moving. The tunnelers are buried. Tola's jaw tightened. Both chambers? The cache chamber and the approach. I do not know about the rest. She turned to the stove and poured water into a basin, her movements precise and mechanical. Then we have until the next force finds the ridge, and they will find it. The Red Warrant knows where we are. The Scarred Man knows. And now the tunnelers are dead beneath our floor, which means the province will have questions when the snow thaws and bodies surface. Then we do not stay that long. Zylva set the iron box on the table. The sound of metal against wood was loud in the quiet kitchen. Tola stopped pouring. Covran looked up. Open it, Zylva said. Now! Now! Before someone else decides what is inside matters more than who built it. She did not wait for their agreement. She found the seam where the lid met the body, the same seam her fingers had traced 100 times without remembering, and pressed. The lid released with a soft hiss of displaced air. Inside, a stack of papers, folded tight, the edges yellowed and cracked. A smaller box, wooden, no larger than her palm, and a strip of cloth, dark with age, wrapped around something flat and hard. She pulled the cloth bundle first, unwrapped it. A key. Brass, tarnished, the bow shaped like a crescent with a single notch cut into the curve. Not the key to the chamber, not the key to the house. A key she had never seen, but her hand closed around it like a reflex. She held it up. Covran's breath caught. Where did you get that? I built it. She turned the key in the light, watching the brass catch the flame. Before the excision, I built the cache, the box, and this. I do not remember why. Tola stepped closer, her eyes fixed on the key. That is a compact vault key, provincial issue, used for sealed evidence storage in the corridor courts. How do you know? Because I have seen one before, on a dead man. Tola's voice was flat, clinical. He was a compact quartermaster who tried to sell Red Warrant transit logs to the province. Someone cut his throat and took the key before he hit the ground. Zylva looked at the key in her palm, the crescent, the notch, the weight of something she had hidden from herself. What does it open? Tola's eyes met hers. Evidence storage in Drail Province, the court archives, every sealed record, every witness statement, every manifest review for the past 20 years. She paused. And the list of every excision patient Sister Calvey treated. The room went still. The fire crackled. The water in the basin cooled. Outside, the wind pushed against the windows, and the house settled into the dark. Zylva closed her hand around the key. Then that is where I am going. Covran stood. I am coming with you. No. Yes. He crossed the kitchen, his limp pronounced, his hand braced against the counter. You do not remember what is in that vault. You do not remember why you built a key for it. You do not remember who you were trying to protect or who you were trying to escape. And if you walk into Drail Province alone with a key that half the corridor wants, you will not come out. I did not ask you to come. I know. He stopped in front of her, close enough that she could see the sweat on his brow, the pain in his jaw, the exhaustion he was holding back with nothing but will. That is why I am telling you, not asking. She held his gaze. The key was warm in her palm. The iron box sat open on the table. Ferris was bleeding out in a chamber beneath their feet, and somewhere in Drail Province, Sister Calvey's stolen list was waiting for the person who could read it. She could leave. The doors were open. The ridge was clear. The snow had stopped. She could walk out of Resin House and never look back. But she had built this key for a reason. She had carved the crescent notch with her own hands before she chose to forget, before she asked Covran to lock her in a room and keep her alive. She had known she would need to find this again. She had known she would need to remember. One condition, she said. Name it. We do it my way. Not compact protocol, not corridor law, my way. Covran did not hesitate. Done. Above them, a floorboard creaked. Tola's head snapped up. She moved toward the stairwell, her knife appearing in her hand as if it had always been there. Someone is in the upper hall. Zylva grabbed the iron box and followed. The stairs groaned under her weight as she climbed, the key still in her fist, the crescent notch pressing into her skin. The upper hall was dark, the only light coming from the gap beneath Tola's door, a thin yellow blade across the floorboards. The crate came again, closer. Tola reached the top of the stairs and stopped. The door to the west room was open. It had been closed when Zylva came up from the cache, she was sure of it. Tola moved forward, silent, the knife low at her side. She reached the door and pressed her back to the wall, then leaned into the frame. The room was empty, but on the windowsill, propped against the glass, was a single folded sheet of paper, weighted with a river stone. Tola picked it up. Read it. Her face went gray. What is it? Tola handed her the paper. One line. Black ink. Sharp, precise handwriting she did not recognize. The compact is no longer the only party hunting the surgeon's list. Someone has already reached Drail. They are waiting for you. Beneath the line, a symbol, a crescent. But the notch was on the other side. Zylva looked down at the key in her hand, then back at the paper. And for the first time since she woke on the cold stone floor of Resin House, she did not know who had built the trap she was walking into. Chapter 41. The cache chamber smelled of crushed stone and old paper. Zylva knelt among the scattered ledgers, her hands moving across the bindings as if her fingers remembered what her mind could not. The iron box sat open beside her, the crescent key pressed against her palm like a brand. She had built this room. She had sealed these crates, and she had forgotten all of it. Covran appeared in the opening, his rifle slung across his back, a leather satchel in his hand. His face was gray with exhaustion, but his eyes were clear. We have maybe 4 hours before the ridge draws enough traffic to pin us here. Maybe less if whoever left that note moves faster than we do. Zylva did not look up. What do we carry? Everything that names names. Everything that connects the compact to the warrant. Everything that proves Calvey was killed for what she knew. He dropped the satchel beside her. The rest burns. She reached for the nearest ledger and opened it. The pages were dense with figures, dates, route codes, toll amounts. Her handwriting. The same slant, the same pressure on the descender strokes, the same habit of underlining totals twice. She had written every line. She remembered nothing. The Investigator, she said. Oren Bex, you know him? I know of him. Covran lowered himself to the stone, his jaw tight, his hand braced against the wall. He has been picking at the compact for 3 years. Every time we seal a route, he finds the leak. Every time we bury a body, he finds the grave. Then he will find us. Not if we burn the trail first. Zylva turned the page. A name caught her eye. Not a route code, not a toll figure. Oren Bex, Drail Province. Contact established. Terms pending. The air went cold. She read it again. The handwriting was hers. Tell me you did not know, she said. Covran looked at the page. His face did not change. I did not know. He is in the ledgers. I can see that. I put him there. Before the excision, I was tracking him, or I was dealing with him. She looked up. Which one am I trying to burn? Covran stared at the name for a long moment. I do not know. The fire in the kitchen was already eating the first stack of papers when Zylva climbed back up. Tola stood at the hearth, feeding pages into the flames with the quiet efficiency of someone who had done this before. Her braid was loose, her sleeves black with ash. She did not look up. How many ledgers survive? Enough. Zylva set the satchel on the table. The ones that name names, the ones that prove the conspiracy. And the rest? Gone before dawn. Tola nodded. The fire crackled. A page curled and blackened, its figures vanishing into heat. Zylva opened the satchel and pulled out the folded paper from the west room windowsill. The crescent with the reversed notch. The precise black handwriting. "They are waiting for you." She turned it over. Nothing on the back. No signature, no seal, no clue who had left it, how they had gotten past Covran's locks and Tola's watch. "The door was locked," she said. Tola looked up. "I checked it twice, before you came up from the cache, after the creak in the hall." "Then how did they get in?" "I do not know." The answer was worse than a name would have been. Zylva folded the paper and put it in her pocket. She crossed to the window and looked out at the ridge. The snow had stopped. The sky was a pale, bruised gray, the clouds thinning at the edges. Below the tree line, the road wound through the avalanche path, a dark ribbon against the white. Someone was out there, waiting. She turned back to the room. Covran had lowered himself into a chair, his head tilted back, his eyes closed. His breathing was shallow but steady. The wound in his side had stopped bleeding, but the bandage was dark at the edges and would need to be changed before they moved. Tola was methodically sorting the remaining papers into two piles, carry and burn. The house was quiet. Too quiet. Zylva walked to the trap door that led down to the cache chamber and looked at the iron ring set into the wood. Ferris was still down there, alive. She had pulled him from the collapsing floor, hauled him clear, let him fall to the stone. She had saved his life because she chose to, not because the blood between them demanded it, but she had not been back to see him since. She lifted the trap door. The stairwell was dark and cold, the air thick with the smell of wet stone and old iron. She descended, her hand on the wall, her boot finding each step with the certainty of someone who had walked this path before. The cache chamber was lit by a single lantern set on the overturned crate. Ferris lay on his back on the stone floor, his eyes open, his chest rising and falling in shallow, uneven breaths. His hands were bound in front of him with a length of rope Tola had found in the kitchen drawer. He looked at her when she entered, but he did not speak. Zylva sat on the crate across from him. The lantern flame swayed. Outside, the wind pushed against the foundation. "I found a name in the ledgers," she said. "Oren Beck's. I wrote it, before the excision. Do you know why?" Ferris's eyes moved, searching her face. "I know why you burned them." "That is not an answer. It is the only one I have." His voice was a raw thread, barely audible. "You did not trust anyone, not even yourself." "Then why did I keep the key?" Ferris stared at her. "Because you knew you would need it." The answer was true. She could feel it in her chest, the weight of a decision she had made and forgotten, the shape of a plan she had built while she still remembered who she was and what she was hunting. She stood. "Who left the note?" Ferris's mouth twitched. "I do not know." "Liar." "No." He shook his head, the motion slow and deliberate. "I have been lying to you for years, but not about this. I do not know who left that note, and that is what scares me." Zylva looked at him. He was telling the truth. She did not know how she knew, but she knew. She turned and climbed back up the stairwell, the iron ring scraping against the wood as she pulled the trap door closed behind her. Tola was at the table, the carry pile reduced to a single stack of papers. "Which investigator do you think reached Drail first?" Zylva licked the note in her pocket, the reversed crescent, the waiting. "I do not know." The storm had broken, but the silence that followed was worse. Zylva stood at the west window, watching the ridge road darken as the sun dropped behind the peaks. Covran appeared behind her, his footsteps heavy against the floorboards. "We should move before full dark." "Where?" "South, through the avalanche path. There is a hunter's cabin at the base of the ridge. It is not safe, but it is hidden." "And the ledgers?" "Carry them. Burn them if we have to, but do not leave them here." Zylva turned. "What if the trap is not in Drail? What if it is on the road?" Covran met her eyes. "Then we spring it together." The words were not a promise, they were a plan. She looked down at the key in her hand, the crescent notch pressing into her skin. She had built this key for a reason. She had carved the notch with her own hands, and she had forgotten why. But out there, on the ridge road, someone was waiting. and they knew she was coming. Zylva closed her fist around the key. Pack the horses, burn the rest. We leave in an hour. Tola moved toward the fire. The flames rose, and the last traces of Resin House began to disappear. Chapter 42. Tola's hands were steady as she worked the needle through Kovan's side, the catgut pulling the torn edges of skin together with the same methodical patience she used to sort bandages or split kindling. The kitchen smelled of blood and resin smoke and the wet wool of 3 people who had not slept in a room with a fire in 2 days. Covan sat on the edge of the table, his jaw tight, his fingers wrapped around the edge of the wood. He did not flinch when the needle went in, but a muscle in his neck stood out like a cable under tension. Zylva stood at the window, the crescent key pressed into her palm, watching the ridge road darken. Behind her, Tola tied off the stitch and reached for the roll of clean linen. "He cannot travel like this. He is not staying here," Zylva said without turning. "Then you will carry him halfway down the avalanche path before the wound opens again. If you are lucky, it will only slow you down. If you are not, he will bleed out before you reach the tree line." Covan straightened, the bandage pulling tight across his ribs. "I will make the tree line." Tola looked at him. The silence that followed was not agreement. The floorboards creaked in the upper hall. Zylva turned, her hand dropping to the knife in her boot. But the sound was not footsteps. It was the trap door. The iron ring scraped against the wood as someone pushed it open from below. Tola reached for the blade at her belt. Covan was already on his feet, one hand pressed to the fresh bandage, the other reaching for the rifle propped against the table. Zylva moved toward the trapdoor before either of them could stop her. The stairwell was dark, but she could see the shape of a head and shoulders rising through the opening, a hand gripping the edge of the floor. Ferris pulled himself up. He was pale. The rope burns on his wrists were raw and weeping, and his shirt was dark with blood from the wound he had not let Tola touch. But he was standing. Barely. He looked at Zylva, then at Covran, then at the rifle in Covran's hands. "I need to say something before you decide whether to shoot me or leave me here." Covran's finger did not move from the trigger. "You have nothing to say that I want to hear." "That is probably true." Ferris's voice was thin, but it held. "But you need to hear it anyway." He took a step forward, his hand bracing against the wall. "The men I brought were not the only ones watching Resin House. There is a second group. They are not red-warned, and they are not compact. They have been tracking this place for 3 months, waiting for the snow to break." Zylva's hand tightened around the key. "Who?" Ferris looked at Covran. "One of yours." The room went still. Tola's hand stopped over the bandage roll. Covran's rifle did not lower, but something shifted in his face, a crack in the stone mask he had worn for 6 years. "Name them." "I will." Ferris's mouth moved into something that was not quite a smile, but not for free. "You are in no position to bargain." "I am in exactly the position to bargain." Ferris pressed his hand to his side, where the blood was beginning to soak through his shirt. "You want to know who sold you out? I want to live." "You will live," Zylva said. Both men looked at her. She crossed the room, her boots loud against the stone floor, and stopped in front of Ferris. Close enough to see the exhaustion in his eyes, the fear he was trying to hide behind the battered confidence. "You will tell us the name, and then we will decide what to do with you." Ferris held her gaze. "And if I do not trust your decision, then you die in the rubble of a house that is already burning. I saved you once. I will not do it again." The words hung between them. Ferris looked at her for a long moment, then he nodded. "The Quartermaster, Miran Jaster's second. A man named Elwyn Varric. He has been feeding route information to the province for 18 months. Covran's expression did not change, but his hand moved to the stock of the rifle, adjusting his grip. "Varric has been with the Compact for 7 years. 7 years is a long time to carry a grudge," Ferris said. "Or a debt." The silence stretched. Tola picked up the bandage roll and tucked it into her bag without looking at anyone. Zylva turned to Covran. "Do you know this name?" "I know the face." I did not know the trade. Then he is still alive. He is at the South Garrison. If he is the leak, he will be gone by the time we reach it. Ferris shook his head. He will not run. He thinks he is safe. He thinks the person he sold the information to will protect him. Who? That I do not know. Zylva looked at him. He was telling the truth. She could feel it in her chest. The same certainty she had felt in the cash chamber. The same instinct she had learned to trust when her memory could no longer guide her. Then we go south, she said, but not to the garrison. We go to the hunter's cabin, we wait, and we watch. Covran's eyes met hers. He did not argue. Tola slung the bag over her shoulder and picked up the pile of papers from the table. Outside, the wind had dropped. The ridge road was dark, and somewhere on the mountain, a second group of men was already moving. Ferris stood in the center of the room, his wrists still raw, his shirt still dark with blood, and watched Zylva pick up her pack. You are going to trust me? No, Zylva said. I am going to use you. She walked past him without looking back. The horses were waiting in the avalanche shelter, their breath pluming in the cold air. Zylva swung into the saddle, the crescent key pressed against her palm, and looked up at the dark mass of Resin House against the sky. Smoke rose from the kitchen chimney. The fire was still burning, but the house was already dead. She turned her horse south. Behind her, Covran mounted, his face pale, his hand pressed to his side. Tilla took the rear, the carry bag strapped across her shoulder, and Ferris walked between them, his hands bound in front of him, his eyes fixed on the tree line ahead. The ridge road narrowed as they descended. The wind picked up, and somewhere in the dark, someone was watching them go. Zylva felt the weight of the key in her hand. She did not know what waited for her in Drail, but she knew one thing for certain. She was not running anymore. The memory came without warning. A room with a fire, a desk covered in papers, her own hand writing a name in a ledger with the same crescent key she now held pressed against the page as a paperweight. Aaron Bex, Drail Province, contact established, terms pending. She had written those words. She had known what they meant, and she had forgotten. The horse moved beneath her. The wind pushed against her face, and Zylva Okar, for the first time in weeks, felt something other than fear. She felt the shape of a plan she had built while she still remembered, and she felt the hunger to finish it. Chapter 43. The ridge road narrowed as they descended, the trees pressing closer on both sides. Zylva rode with the crescent key pressed against her palm, her eyes scanning the dark between the trunks. The wind had dropped to nothing. The snow held its breath. Behind her, Covran sat rigid in the saddle, his hand pressed to the wound Tola had stitched. He had not spoken since they left Resin House. Neither had Ferris, who walked between the horses with his bound hands held in front of him, his breath coming in short, shallow pulls. Tola rode at the rear, the pack of ledgers strapped across her shoulder, her gaze fixed on the tree line. The trail bent south, and then it stopped. A figure stood in the center of the path 50 paces ahead, a horse beside him, its breath pluming in the cold air. A white cloth tied to the end of a rifle barrel, held high enough to catch what little light the stars gave. Covran reined in. Zala did not. She rode forward until she could see the man's face. Mid-30s, a scar cutting through his left eyebrow, not fresh, a coat that had seen too many winters, eyes that did not blink. He lowered the rifle slightly. Aaron Bex, he said. Drail Province investigation. I am here under lawful authority to seize the records of compact operations at Resin House and to take custody of any persons tied to the murder of Sister Calvey. The words hung in the cold air. Zylva did not stop moving. She rode until she was 10 feet from him, then swung down from the saddle, the key still in her hand. You are early. Bex's eyes moved to the key. He did not acknowledge it. The warrant does not wait for weather. The warrant does not exist, Covran said from behind her. His voice was flat, controlled, but she heard the strain in it. Drail has no jurisdiction in the prison corridor. Bex's gaze shifted to Covran. The Compact signed a treaty of extradition 3 years ago when you wanted access to the Seni feeder roads. The terms allow Drail to investigate any crime committed against a licensed medical practitioner in the Third Prophets. Sister Calvey was licensed. She was murdered. That gives me jurisdiction. Silence. Covran's hand moved away from his wound. Zylva saw him reach for the rifle at his saddle. "Do not," she said. She did not turn around. She kept her eyes on Bex. "You know about Calvey. I know she is dead. I know her list of excision patients was stolen. I know you were one of them." Bex's voice did not change. "I also know you left Resin House with a vault key that belongs in Drail evidence storage." Zylva's fingers tightened around the crescent. "How do you know that?" "Because I have already detained one of Miran Jaster's runners." The words hit like a blade. Bex reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, held it up so the starlight caught the ink. "He was carrying a copy of a partial manifest. Route codes, supply caches, payment ledgers, everything your brother sold to the Red Warrant for the last 18 months. Zylva heard Ferris stop breathing. "The runner did not survive the questioning," Bex said, "but the manifest did." He held the paper out. Zylva did not take it. "You came here alone." "I came here first. There are 12 armed men waiting at the lower crossroads. If I do not return within the hour with the records and the persons named in the warrant, they will move up the ridge and take everything by force." Covran swung down from the saddle. He landed badly, his hand going to his side, but he did not stop moving until he stood beside Zylva. "The house is empty. The records are with us, and the only person tied to Calvey's murder is Ferris O'Carr." Bex looked at Ferris, bound, blood-soaked, standing in the snow with his eyes fixed on the Investigator. "That is not entirely accurate." Ferris laughed. It was a broken sound, wet and ragged, but it cut through the stillness like a knife. "He knows," Ferris said. "He knows you are not the only one who built a plan, Zylva." Bex did not look at him. He looked at Zylva. The man who killed Sister Calvey was never identified, but the runner had a name on him that was not on the manifest, a name he was supposed to deliver to someone in Drail before he died. Bex unfolded the paper fully. Zylva saw her own handwriting at the bottom of the page. "R.N. Bex. Contact established. Terms pending." She had written that, before the excision, before she forgot. "The runner was carrying your name and a location," Bex said. "Gannet's Rest, a tavern in the lower district of Drail Province. Do you know why?" Zylva did not answer. She looked at the paper in his hand. She looked at the key in her own, and she felt the shape of the plan she had built while she still remembered, rising like a corpse from the frozen ground. "No," she said, "but I am going to find out." Bex folded the paper and put it back in his coat. "Then we have a problem, because I came here to take you into custody, not to partner with you." Covran's hand moved to his rifle. Tola's horse shifted beneath her, and Ferris stood in the snow between them all, his bound hands raised slightly, his eyes on Zylva. "You wanted to know who built the trap," he said. "You washed the perfectly Technox cell. You are looking at him." He nodded at Bex. "He has been watching us for 3 years. He knew about the cache before I did. He knew about the key before Zylva remembered it. And he is the reason the reversed crescent note was waiting on the windowsill." Zylva turned to Bex. The Investigator did not deny it. "The note was a warning," he said, "not a threat. I wanted you to know that someone reached Drail before you, that someone is already waiting, and that if you walk into that vault alone, you will not walk out." The wind picked up. The snow began to fall again, and Zylva O'Carr stood in the middle of the ridge road, holding a key that unlocked a vault she did not remember building, facing a man who had been tracking her before she even knew to run. Chapter 44. They carried the ledgers up from the cache in canvas packs, 3 trips each, until the kitchen table disappeared under stacked leather and sealed wax. Tola had lit every lamp in the house. The fire hissed and snapped in the hearth, eating the last of the papers Zylva had marked for burning. Administrative logs, supply manifests. Nothing that connected to names or routes or the shape of the conspiracy she was still learning to see. Bex stood at the door with his arms crossed, watching. He had not entered the house. He had not left either. His 12 men stayed at the lower crossroads, and he stayed on the threshold, a man who knew exactly how far he could push before the ground shifted under him. Zylva pulled the first ledger from the top of the pile. She opened it. The handwriting was not hers. She set it aside and pulled the next. Covran wept across from her, his wounded arm braced against his ribs, his face the color of old bone. He had not spoken since they came up from the cache. Every movement cost him. Every breath was measured. Zylva did not tell him to stop. She knew better. She opened the third ledger and stopped. Her own handwriting stared back at her. Not the careful script she had used for route maps and toll tallies. This was smaller, tighter. The letters pressed together like they were trying to hide from each other. Orin Bex, Trail Province, contact established, terms pending. She had seen that page before. Bex had shown it to her on the ridge, but the ledger held more than that. She turned the page. Names, dates, payment amounts, all in her hand, all written before the excision, all meaning nothing to the woman holding the book now. She read the first column. Red warrant transit credits. Rat 7 East, spring thaw allocation. Below it, a list of names she did not recognize. Below that, a single entry that made her fingers go still. Nira Quill. Gannet's Rest. Coded payment verified. Terms, information relay. Zylva read it again, then again. The name meant nothing to her, but her hand had written it, and her hand had added the words, coded payment verified, and her hand had classified Nira Quill as information relay in a ledger that tracked red warrant transit credits. Covran saw her face change. He straightened, slow and careful, his hand braced on the table edge. What did you find? Zylva did not answer. She turned the page. More names, more dates. A second entry for Nira Quill, 3 weeks after the first, with the same notation and a different location. Gannet's Rest, coded payment renewed. Terms, active. She closed the ledger. Her hands were steady. That was the worst part. Her hands remembered the weight of this book, the angle of the lamplight, the resin smell of the ink. Her hands knew what she had done. Her mind was a locked room. She looked up at Covran. Who is Nira Quill? The question landed like stone in still water. Covran's jaw tightened. He knew the name. She saw it in the way his breathing changed, the way he did not look at her when he answered. A singer. Works the taverns along the corridor. Gannet's Rest is her usual post, but she moves when the season changes. Information relay. That is what the corridor calls her. He met her eyes now. She trades gossip for protection, carries messages, knows who is paying whom and when. Zylva looked down at the ledger, at her own handwriting, at the name she had written twice before she forgot she ever knew it. I was paying her. It looks that way. For information. Covran did not answer. He did not need to. Zylva set the ledger down and looked across the kitchen at Ferris. He was on the floor, bound and bloodied, his back against the wall where Tola had propped him after stitching the worst of his wound. His head was bowed. His breathing was wet and uneven. But when Zylva spoke, he looked up. Did you know? Ferris watched her. Slowly his mouth moved, not a word, a smile. Blood cracked along his lower lip and dripped onto his torn coat. You wrote it, he said. You wrote it before you went to Calvey, before you chose to forget. You wrote it in your own book, with your own hand. He laughed. It was a wet, broken sound, full of something that was not pleasure and not pain. And now you are holding it like a stranger's letter. Zylva did not move. She watched her brother laugh at her from the floor, and she felt the shape of her forgotten life pressing against the walls of her skull, trying to get in. What was the arrangement? Ferris stopped laughing. He looked at her. You tell me, Zylva. You're the one who wrote it. Chapter 45. The kitchen had not felt this small since the first night. Bex stood in the doorway with snow melting from his coat, his rifle cradled across his forearm, but the barrel pointed at the floor. The white cloth was still tied to the stock, darkening at the edges where wet wool bled through. He did not step inside. He waited. Covran watched him from the table with the stillness of a man who had his hand on a knife he was not showing. Tola had moved toward the hearth, her fingers brushing the iron poker as if checking it was still there. Ferris stayed on the floor, bound and bleeding, his smile gone now, but his eyes tracking Bex like a dog watching a gate. "You have 1 hour," Zylva said. Bex did not look at her when he answered. "I will need less than that." He waited another breath. Then he turned his shoulder and stepped over the threshold, alone. The door stayed open behind him. Snow blew in. Bex set his rifle against the wall, muzzle up, and crossed to the table without asking permission. He stopped across from Zylva and looked at the ledgers splayed open under the lamplight. His eyes moved over the pages. He did not touch them. "You burned the administrative logs." It was not a question. Zylva did not answer. Bex pulled out the chair across from her and sat. He moved like a man who knew the weight of every piece of furniture in the room. Not from familiarity, from calculation. "I understand you want to protect the people in those pages," he said. "I am not here to arrest a list of names. I am here to arrest a method." Covran spoke without turning. "Then say what you came to say and get off this ridge before the next storm closes it." Bex looked at Covran. The pause stretched. "Sister Calvey's body was found in her surgery," he said. "She was on her back, both hands placed on her chest. Her throat had been cut from ear to ear, but the wound was clean, deliberate, not a struggle." He looked back at Zylva. Whoever killed her wanted her to lie still for it. The kitchen went quiet. Zylva felt the words land in her chest like something solid, something she would have to carry. "Her patient list was stolen," she said. "Yes, but they did not take anything else." Bex's mouth tightened. "They took her surgical case, the instruments she used for excision, and they took the marked cloths she used to clean the incision site after a procedure." Zylva's hand went still on the ledger. "Why would they take those?" Bex held her eyes. "Because they were not hiding a single scandal," he said. "They were collecting memories." The word landed wrong. Zylva turned it over, trying to make it fit. "Memories cannot be collected," she said. "No," Bex agreed, "but the traces of them can. The tissue she removed, the records she kept, of which paths she burned, the names of every patient who paid her to forget." He leaned forward. "Calvey did not just remove memories, Zylva. She studied them. She mapped them. She kept notes on how the brain stored location, root knowledge, emotional association. She was building a catalog." Zylva's throat closed. The ledgers under her hand felt heavier. Who would want a catalog of erased memories? Bex did not answer. He let the question hang in the air between them, filling the space like smoke. "That is what I have spent 3 years trying to determine," he said finally. "I started with Ferris because he was visible. He was making deals, borrowing credit, selling access. But the deeper I dug, the more I realized Ferris was not the center of this. He was a spoke." He looked toward the bound figure on the floor. Ferris did not react. His eyes were closed. "Someone has been using excision to remove witnesses from the corridor for years," Bex said. "Not killing them, erasing them, making them forget what they saw, what they carried, what they were paid to deliver. The bodies are still walking. They just do not know what they know." He turned back to Zylva. "And then there is you." She felt the weight of his attention. Measured, clinical. "You paid Calvey to remove 1 week," he said. "A single week. Not a trauma, not a massacre. A week of root work, ledger entries, and a hidden witness you built a cage to protect. You did not want to forget the Kedar spur. You wanted to forget what you did with what you learned there." Zyla's hands were still. She did not blink. "I have spent 3 years asking why Ferris's debts matter to people who have never met him," Bex said. "Why his name appears on manifests he never signed. Why his red-worn contacts treat him like a resource rather than an ally. I thought he was the prize, the leverage, the thing everyone was trying to control." He paused. "But I was wrong." The fire settled in the hearth. A log broke and sent sparks up the flue. "Your erased week is what they want," Bex said. "Not Ferris, not the cash, not the dead Quartermaster's key. The week you paid to forget. Someone in Drail is already holding a copy of Calvey's patient list. They know you came to her. They know she cut a week out of your skull. and they believe that week contains something worth killing for. Zylva heard her own pulse, slow, steady. Her hand was still on the ledger. What do you believe? Bex looked at her. I believe you are the only person alive who can tell me. Chapter 46. The house settled into a fractured silence after Bex finished speaking. Zylva stayed at the table with the ledgers spread before her, reading the same entry 3 times without absorbing it. Quill, Gannet's Rest, coded payment verified. Her own handwriting, smaller than she remembered, pressed into the page like a confession. Covran had not moved from his position by the wall. His hand rested on the knife at his belt, thumb tracing the hilt in a slow, unconscious rhythm. Tola fed the fire and said nothing. Ferris lay on the floor with his eyes closed, breathing shallow. Bex sat across from Zylva, watching her read. She felt his attention like a weight she could not shift. I need to see the rest, she said. Of what? The patient list, the one you took from Jaster's runner. Bex did not answer immediately. His eyes moved over her face, reading something she could not name. The runner is still alive, he said. I left him bound at the lower crossroads with 2 of my men. He has not spoken since I took the manifest. He will speak to me. You do not know that. I know he carried my name to Drael. I know someone paid him to deliver it. That makes him part of whatever I erased. Bex considered her. Then he stood. Dawn, he said, I will take you to him. But if he dies before we get there, the trail dies with him. Zylva nodded. She did not sleep. She sat at the table while the fire burned down, watching the ledgers blur and sharpen by turns. Covran stayed at the wall. At some point he crossed to the hearth and added wood, then returned to his post without a word. When gray light began to seep through the shutters, she stood. Bex was already at the door, coat buckled, rifle in hand. Covran moved to follow. Stay, Zylva said. He stopped. You are bleeding through the bandage, she said. Tolle needs to restitch it. I will be back before you finish arguing about it. Covan's jaw tightened. I am not arguing. Good. She stepped past him and followed Bex into the cold. The lower crossroads sat in a fold of the ridge where the pine thinned and the wind cut hard. 2 men waited beside a dead fire, their breath pluming in the dawn light. The runner lay between them, bound at wrist and ankle, a canvas hood pulled over his head. Bex walked past his men without acknowledgement and pulled the hood off. The runner was young, younger than Zylva had expected, 19, maybe 20. His face was scratched and raw, his lips cracked from the cold. He looked at her with the flat resignation of someone who had already decided how this ended. Zylva crouched in front of him. You carried my name to Drael, she said. I want to know who paid you to deliver it. The runner did not answer. I am not going to hurt you, she said, but I need to know what you were carrying, not the manifest, the rest. His eyes flicked past her shoulder toward the tree line. Then he moved, fast. He twisted his bound wrists sideways and came up with a blade Zylva had not seen, a thin sliver of metal hidden in the seam of his sleeve. Before she could react, he drove it into his own throat. Blood sprayed across the snow. Zylva caught his shoulder as he fell, but he was already gone. His body went slack against her hands. The knife stayed lodged in his flesh. The silence stretched. Bex stepped forward and crouched beside the body. He pulled the knife free and turned it over once, then set it aside. Clean, he said. He knew exactly where to cut. Zylva did not move. Her hands were still wet with his blood. What did he see? She asked. Behind you, Bex said. Something in the trees spooked him. Or someone. She turned and looked at the tree line, pine and shadow. Nothing moved. He was carrying more than the manifest, she said. He was afraid of whoever sent him. Bex stood. Search him. They turned out his pockets, the lining of his coat, the seams of his boots. They found nothing. Not a coin, not a scrap, not a message. Zylva was about to stand when her fingers brushed something lumpy in the collar of his coat. A stitch that did not match the others. She pulled her knife and cut it open. A strip of paper fell into her palm. It was small, folded tight, stained with resin. She opened it carefully. 3 lines in someone else's hand. Gannet's Rest. Checkpoint Inn. 2 nights. Buyer meets singer. She read it twice. Quill, she said. He was delivering her meeting location. Vex took the scrap and held it to the light. "This is not root work," he said. "This is a transaction. Someone wanted her to meet a buyer at a specific time and place, and they needed confirmation delivered." To Drail. Zylva stood. The cold bit through her wet sleeves, but she barely felt it. "She is still alive," she said. "Nira, she is still working the corridor. If I can reach Gannet's Rest before the meeting, I can ask her what she knows before the buyer arrives." Vex looked at her. "You do not know who the buyer is." "No." "You do not know if she will talk." "Not yet." "You do not know if the meeting is a trap." Zylva met his eyes. "I know my handwriting was in those ledgers. I know I paid her for information relay. I know I set up contact with you before I erased myself. I did all of that while I still remembered what I was running from." She held his gaze. "That version of me knew what she was doing. I have to trust her." Vex studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. "We ride in 1 hour," he said. "If we push hard, we can reach Gannet's Rest before the second night." Zylva turned and walked back toward Resin House. Behind her, the runner's body lay still in the snow. The knife was still wet. And somewhere in the trees, someone had watched him choose death over capture. She did not look back. Chapter 47. The runner's blood was still wet on her sleeves when she pushed through the kitchen door. Covran straightened from the wall. His bandage had bloomed fresh red at the shoulder, but his eyes went straight to her hands, to the stains she had not wiped off. "He's dead," she said. "Slit his own throat before I could ask him anything useful." Tola looked up from the hearth. "Useful or not?" Zylva pulled the folded paper from her pocket and set it on the table. "Gannet's Rest, checkpoint in, 2 nights, buyer meets singer." Vex stepped inside behind her, the door swinging shut against the wind. He did not sit. He stood at the edge of the lamplight with his arms crossed, watching Covran the way a man watches a slope he expects to slide. "Nero Quill's meeting," Vex said. "Zylva wants to ride there before the buyer arrives." Covran's gaze did not leave her. "This is a day and a half through open ridge with a wound that bleeds through every stitch, and a prisoner who has already given us 1 traitor's name." "You are not coming," Zylva said. "You are staying here." "I am not arguing about that." "Good." She turned to Vex. "We ride in an hour, you and me. Tola stays with Covran and the records." Vex shook his head once, slow. "The records do not stay here. Not without seals I can certify and a chain I can swear to." "You think I will let you walk them out under compact colors?" Covran's voice was low, flat, the tone he used when he was done negotiating. "Your extradition treaty means nothing if the route between here and Drail runs through a quartermaster who has been selling passage for 18 months. The leak is still in the chain. Your custody is air." Vex did not flinch. "And your custody is a dead surgeon and a stolen patient list. You kept Zylva locked in this house for weeks after promising to protect her, and you did not know your own supply officer was feeding the red warrant. I am meant to trust you with a cache of evidence that names every compromised official in the corridor?" "I am not asking you to trust me," Covran said. "I am telling you the records do not leave this ridge under your authority alone." They held each other's gaze. The fire cracked. Tola stood, her hand resting on the iron poker. She did not pull it, but she did not let go. Zylva stepped between them. "Neither of you is taking the records anywhere," she said, "because the records are not what the buyer is coming for." Covran's eyes snapped to her. The runner's message was about Nira Quill. The runner's message was about a meeting, but the buyer is not traveling 2 days through winter to pay a singer for gossip. Nira Quill is a relay. She carries what she is paid to carry, and she has been carrying information for me since before I lost my memory. She pulled the folded paper from her pocket again and smoothed it flat on the table. "The index is not in the cache," she said. "It is not in the ledgers. Calvey did not write it down because she knew someone would come looking. She made a mnemonic, a map of associations, route memory, emotional triggers, the kind of thing only the person who built it can read." Ferris stirred. He had been lying against the far wall, bound at wrist and ankle, his head tipped back against the stone. His eyes were closed. but his mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. "She is not wrong," he said. "Calvey told me before she died. She made a key that could unlock every erased witness she touched, but she did not put it on paper. She put it in the only place she trusted." He opened his eyes. "She put it in someone at Resin House." The room went still. Bex turned toward him. "Who?" Ferris let the silence stretch. His gaze traveled across the kitchen, past Tola's white-knuckled grip on the poker, past Covran's bleeding shoulder, past Zylva standing frozen at the table. "I do not know her name," he said, "but I know she was in the house the night Calvey died. She came through the service tunnel. I saw her shadow on the wall while I was waiting in the foundation crack." Zylva's throat tightened. "You saw someone inside Resin House the night Calvey was murdered?" she said slowly. "And you did not tell me." "I did not know what I saw," Ferris said. "I thought it was one of Covran's people, or the scarred man's scout. But I watched her take something from Calvey's room before the body was found. A case. Surgical. She left through the west wall base, not through any door I knew." Covran's face had gone hard. "The false panel. The false panel," Ferris agreed. "She knew the house as well as you did, Covran. Better, maybe. She knew where Calvey slept. She knew the tunnel routes. And she knew the mnemonic index existed because Calvey told her before she cut her throat." The air between them felt thin, pressed thin by the weight of a secret that had been under their feet the whole time. Zylva looked at Covran. "How many people know about the false panel?" "3, he said. "You, me, and Tola." Tola's hand tightened on the poker. "I was in the kitchen when Calvey died. I did not move past the door all night." "I did not say it was you," Covran said, but the pause was long enough. Tola's eyes flashed. "You need me to swear on a dead woman's work. I spent 7 years stitching your people together, Covran. I have seen the inside of this house longer than either of you have been alive in it. If I wanted to take Calvey's index, I would have taken it months ago and been gone before the snow closed the pass." Zylva did not move. The fire popped. Ferris let out a low breath. "You are all looking at the wrong question." "What is the right one?" Zylva said. "The mnemonic index is not a map. It is a method. Calvey taught someone to unlock the erased memories. Whoever took the surgical case took Calvey's training. They do not need the paper. They can read the patient list directly from the tissue." He smiled, thin and cold. "That means they are not trying to reach Nira Quill to buy information, Zylva. They are trying to reach her because she is the last person who saw Calvey's case before it was stolen, and they need to know whether Calvey taught anyone else before she died." The words landed like a blade. Zylva's hand went to the knife in her boot. "Then we have to reach Nira before the buyer does." "You will not," Ferris said, "because the buyer is already ahead of you." He nodded toward the window. Ice had begun to form on the inside of the glass, and through it, faint and distant, a new shadow moved along the ridge. Chapter 48. The shadow on the ridge did not move again. Zylva watched it until her eyes burned, until the ice on the glass blurred the shape into something that could have been a trick of frost and failing light. But she knew it was not. She had spent too many winters reading distance through weather to mistake rock for a man. "Who is ahead of us?" she said. Ferris did not answer. She crossed the kitchen, past Covran's silence and Bex's watchful stillness, past Tola's grip on the iron poker that had not loosened. She crouched in front of her brother and pulled the bound wrists apart until he met her eyes. "Who is the buyer?" "Someone who does not want you reaching Nira first," Ferris said. "That is all I know." "You know more." "I know I made myself useful to people who do not forgive debts. That is the same as knowing nothing, because the moment I stop being useful, I stop being alive." She studied his face, the hollow beneath his cheekbones, the shadows under his eyes that had not been there a year ago, the crescent tattoo behind his right ear, mirror to her own, and she wondered if their mother had marked them both before she disappeared, or if Ferris had inked his later as a claim she never agreed to. "Get up," she said. "Where?" "The West Room, Alone. Covran moved. Zylva! He is bound. He cannot fight, and I need to hear what he will not say in front of you. She was already cutting the rope that tied Ferris's ankles to the table leg. Tulla made a sound that could have been protest or warning, but no one stopped her. Bex watched with his scarred eyebrow drawn low, calculating angles she could not see. Covran's hand stayed on the knife at his belt, but he did not draw it. She pulled Ferris upright and walked him through the kitchen door, down the cold hall, past the reinforced west room where the iron brackets still stood in the stone. The room was empty, shuttered. The 3 brackets she remembered from weeks ago caught the light from her lamp like waiting hooks. She pushed Ferris onto the floor and closed the door. Nera Quill. What about her? You told me I paid her as a relay, that I set up the arrangement before the excision. But you knew about it before I found the ledger. You smiled when I read the entry. You already knew. Ferris leaned his head against the wall. The bound wrists rested on his knees, and the chains from the walk had left red lines across his skin. I knew, he said. How? Because I was the one who told her to watch for you. The words landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. Zylva's hand went to the knife in her boot. She did not draw it. She kept it there, a promise she was not ready to make. You sent me to Nera Quill before the excision. I sent her to watch for you, Ferris said. She was supposed to track your movement through the corridor, report back if you deviated from the route. She did not know why. She was paid to observe, not to question. What route? The one you built while you were still whole. The one you filled with red warrant transit credits and compact toll payments and names of every officer who took a bribe. You were not hiding from the debt, Zylva. You were building a record of everyone who took money to keep the corridor bleeding. The air went cold. She remembered the ledgers, her handwriting, the tight, pressed letters that looked like they were trying to hide from themselves. I was documenting the entire network. You were building a weapon, Ferris said, and someone found out before you finished it. He lifted his bound hands and pressed the heels of his palms into his eyes, as if the truth weighed more than the exhaustion pulling at his bones. Calvey was not just a surgeon. She was building something bigger than excision. She was building a system, a method to make memory itself a commodity. She was learning how to read erased tissue, catalog it, store it. And she was paid to do it by someone who wanted to buy and sell witness silence like any other corridor good. Zylva's throat tightened. Who paid her? I do not know, but I know she was not working alone. Someone ordered her to develop the method. Someone ordered her to teach it to others. And when she started keeping her own records instead of handing them over, that person ordered her killed. He lowered his hands and looked at her. I was never the only one using family as leverage, Zylva. I was small. I sold root access to pay a debt I could not outrun. But the person who ordered Calvey to make memory tradable, they do not care about roots. They care about control. They care about making sure no one remembers anything they do not want remembered, and no one forgets anything they want kept. The lamp flame flickered. Zyla's hand was still on the knife. Nera saw part of my route before the excision, she said. That is what you are telling me. She knows where I was going. She knows what I was tracking. She knows the last waypoint you gave her before you walked into Calvey's surgery, Ferris said. That is why the buyer is racing her, not to buy information, to learn if Calvey taught anyone else the method. Because if Miran knows even a piece of what you were building, that piece is worth killing for. The door behind her opened. She turned. Covran stood in the frame, his shoulder dark with fresh blood soaking through the bandage. The shadow on the ridge is moving again, he said. Faster this time. And it is not alone. Chapter 49. The shadow on the ridge was not alone. Zylva pushed past Covran into the hallway, the west room door slamming behind her. She moved toward the front of the house where the windows faced the slope, her boots finding the floorboards by memory. Behind her, Covran's breathing came hard through the wound. Bex was already at the east window, rifle braced against the frame. Gray coats, he said. No colors, no markers. Compact reinforcements would fly a flag through the pass, Covran said from the hall. Red Warrant would announce themselves to feed the fear. Then who? The first shot shattered the answer. Glass sprayed across the kitchen as a round punched through the east shutter and buried itself in the hearthstone. Tolo dropped to a crouch, one hand on the iron poker, the other pressed flat against the floor as if feeling for the house's pulse. Bex fired through the broken shutter. The report swallowed the sound of the house settling. He did not wait to see if it landed. 4 shooters in the tree line, he said. Maybe 6. They are moving in staggered cover using the old drainage path. Covran was already at the west window, his good hand working the new bolt. They know the approach routes. They know the blind spots. Your people, Bex said. Not a question. Varric fed them everything before we cut him loose. Zyla's hand found the knife in her boot. Her fingers closed around the bone handle, cold and familiar. How long until your 12 reach us? Bex chambered another round. They are already dead. The gray coats would not have opened fire unless they cleared the lower crossroads first. The words landed like a second shot. Tola straightened slowly. We are alone. We are a target, Covran said. There is a difference. Another shot punched through the west shutter, splintering the frame. Covran stepped into the gap and returned fire, his body moving through the motion like muscle memory older than the wound in his shoulder. Zylva turned toward the kitchen. Ferris was still in the west room, still bound, still the only person who had seen the woman take Calvey's surgical case through the false panel. She was halfway across the hall when the screaming started. It came from the storage room where Bex's surviving men had been stationed. One voice, rising and breaking, then cut short. Zylva reached the west room door and shoved it open. The room was dark. The lamp had gone out, kicked over or blown by the draft from the shattered shutter. She heard breathing, rapid and shallow, and the scrape of metal against stone. Ferris! No answer. She stepped inside. Her boot hit something soft and she looked down. The guard lay on his back, mouth open, eyes fixed on nothing. No blood, no wound. His skin had gone gray in the lamplight from the hall, and a thin line of foam traced the corner of his lips. Poison. Zylva's head snapped up. The chair where Ferris had been sat, empty. The ropes lay coiled on the seat, cut cleanly, the ends still fresh. No blade, no key, no blood. She crossed the room in 3 strides, scanning the walls. The window was still bolted. The door had been closed behind her. The iron brackets stood in the stone like waiting hooks. The east shutter splintered again, and Bex's rifle answered. But the sound came from somewhere farther away now, as if the fight had moved downslope without her. Zyla dropped to her knees and searched the guard's body. Nothing in his pockets, no hidden weapon, no sign of how Ferris had freed himself until her fingers found the guard's belt. And there, tucked beneath the buckle where no one would think to look, a small iron key sat cold against the leather. A key to bindings, a key Ferris should not have had. She straightened and looked at the false panel at the base of the west wall. The seam was closed, no gap, no sign of movement. But the dust on the floor was disturbed, a single line sweeping toward the wall, as if someone had dragged a coat hem across the stone. Footsteps in the hallway. Covran appeared in the doorframe, rifle in his good hand, the other pressed against his shoulder. The bandage had soaked through entirely, and fresh blood ran down his arm and dripped from his elbow. Ferris is gone. I can see that. He had a key. Covran's eyes went to the dead guard, then to the empty chair, then to the false panel. His jaw tightened. That panel opens into the old ventilation shaft, he said. It connects to the service tunnel which feeds into the lower drainage channel. He can reach the ridge from inside the mountain. Then we follow. There are 6 shooters in the tree line, Zylva. If you go down that tunnel alone, you will not come back up. The house shook. Somewhere below, stone cracked and settled. Tala appeared behind Covran, her face pale, her hands stained with something that was not her blood. The back storage room, she said. Bex's man is dead. No marks, no entry wound, same as the guard. Zylva looked at the key in her palm. Small, iron, worn smooth at the edges by use. Ferris had not picked the lock. He had not broken free. Someone had handed him the key from inside Resin House. Who knew where the panel was? Covran did not answer. Tola's eyes went to the floor. The wind outside picked up, driving snow against the broken shutters, and somewhere in the dark beyond the ridge, the gray coats were still moving. Chapter 50. The iron key sat in Zylva's palm, warm from the dead guard's belt, small enough to close her fist around and forget. She did not forget. The false panel at the base of the west wall showed no gap, no sign of forced entry, but the dust told the truth. A single swept line, the drag of coat fabric moving fast, someone who knew exactly where the seam was and how to work it in the dark. Covran stood in the doorframe, rifle still in his good hand, blood dripping from his elbow onto the stone. Do not. I am not asking. You do not know what is in those tunnels. I know Ferris is in them. I know someone inside this house handed him the key. I know the gray coats are at the ridge, and if I stay up here, I will be shooting at shadows while the one person who has seen the thief disappears underground. Covran's jaw worked. The wound in his shoulder had soaked through the fresh bandage Tola had wrapped before the shooting started, and a muscle in his neck twitched each time he breathed. Then I go with you. Your shoulder is open. You will not make it 50 feet before you bleed out in the dark. I will make it 40. Behind him, Tola appeared, a roll of linen in her stained hands. He is right. If he goes down there, he will not come back up. Covran turned his head to look at her, and the motion cost him something. His face went gray, and he braced a hand against the doorframe. Zylva crossed to him in 3 strides, caught his good arm, and pressed the iron key into his palm. Then you stay. You watch the house. You keep Tola alive. He tried to argue. She saw it in the set of his mouth, the way his fingers tightened around the key as if he meant to throw it. She held his gaze. I am not leaving you to die, she said. I am asking you to hold the ground so I can move. The silence stretched. Another shot punched through the east shutter and Bex's rifle answered from somewhere deeper in the house. 1 hour, Covran said. If you are not back in 1 hour, I am coming down that shaft with every round I have left. She did not promise. She did not know if 1 hour would be enough. Zylva dropped to her knees and pressed against the false panel. The seam was invisible from standing height, but at floor level, a hairline crack ran along the stone, too straight to be natural. She pushed. The panel swung inward without a sound. Cold air hit her face. Not mountain cold, but the dead, still chill of spaces that had not breathed in years. The ventilation shaft was narrow, barely wide enough for her shoulders, and the walls were rough-cut stone slick with moisture. She pulled her knife from her boot and stepped inside. The panel closed behind her. Darkness swallowed the world. Zylva counted her steps in the dark. 32, then a turn. 47, then a branch. The shaft branched twice, 3 times, each fork smaller than the last, and she followed the signs, the drag marks, the scuffed dust that told her someone had passed this way recently and in a hurry. She kept one hand on the wall, feeling for gaps, for nails, for anything that would tell her where she was relative to the house above. The stone was cold and wet, and her breath misted in front of her face. 53 steps past the second fork, her hand found something that was not stone. Metal, flat, set into the wall at knee height. She crouched and ran her fingers over the surface. A plate, maybe, or a cover. 3 screws held it in place, and the heads were worn smooth, as if someone had opened it many times. She worked the screws with the tip of her knife, and the plate came free. Behind it, a small recess. Inside, a folded strip of paper. Not paper. Vellum. Thinner, older, yellowed at the edges, the same texture as the pages in Calvey's letter. Zylva held it in the dark, her pulse loud in her ears. She could not see it. But she had learned something in the weeks since Resin House, since Covran, since the first memory fragment had cracked through the excision's seal. When you had no light, you used everything else. She pressed the vellum against her cheek, dry, no moisture, no rot, placed recently. She held it to her nose. Resin, ink, something else, something sharp and chemical, the smell of the antiseptic Tola used on Covran's wound. And heat. It was warm. Her fingers traced the edges of the vellum, and she found a line, a crease, a fold that ran along the center. Another at the quarter mark. The paper had been folded deliberately, and the warmth came from the center, as if something had been pressed between the layers. She held it between her palms and waited. The warmth grew, and then, slowly, words began to appear. Not ink, not written, burned into the vellum, the letters rising from the fibers as the heat released them, a message that had been invisible until someone held it in the dark and let their own body temperature unlock it. Gannet's Rest. Below it, a date and a name. Nira Quill. Zylva stared at the letters until they swam. The same inn, the same singer, the same meeting the runner had been carrying to the buyer. But this message was not from the runner. This was older. The vellum was months old, at least. Calvey had written this, before she died, and someone had known exactly where to leave it for Ferris to find. She was reaching for the plate to screw it back when her fingers brushed against something else, tucked behind the recess. Thin, flat, metal. She pulled it out. A second key, not like the one in Covran's hand. This one was longer, older, the iron dark with age. The bow was shaped like a crescent, not reversed, matched. Her key. She was still holding it when the light changed. A lamp, someone carrying it down the shaft. The glow spilled around the corner, and Zylva's hand tightened on the knife. The footsteps were careful, measured. Not Ferris, not running. A boot came into view, then a coat hem, then the face of the woman who turned the corner and stopped, lamp raised, eyes locking onto Zylva's with something between recognition and resignation. Tola. Chapter 51. Zylva did not lower the knife. Tola's lamp cast a wavering halo between them, gold on the stone, shadows pooling in the hollow of her collarbone. The older woman's gray-streaked braid had come half undone. Her coat was dark with something that could have been water or could have been blood. She looked at Zylva the way a runner looks at a closed gate, resigned, but not surprised. "You knew," Zylva said. "I knew you would find it." Tola's voice was flat, no denial, no excuse. "The false panel, the key under the guard's belt. You handed Ferris his escape." "I handed him a chance." Tola adjusted her grip on the lamp. The oil inside sloshed. "He was never the one I was trying to reach." Zylva stepped forward. The knife blade caught the light. "Who do you work for?" Tola's mouth tightened. She looked past Zylva, down the shaft where the darkness pressed against the lamp's glow. Someone who understood what Calvey was building before Calvey did. The answer landed like a fist. Zylva heard Covran's voice in her head. Only 3 people know the false panel, and for a moment the world tilted. Tola had been inside Resin House for months. Tola had stitched Covran's wound. Tola had watched Zylva wake from the excision, measured her pulse, told her the procedure was real. All of it with the same hands that had handed Ferris a key. "Move," Zylva said. "Back toward the house. Slow." Tola turned without argument. Her boots scraped on the wet stone as she led the way through the branching shaft, lamp held high enough to show the seams and cracks Zylva had followed in the dark. Behind them, the second crescent key pressed hard against Zylva's palm. The vellum message burned in her coat pocket. They emerged through the false panel into the west room. The dead guard lay where he had fallen. The smell of poison still clung to the air. Tola stopped just inside the room, lamp still raised, and Zylva saw her eyes sweep the body once, twice, cataloging the same details Zylva had seen. No wound, foam dried at the lips, hands still reaching for a throat that had already closed. "You killed him," Zylva said. "No." Tola's voice was tired. "I gave Ferris the key. What he did with it after, that was his choice." "You knew he would need a distraction?" Tola did not answer. From the main floor, a door crashed open. Boots, Covran's voice, sharp. "If she does not surface in 2 more minutes, I'm going down there myself." Then Bex, "And leave the windows unmanned. The Grecoats are not done." Zylva stepped around Tola, crossed the room, and pushed open the door to the hall. Covran turned at the sound. His shoulder was bandaged fresh, blood already seeping through the cloth. His eyes found Zylva, then Tola behind her, and she watched his face shift, first relief, then recognition, then something colder. "Tola." His voice was flat. The medic did not meet his eyes. Vex stood at the east window, rifle braced, a trail of spent cartridges at his feet. His gaze moved between them, reading the tableau with the patience of a man who had spent years watching people break. The cache needs to move, Zylva said. Now, before the gray coats find the tunnel entrance. The cache stays here until I secure a legal transport, Bex said. I have a man in Drail who can get the ledgers into provincial custody in 3 days. Witness protection for anyone who testifies. 3 days in this house with no reinforcements? Covran's laugh was short and brutal. We are dead in 1. I have fighters at the South Garrison. If I can reach... You cannot reach the South Garrison. Zylva stepped between them. The reach is cut. The gray coats have the crossroads. The only route open is the one I can draw. She pulled a folded scrap from her coat. Not the vellum, but a charcoal-stained corner of journal paper she had carried since Resin House. She held it up. Under my map, or not at all? Bex's scarred eyebrow drew down. Your map. I built the cache. I sealed the crates. I know every switchback, every drainage cut, every deadfall between here and Gannet's Rest. She let the words settle. If the records move, they move on my route, my terms. You can ride with me or you can stay here and burn. Covran was watching her with something that was not quite trust and not quite surrender. Bex's jaw worked. Before either could answer, the sound came. Not from outside, not from the windows. From the walls. A thin metallic vibration. The speaking tubes, the ones built into the old stone when Resin House was a waypost for the copper caravans. Zylva had never heard them used. Everyone froze. Then Ferris's voice, hollowed by the tube's echo, filled the room from somewhere unseen. She is right. The map is the only way. A pause. The scrape of leather on stone, as if he was turning. But you are 3 hours too late. I already followed it. The tubes went silent. Bex swore and slammed his palm against the wall. Covran was already moving toward the kitchen seam where the speaking tubes converged, hand on his knife, and Zylva stood in the middle of the room with the vellum message still warm against her chest and the second crescent key cutting into her palm. And she knew, with the certainty of a cartographer reading a wrong contour, that Ferris had not been running from them. He had been running ahead of them, and he had already reached Nera Quill. Chapter 52. The silence after Ferris's voice collapsed was the worst part. No echo, no second thought. Just the drip of meltwater somewhere in the walls and the scrape of Bex's boot on the floorboards as he turned. 3 hours. Covran's voice was flat. He had 3 hours. He had a map I drew, Zylva said. He had Nera's route. He had the key Tulla gave him and a head start through the mountain. She did not look at the medic, could not. The shape of Tulla's betrayal was still too fresh, a wound she had not yet learned to brace against. The speaking tubes crackled again. Everyone went still. Ferris's voice came through, softer this time, almost conversational. Do you remember the cypress grove, Zylva? The one behind the stable in Kedar? You were 12. You climbed to the top branch to prove you could see the sea. She did not answer. I held the ladder, he said. I always held the ladder. Covran's hand moved toward the wall where the tubes converged, but Zylva caught his wrist. Let him talk. He is buying time. He already has time. She kept her voice low. He reached Nera 3 hours ago. Whatever he wanted from her, he already has it. He is not stalling. He is leading. The tubes carried her words. Ferris's laugh came back, thin and metallic. She always was the clever one. That is why I needed her to forget. A clever sister is a dangerous thing when she starts asking the wrong questions. Zylva moved toward the kitchen seam where the tubes branched into the walls. Her boots left wet prints on the stone. Where is Nera, Ferris? Safe. Safe where? Somewhere you cannot reach her until you understand what you are walking into. A pause. The scrape of something hard on stone. I left you a gift in the lower vault, the one behind the false wall in the east foundation, not the cache, the one you never finished mapping. She stopped. The lower vault, east foundation. She had no memory of it, but her hand twitched, fingers curling as if reaching for a pencil, and she knew her body remembered. You built it, Ferris said, as if reading her silence. Before the excision. You told me you needed a place where the compact could not find what you were hiding. You said Covran could not know about it because he would try to protect you instead of letting you finish. Covran's jaw tightened. You lied, Zylva said. I never had to lie to you. You were already hiding things from him by then. You just do not remember. The words landed like a blade between her ribs. She stood very still, letting the truth settle, feeling for the shape of it in her chest. A vault she built. A secret she kept from Covran. A contingency her erased self had prepared without telling anyone. What is in it? What you left for yourself, and what Nira left for you when she realized I was coming. The tube carried a sound like cloth shifting. The gray coats are already inside the drainage channels, and they do not know about the vault. They will find it in about 20 minutes if the blood trail leads them there. Zylva turned back as Druckblassen airbill. Bex was already loading fresh cartridges. Covran had his knife out. Tola stood against the far wall, arms crossed, watching her with an expression she could not name. The blood trail, Zylva repeated. I had to make it look convincing. The gray coats are not stupid. They needed a reason to follow me through the storm tunnels instead of taking the ridge directly to Gannet's Rest. A pause. I left a trail from the shaft access to the vault entrance. They will follow it. You have maybe 18 minutes now. You want me to run into a trap? I want you to find what you left yourself before they do. Ferris's voice dropped, losing its taunting edge. I am not the enemy you think I am, Zylva. I never was. But I am out of time to prove it. The tubes went silent. Covran moved first, crossing to the false panel where the dead guard still lay. If he is telling the truth about the vault, we need to get there before the gray coats. If he is telling the truth. Bex's rifle came up. He has already outrun us once today. He is not lying. Zylva said it before she knew she believed it. She felt the truth of it in her ribs, the same instinct that had told her when Ferris was bluffing about the cash. He believes what he is saying. Whether it is a trap or a gift, he believes it. She looked at the second crescent key in her palm, then at the vellum message in her coat, then at the dark mouth of the false panel where the ventilation shaft led down into the mountain. I am going. Alone? Covran's voice was sharp. Ferris wants me there. If I bring you, he will close the route. You know he will. She stepped toward the panel. Stay with the cash. Keep Tola where you can see her. If I am not back in an hour, seal the west wall and burn everything. Covran caught her arm before she could duck through the opening. His fingers were cold, his grip careful despite the wound in his shoulder. You do not remember this vault. My hands do. She held up the crescent key. I built it. I will find it. He held her gaze for a breath, two, then he let go. She went through the false panel into the dark. The shaft was colder than before. The second crescent key felt heavier in her palm, a counterweight to the one already in her boot. She moved fast, counting steps, following the drag marks Ferris had left, until the tunnel branched in a direction she had not explored. Left instead of right, down instead of level. She followed it. The air changed. Older, drier, a smell of lime mortar and rust. Her fingers found a door frame before her eyes could see it, a seam in the stone where the tunnel widened into a chamber. She stepped inside. The lower vault was smaller than the cache. No shelves, no crates. A single iron box sat on a stone plinth in the center of the floor, and beside it, a folded square of paper addressed in a hand she recognized from the ledgers. Nira Quill's handwriting. Zylva crossed to the box. Her fingers touched the paper. The seal was already broken. She unfolded it. The message was short. Zylva, Ferris reached me first. He told me what you built. He told me what you forgot. I have kept your secret longer than I kept anyone's, but the gray coats are not the only ones hunting for it. There is a name in the box. The name of the person who ordered Calvey to develop the memory method. The name your erased self was tracking when you decided to forget. I am sorry I could not give it to you in person. Nira below the signature, a single line in Nira's hand. The archivist is already inside Resin House. Zylva stared at the words until they blurred. Then she opened the box. Inside lay a folded sheet of paper, a single name written in ink so dark it looked wet, and a small leather pouch stained with something that had not yet dried. She touched the pouch. Her fingers came away red. Blood. Fresh. And a trail leading out of the vault into a narrow storm drain she had not seen, water rushing somewhere below, the dark swallowing the path ahead. She did not look at the name yet. She looked at the blood trail, and she followed it. Chapter 53. The storm drain was narrower than she expected. Cold water ran ankle-deep over slick stone, carrying the smell of iron and old rot. The blood trail thinned ahead, smearing across the lip of a drop where the drain angled down into darkness. Zylva stopped. She still held the folded paper from Nira, still felt the heat of the name against her palm without having read it. The box sat open behind her in the vault. The leather pouch could wait. The blood trail could wait. She unfolded the paper. The handwriting was different from Nira's note, smaller, cramped, written in ink that had oxidized to brown at the edges. Not a single name. A letter. Zylva, if you are reading this, I am already dead or gone to ground. Calvey taught me to write what I could not say aloud, and I have watched Ferris for 3 years now. He is not the only client being monitored. The night before your excision, I warned Calvey that someone had begun asking about her method. Not Ferris, not the compact. Someone who knew what she was building before she finished it. She told me she had a contingency plan for you if Resin House fell through. She named it the Gannet path. You asked for it, she said. Before you paid for the procedure, you gave her a sealed route that led through Gannet's Rest, a way to reach me if you could not remember why you needed to. She told me to hold it for you until you came looking. I am holding it now. The name in the box is the person who paid Calvey to develop the memory collection method. The same person who ordered her killed when she kept her own records instead of handing them over. Ferris delivered the payment, but Ferris was never the architect. He was a courier in a larger machine, and he did not know until too late who he was carrying for. The name is written below. Read it once, then burn it. I have hidden the Gannet path instructions with a woman I trust at the checkpoint inn. She will give them to you when you say the words I taught you. The resin holds what the fire cannot take. But understand this, the wrong people know you are coming. They know about Resin House. They know about the vault. They know about me. You have until the second bell after midnight at Gannet's Rest before the buyer who killed Calvey sends someone to collect what I know. After that, the path closes. Nira Zylva read the letter twice. The words settled into her bones like cold water finding gaps in stone. Ferris had delivered the payment, but he had not known who he was carrying for. She looked down at the name written at the bottom of the page. 3 words, a name she had not seen before, but that her body recognized the way it recognized the weight of a rifle or the feel of a locked door. Unbroken. The name meant nothing to her conscious memory. But her hand trembled as she read it, and she knew, with the same instinct that told her when Ferris was lying, that this was the thread that would unravel everything. She folded the paper, tucked it into her coat, and looked at the blood trail. The decision pressed against her ribs, the records in the cache, the living witness bleeding through the storm drain. Ferris ahead at Gannet's Rest, the archivist already inside Resin House, the gray coats closing in from the drainage channels. She could not protect everything. She could not be everywhere. Her hand went to the second crescent key in her pocket, then to the knife in her boot, then to the name burning against her chest. She chose. She turned away from the blood trail. She ran back through the ventilation shaft, counting steps, following the turn toward the false panel, toward Covran and the cache and the fight she could still reach. The drain would keep its secret. The blood trail would wait. But the records would not. And neither would the archivist. She burst through the false panel into the west room, gasping, the letter in her hand, the name in her teeth. Covran was not there. The room was empty. The dead guard was gone. The chair where Ferris had been bound was overturned. A single footprint pressed into the dust beside the panel, smaller than Covran's boot, the tread pattern worn uneven at the heel. A woman's footprint, fresh. And behind her, from the main floor, the sound of a voice she did not recognize, speaking words she could not quite catch over the crackle of something burning. Chapter 54. The crackling grew louder before she reached the main floor. Smoke curled through the kitchen doorway, thin and gray, carrying the smell of burning paper and resin. Zylva pulled the knife from her boot and pressed her back to the wall, counting breaths, listening past the hammer of her own pulse. A voice said something low and calm. Not Covran, not Bex. Someone who spoke like the fire was expected. She rounded the corner with the blade up. The kitchen was half empty. The table had been shoved against the east wall. A woman stood at the hearth, feeding pages from the cash ledgers into the flames one at a time, watching them blacken and curl with the patient attention of someone who had done this before. She was young, younger than Zylva. Dark hair cropped short and uneven, as if cut with a blade in a hurry. Gray-green eyes that lifted when Zylva entered, carrying a light that was not quite recognition and not quite challenge. The same eyes Zylva saw in the mirror every morning. The woman straightened. Her hand went to her belt, where a knife sat sheathed, and she did not draw it. She just looked at Zylva with a stillness that felt older than her face. "About time," she said. "I was running out of pages." Zylva did not lower the blade. "Who are you?" The woman smiled. It was not a kind smile. It was the smile of someone who had been waiting a long time and had grown tired of patience. "Your sister sent me." "I don't have a sister." "You think you don't?" The woman pulled another ledger page from her coat and held it over the flames. "Senna told me to find you before the archivist did. She said you would not remember her, but that you would know my face." The page caught. The woman let it burn. "I am called Lyra. I have been inside Resin House for 3 weeks, watching the Watchers. Tola knew. Covran did not." Zylva's grip on the knife tightened. "Where is Covran now?" "Your brother's men took him through the service tunnel 15 minutes ago. They left the guard's body with him, but they took your binder, the one with the cash manifest. They wanted the records more than the blood." The fire popped. An ember landed on the stone floor and darkened. "The west room is empty because I emptied it," Lyra said. "The dead man is in the storm drain. Covran is alive, but he will not stay that way if you waste time asking questions I cannot answer." Zylva stepped closer, the blade still between them. "Why should I trust you?" "Because I know the name you found in the box, and I know the name Senna would not tell you. Because I have been waiting for you to come up from that vault so I could tell you the ridge road is already burning behind us." She pointed past the kitchen window. Through the glass, a glow flickered above the tree line, distant but climbing, the color of resin-fed flame. The gray coats torched the lower crossroads after Bex's men fell. They are herding south. They want you moving toward Gannet's Rest because there are people waiting there who know your face. Zylva lowered the knife by a finger's width. "Then we move faster." "That is what Senna said you would say." Lyra stepped back from the hearth and wiped ash on her coat. "Covran is in the hunter's cabin, 2 miles south, through the avalanche path. Bex is at the first switchback with the copied records, waiting for Tola to bring the wounded. Tola does not know I am here. She thinks I am still chained in the chamber below." The mention of the chamber hit like a blade between Zylva's ribs. "You are Senna's. I am hers, and she is yours. And none of us are safe while the archivist breathes." Lyra moved to the back door and lifted the bars. The night air poured in, cold and sharp, carrying the smell of pine and the distant crack of something burning. "We have minutes," she said. "The fire will reach the ridge timber soon, and when it does, the road becomes a furnace. Do you want the primary packet, or do you want to stay here and ask questions until the smoke takes us?" Zylva made the choice before her mind caught up with her body. She sheathed the knife, crossed to the hearth, and grabbed the canvas pack that hung from the chair where Covran had sat not an hour ago. Inside, the ledgers she had copied, the map Calvey had drawn, the second crescent key warm from her pocket. "The pouch from the vault," she said. "The leather one with the blood." Lyra held it out. "I found it in the drain. The trail was yours to follow or leave. You chose right." Zylva took it and did not look inside. There was no time. They moved through the back door together, into the dark, into the cold, into the descent. The ridge fell away beneath them as they followed the old game trail south, ice crusting the stones, the fire glow spreading behind them like a wound opening across the mountain. Lyra moved ahead, silent and sure, choosing steps that did not crack the frozen ground. Zylva followed with the pack strapped tight across her shoulders and the name burning in her chest. Orin Veller. She repeated it with every step, letting it settle into her bones the way route memory settled into muscle, so that even if the gray coats took the paper, even if the fire took everything, she would carry it in her teeth until she found the living person who wore that name. The first shot cracked from above as they reached the switchback. Zylva dove behind a boulder as bark exploded from the pine beside her. Lyra had already dropped, knife out, scanning the slope above. "They were waiting," Lyra breathed. "They let us clear the house so they could pick us off in the open." A second shot. A third. The rhythm was wrong for a single marksman. 2 shooters, maybe 3. From somewhere below, a return shot answered, deeper, heavier, the sound of Bex's rifle. Then a pause. Then a voice shouting through the dark, half covered by wind and distance, but clear enough to carry. "Hold the rock! I am coming up!" Covran. Alive. Zylva pressed her back against the stone and pulled the crescent key from her pocket. The metal was cold. The bow fit her thumb the way it always had, even when she could not remember holding it. The fire climbed the ridge behind them. The shooters adjusted their angle from above, and below, through the ice and the dark, footsteps broke into a run, closing the distance between the hunter's cabin and the switchback where she waited. Chapter 55. Covran reached the switchback as the second volley splintered the pine above Zylva's head. He dove beside her, breath tearing, rifle still hot from the return fire that had bottomed the ridge. "You are hit," Lyra said. He was not. The blood on his collar was old, from the shoulder wound Tola had packed before the house fell. But his hands shook as he checked the slope above them, counting muzzle flashes in the dark. 2 shooters, he said. Maybe 3. They let me climb so they could bracket us against the fire. Zylva pressed her palm flat against the frozen scree. The ground held. Below them, the avalanche path dropped through a seam of old rockfall, a churny of stone and ice that would funnel them into the timberline if they could reach it before the shooters adjusted. "Can you hit the left marker from here?" Covran followed her gaze. The cairn of frost-shattered stone marked the entrance to the path, barely visible against the dark. "If I put a round into it, the whole face shifts." "Then do not hit it." She pulled the crescent key from her pocket. "Hit the rock above it. The echo will buy us 10 seconds while they recalculate." He did not ask how she knew the acoustics of a slope she had never seen. He raised the rifle, sighted, and fired. The crack split the night. The bullet kissed the granite 6 feet above the cairn, and the ricochet whined across the basin like a second shot from a different angle. The shooters paused. One of them called out, questioning. Zylva grabbed the pack and ran. The path swallowed them in 3 steps. Ice closed overhead, a tunnel of frosted stone that blocked the stars and the fire glow and the shooter's line of sight. She moved by touch, one hand on the wall, reading the rock the way she read paper, finding the path where the ice had not sealed it. Lyra followed. Covran brought the rear. They moved for 10 minutes. 15. The tunnel opened onto a shelf of broken granite where the avalanche had sheared the mountain clean. Below them, the timberline started, a dark band of pine that would hide them from the ridge. Zylva stopped. The waypost was almost invisible, a hump of stone and frozen moss at the edge of the shelf, buried under the weight of an old slide. But the top was wrong. Someone had cleared the ice from a handspan of rock, and into that rock someone had carved a symbol. A crescent, notch reversed. The same symbol from the warning note. The same mark that had appeared on the west room windowsill the night Bex left his message. She dropped to her knees and dug. Frost cracked under her nails. The stone beneath the waypost was not stone at all, but a sealed iron hatch, painted to match the rock, its edges hidden by lichen and ice. She fit the crescent key into the lock. It turned. The hatch opened onto a niche cut into the mountain, dry and cold and dark. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth against the damp, sat a surgical case. Leather, brass fittings. The same case that had been stolen from Calvey's room the night she died. Zylva lifted it out with both hands and set it on the ice. The oilcloth fell away. The brass latches were closed. She pressed the release, and they opened without resistance. Inside, the instruments lay in their velvet beds, clean and ordered, the way a surgeon kept her tools. But one of them was wrong. The scalpel in the third slot was not clean. It had been wiped, hastily, the way someone wiped a blade when they had no time to wash it properly. A rust-brown stain still clung to the base of the handle, where the blood had pooled against the metal grip. "That is not Calvey's blood," Lyra said. Zylva stared at the blade. The stain was hours old, still damp when she touched it, cold and sticky against her fingertip. "Someone used this tonight," she said, after the house fell. Covran crouched beside her, his hand going to the wound in his shoulder. "There was no cutting in the fight, no knives. The gray coats shot from range." "Then who?" The answer came before anyone spoke it. The archivist had been inside Resin House. The archivist had taken the case from Calvey's room, carried it through the false panel, and used it somewhere in the dark while the house burned. And now the case was here, in a hidden niche that Zylva's erased self had marked with a crescent symbol, waiting for her to find it. She looked at the blood on her finger. Then she looked at the handle. There, barely visible against the brass, scratched into the metal as if by a dying hand, was a single word. Senny. Snow hissed against the branches. Lyra said nothing. Zylva closed the case and stood, the weight of it pulling at her shoulder. "I know where we are going." Covran looked at her. "Tell me," but she did not answer. She was already walking into the timberline, toward the road that led through the avalanche path to a place she had never seen but knew by bone. Senny was not a province. It was a woman. The woman in the chained chamber. The woman the archivist did not want Zylva to find. Above them, the fire crested the ridge, and the first tongues of flame began to lick at the tree line. Behind them, the shooters had gone silent, which meant they were not shooting because they had found a better angle or because they had already descended to cut the timberline ahead. Zylva did not slow down. Neither did the voice that came out of the dark a moment later, thin and broken, carried on the wind from somewhere she could not see. "Zylva." She stopped. The voice was near Quill's, and it was not coming from Gannet's Rest. It was coming from the trees behind her, from the mouth of a woman who should have been miles away, waiting at a checkpoint inn with a code phrase and a sealed route. Zylva turned. The singer stood at the edge of the timberline, coat torn, face bloodied, one hand pressed against her ribs where the blood was black and wet under the starlight. "The archivist found me," Nira said. 2 hours after the second bell. I told him about the red gate. He made me tell him about the red gate." She took a step forward. Then the snow beneath her feet turned dark, and she fell. Chapter 56. The weight of Nira Quill's body pulled at Zylva's shoulders as she dragged her past the timberline, snow crusting the singer's torn coat, blood leaving a dark trail behind them. Covran moved ahead, rifle up, scanning the tree line where the shooters had gone silent. "Where?" Lyra said from behind, short of breath. "Are you taking us?" Zylva did not answer. She did not know. She only knew Senny was not a province, but a woman, and the woman was chained in a chamber under a house that was burning. The shot came from above and to the left, not aimed at her, aimed at the space she was about to step into. She dropped, pulling Nira down with her, and the round punched into a birch trunk where her chest had been a heartbeat earlier. Covran was already moving, not away from the shot, but toward it, firing twice into the slope above them. A third round answered, chipping stone at his feet, and he dove sideways into a fold of rock that was barely deep enough to hide a man. Zylva pressed Nira against the snow, one hand on the singer's ribs, feeling the wet heat of blood seeping through her fingers. "Nira," she said. "Nira, stay with me." The singer's eyes fluttered. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Another shot split the air, closer this time, and Zylva realized the shooter was not trying to kill her. The shooter was pinning her, keeping her in place while something else happened. "Lyra," she called. "Where's the next cover?" 20 paces east, a rock cut, but if you move, he will put one through your spine. Then I need you to put one through his. Lyra's eyes flicked to the slope, calculating, then back. "I do not have a shot from here. He is too high, too well bracketed." "He is bracketed," Zylva repeated, Which means he's not alone. She looked at Covran. He was pressed into the rock fold, his rifle angled up, blood seeping through his shoulder bandage. His face was the color of old bone. They had maybe 3 minutes before the second shooter bracketed them from the other side. She looked at the gap between her position and the rock cut. 20 paces of open ground exposed to the slope with a wounded woman in her arms.
Zylva?
Covran's voice was low. On my shot. She understood. He was going to draw the shooter's attention, give her the 3 seconds she needed to cross the gap, and hope the second shooter was not already in position. No, she said. There is no time to argue. I am not arguing. I am telling you no. She released Nira, who was bleeding out on the snow, unconscious. The shot from above was a warning, not a kill. The archivist wants the mapmaker alive. But only if her memories stay broken. She looked at the rock cut and made a calculation that had nothing to do with Covran's shot. You cover Nira, she told Lyra. Do not let her bleed out. If I do not reach the cut, you get her to the timberline and you keep going. Bex is below. He will find you. What are you doing? Zylva did not answer. She stood up. The shot came exactly where she expected it, a handspan to her right, kicking up snow and gravel. She did not flinch. She walked toward the rock cut, counting the distance in her head, feeling the weight of the scalpel in her coat pocket. The word Senni pressed against her ribs. The second shot came as her foot hit the edge of the cut. It was not aimed at her. It was aimed at Covran. She heard the impact before she saw it, a wet, fleshy sound, and then Covran's rifle clattered against the stone, and he went down, one hand clutching his side, blood spilling between his fingers. She ran. Not away. Toward him. The third shot clipped her shoulder, burning through her coat, but she was already moving too fast, already dropping to her knees beside him, already pulling him into the rock cut where the shooter could not reach. His eyes were open. I told you not to move, he said. The blood was bright and arterial, pulsing between his fingers. I told you to wait for my shot. You missed your shot. I did not miss. I did not take it. She tore open his coat, found the wound, a deep graze across his ribs that had missed the organs by less than a finger's width, and pressed her palm against it. You are an idiot, she said. I am bleeding because you decided to test whether the shooter was following orders. I needed to know. And now you know. He winced as she pressed harder. He is following orders. Someone wants you alive and contained until they can reach you. That is not what I needed to know. He looked at him, at the blood still seeping between her fingers, at the way his eyes stayed on hers through the pain. I needed to know if you would come after me. His jaw tightened. You know I would. She felt the words settle in her chest like a weight she had been carrying for weeks and only now understood the shape of. I do, she said. I know. They were trapped chest to chest in the snow trench, the rock cut barely deep enough to hide both of them, the shooter above them silent and waiting, the fire cresting the ridge behind them. Lyra was somewhere to the left with Nira's bleeding body. Bex was somewhere below with the copied records and a rifle that was not answering the shots above, and Covran was bleeding into her hands. We're not going to make the same mistake, she said. What mistake? You making promises you cannot keep. Me trusting promises you should not have made. She pressed harder on the wound, feeling his breath hitch. Right now we are alive. That is the only thing I need from you. That is not a promise. It is not. He looked at her, and something shifted in his eyes. Something that was not surrender and not defiance, but a quiet, terrible understanding of the shape of this moment. Then what is it? She did not answer. She did not need to. The words hung between them in the cold air, unsaid, unclaimed, but present. The ground trembled, not from the fire, from something moving beneath them. The red gate, Nira had said before she collapsed. The red gate is not a gate, it is a mouth. A mouth. Below them. Zylva looked down at the snow under her knees and felt the answer pressing up through the rock, and then Bex's voice came from below the timberline, ragged and wrong. They took it. Someone came down the slope behind me and took the satchel. Lyra's head snapped toward the sound. Which one? The pause was longer than it should have been. The one with the Senni records. Chapter 57. The ground kept moving beneath them, not shaking, shifting. A slow, deliberate pressure that pushed up through the rock like something breathing under the snow. Zylva pressed her palm harder against Covran's side and felt the blood still pulsing, slower now but not stopped. She needed pressure. She needed time. She needed the ground to stop telling her that Nira's last words had been a warning, not delirium. The red gate is a mouth that was below them, opening. Lyra appeared through the smoke, Nira's arm across her shoulders, the singer's boots dragging. She is alive, barely, but she will not stay that way if we stay here. We are not staying. Zylva looked at Covran, at the way his jaw was set against the pane. Can you walk? It was not a question. Yes. He pushed himself upright, one hand clamped over the wound, the other reaching for his rifle. The stock was stained. His fingers left red smears on the wood. Below them, Bex's voice came again, fainter now, moving away. The tracks lead east. He is heading for the gully. I am going after him. Do not go alone, Zylva shouted back. I am not alone. I have 4 men at the lower crossing who do not know I am coming. The sound of his boots faded into the trees, and then there was only the fire and the silence and the thing moving beneath the stone. Zylva made the calculation in the time it took Covran to steady himself. Bex was already gone, chasing the thief and the Seni records. She could not call him back. She could not split her group further without losing someone. That left 4 of them, 2 wounded, 1 barely conscious, 1 with her hands still red from Covran's blood, and she had until the second bell after midnight to reach Gannet's Rest. We cut east, she said, below the ridge, through the cedar brake. It is faster than the road, and the fire will not reach us there. The shooter, Lyra said, has orders to keep me alive and contained. He will follow. He will not shoot to kill as long as I stay visible. He will follow the wounded. Then we make sure he follows me. Covran's hand caught her arm. His grip was weak, but his eyes were not. Do not. I am not baiting him. I am using the terrain. She pulled free, but gently. The cedar brake has a split, 2 paths. One drops into the gully where Bex is heading. The other climbs to a shelf above the tree line. He will expect me to take cover. I will take the higher ground. You cannot outrun a marksman on open rock. I do not need to outrun him. I need him to see me choose the high path, report it, and follow. You take the low path with Lyra and Nira. You reach Gannet's Rest before the second bell. His jaw tightened. That is not a plan. That is a sacrifice. It is a decoy. There is a difference. She was already moving, pulling the folded map from her coat, the one Nira's instruction had led her to recover from the vault. The paper was warm against her fingers, the ink lines familiar in a way she could not explain. She found the cedar brake, traced the split with her finger. The high path loops back to the road 2 miles south of the checkpoint. I will meet you there, or I will not. If I do not, you take Nira to the woman at the inn and you give her the code. The resin holds what the fire cannot take, Lyra said. Zylva looked at her. Senna taught it to me. She said you would know what it meant. The name hit like a blade between the ribs. Senna, chained in the chamber beneath Resin House, the woman whose name was scratched into the scalpel in Zylva's coat. The sister she had forgotten and was only now learning to remember. I do not know what it means yet, Zylva said. But I will. She folded the map and pressed it into Covran's hand. Keep moving. Do not stop. If the shooter finds you, tell him I went east alone. He will believe you because it is true. His fingers closed over the paper. His eyes stayed on hers. You said you knew I would come after you. I did. Then you know I will find you when this is done. She felt the words land, felt the weight of them settle in her chest alongside everything else she was carrying. I know. She turned and walked into the cedars before she could hear him say anything else. The trees closed behind her, dark and wet and smelling of resin and smoke. The fire was still climbing the ridge, sending columns of orange light into the gray sky. The ground was soft under her boots, the snow giving way to mud and needle carpet as she climbed. She did not look back. The high path was steeper than she remembered, switchbacks cut into the rock by decades of runoff and animal traffic. She climbed fast, using her hands where the slope demanded it, feeling the burn in her shoulders, the blood from her shoulder wound drying stiff in her coat. The shooter did not fire. He was watching, waiting, reporting. She kept climbing. The light shifted as the sun dropped behind the ridge, turning the snow to copper and the shadows to deep blue. The cold bit harder at this altitude, sharp and clean against her face. She crested the shelf and stopped. Below her, the corridor unfolded in a sweep of dark trees and winding road. She could see the checkpoint inn, a low structure built into the elbow of a switchback, its windows glowing amber against the gathering dark. Gannet's Rest. She was close. But between her and the inn, something moved on the road. Not a rider, not a walker. The figure standing still in the center of the track, facing the inn, arms loose at their sides. They were waiting. She dropped to her belly and crawled to the edge of the shelf, scanning the road, the trees, the roofline. The figure did not move. And then she saw it, carved into the snow at her feet, a symbol she had not left. A crescent, reversed. Beneath it, a line of small marks in her own handwriting, pressed into the frost with a blade point. Route shorthand. Distance, direction, time. Whoever took the satchel did not take it for themselves. They left this for her. They knew she would come this way. They knew she would read it. The truth settled like ice in her stomach. The thief learned from her work, and they were waiting for her at Gannet's Rest. Chapter 58. The inn sat low in the switchback elbow, its windows throwing amber light across the frozen mud of the yard. Smoke rose from two chimneys, one cooking fire, one hearth, the smell of roasting meat and pine resin mixing in the cold air. Zylva crouched at the shelf edge, reading the message carved into the frost again. Route shorthand. Distance, direction, time. And beneath it, a single word in her own handwriting. Cellar. The thief had left this for her, knowing she would find it before she reached the door, which meant the thief was already inside, or had already been inside and left something waiting. She pressed her palm flat against the frost, feeling the cold bite through her bandaged shoulder. The blood had stopped seeping, but the wound still bled with every breath. Below, the figure in the road had not moved, arms loose, face hidden in the shadow of a hood, waiting. She could not stay on the shelf. The marksman was still out there, watching, reporting, and the second bell after midnight was close enough that she could feel it in her bones like a countdown. She rose and began the descent. The path dropped steeply through a stand of bare birches, their trunks white and skeletal against the dark. She moved fast, using the trees as cover, checking the road between gaps. The figure did not turn, did not acknowledge her approach. She reached the tree line 40 paces from the inn yard and stopped. The door opened. A woman stepped out, young, dark-haired, wiping her hands on her apron. She looked at the waiting figure, then at the tree line where Zylva stood in the shadows. "Second bell in 20 minutes, the woman called. "If you are riding through, the stable is around the back. If you are staying, the hearth is warm and there is stew." The waiting figure did not answer. The woman shrugged and went back inside. Zylva watched the figure for another long moment. Then she made her decision. She stepped out of the trees and walked toward the inn. The figure tracked her with their head, a slow, deliberate movement, but did not raise a weapon or call out. They simply watched her cross the yard, mount the steps, and push through the door into the warmth and noise of Gannet's Rest. The common room was packed. Travelers, traders, a handful of men in provincial colors, all pressed around trestle tables with bowls of stew and mugs of dark beer. The fire roared in the hearth at the far end, and beside it, on a low platform made from a shipping crate and a plank, stood Nera Quill. She was singing. Her voice cut through the room, low and rough, a song about a girl who traded her heart for a road map and got lost in the mountains. The travelers laughed, clapped, called for another verse. Nera saw Zylva the moment the door opened. She did not stop singing. She did not falter. But her eyes locked onto Zylva's face and held there, and the lyrics shifted. From the high pass she came down, with a key in her hand and a wound in her side. She followed the river of stone to the door where the Lawkeeper's secrets hide. The room laughed again, thinking it was part of the song. Zylva felt the words land like a second wound. Cellar, under the Lawkeeper's office. She moved through the crowd, found a table against the wall where she could watch the door and the platform at the same time. A serving girl appeared, set a bowl of stew and a mug in front of her without asking. From the high pass she came down, Nira sang again, repeating the verse with different emphasis this time, drawing out the words like she was teaching a child a lesson. Key in her hand, wound in her side, door where the Lawkeeper's secrets hide. A man near the platform called out, "What Lawkeeper, Songbird? We are all lawbreakers here." Nira grinned, showing teeth. "That is the point, isn't it?" The room laughed again. Zylva ate the stew without tasting it, watching the door, watching the windows, watching the shadows beyond the firelight. The figure from the road had not come inside. The marksman had not fired. The second bell was still ticking toward midnight inside her chest. Nira finished the song, bowed to scattered applause, and stepped off the platform. She moved through the crowd with practiced ease, accepting a drink from one table, a coin from another, until she reached Zylva's corner. She sat down without asking, the chair scraping against the stone floor. "You are early," she said, low enough that only Zylva could hear. "I did not expect you until the bell." "The bell is close." "Close enough." Nira's eyes flicked to Zylva's shoulder, where the blood had darkened her coat. "You are hit. I am standing. That is not the same thing." Nira leaned forward, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. "The cellar under the Lawkeeper's office. Back wall. There is a loose stone with your name on it. What is inside is yours, but you need to move before the bell, because after the bell, the Archivist's people will be watching every door in this valley." "The Archivist is here?" "The Archivist is never here." Nira's mouth twisted. "But his people are everywhere. The woman who took Calvey's case is already in the valley. She passed through 2 hours ago, asked about a map maker with a crescent tattoo." Zylva's hand went instinctively to the skin behind her left ear. "I know," Nira said. "I told her you rode south with a wounded man and a singer. She thanked me and bought a drink. You sold me. I bought you time." Era's eyes were hard, unblinking. "She thinks you are a day ahead of her. She will ride south before she realizes the lie. But she will realize, Zylva. Before dawn, she will know." The fire crackled. The room laughed at something across the common room. Zylva pushed the bowl away. "The cellar," she said. "What is behind the stone?" "A map, a name, and the last thing your pre-excision self wanted you to find before you decided whether to trust anyone again." "Orin Veller?" Nira's face went still. "You know that name." "I know it." "Then you already understand more than you did this morning." Nira stood. "The Lawkeeper's office is 2 doors east of the inn. The cellar door is around the back, behind a stack of empty barrels. You have until the second bell." She turned and walked back toward the platform, her voice rising into another song before she reached it. Zylva sat in the noise, the heat, the press of bodies, and felt the weight of the message in her coat. Cellar. Back wall. Loose stone. She rose. The room did not stop, did not notice. She crossed to the door, pushed it open, and stepped into the cold. The yard was empty. The figure in the road was gone, but the bell tower above the Lawkeeper's office cast a long shadow across the frozen mud, and somewhere in the dark, a clock began to strike. Chapter 59. The yard was empty, but the bell kept striking. Zylva counted the notes as she moved along the wall of the Lawkeeper's office. 8. 9. The sound fell into the frozen mud like something dropped from a height. Behind her, a door opened. She turned, hand going for the knife, and saw Nira slip out of the inn's side entrance with a shawl pulled over her head. "You did not think I would let you go alone." "I thought you had a room full of paying customers." "Paying customers do not keep me alive." Nira reached her, breath clouding in the cold. "The cellar has 2 doors. Front one is through the Lawkeeper's office itself. Back one is around the rise, behind the barrels. That is the one we want." Zylva followed her past the corner of the building, past a stack of empty beer barrels frozen together in a block of ice and straw. Nira stopped at a low wooden door set into the foundation, barely visible in the shadow of the overhang. She pulled the handle. Locked. Of course it is locked. Zylva drew the crescent key from her coat and held it up. Nira's eyes caught the metal, and something flickered in them. Recognition. Respect. Your pre-excision self thought of everything, did she? She thought of enough. Zylva slid the key into the lock. It turned with a click that sounded too loud in the empty yard. This is where you tell me what you know. This is where I show you what she left. Nira pushed the door open. After you. The steps went down into dark, so complete it felt solid. Zylva went first, one hand on the wall, the other holding the knife. The air changed as she descended, colder, older, smelling of damp stone and something sour she could not name. At the bottom, Nira struck a match and lit a lantern that sat on a shelf beside the stair. The flame caught, and the cellar opened around them. It was smaller than she expected. Stone walls, a dirt floor packed hard by years of boots. Shelves lined one wall holding dusty bottles and rusted tools. A desk sat against the far wall, covered in papers that had curled with moisture. Nira pointed at the back wall. Loose stone, 3rd row from the bottom, she marked it. Zylva crossed to the wall and crouched. The stones were rough cut, fitted together without mortar. She found the 3rd row and ran her fingers along the edge until she felt it. A stone that shifted under pressure. She worked it free, the edges scraping her knuckles, and set it on the floor. Behind it, a narrow cavity gaped in the dark. Inside, a leather-bound ledger, and a folded letter sealed with wax. Zylva pulled them out and sat back on her heels. The ledger was heavy, the binding cracked with age or use. She opened it to the first page and saw her own handwriting, smaller than usual, tighter. The script of someone who did not want to be read. She turned the page. Red warrant transit credits, or in Veller, account holder. Payment schedule, quarterly. Deliveries, Kadar Spur, 3rd crossing, 1st thaw. Note, Veller does not take delivery himself. He sends a proxy. The proxy has never been identified by face, only by sign, a reversed crescent. Zylva's throat tightened, the same symbol the thief had carved in the snow. Your pre-excision self was building a map of the entire financial skeleton, Nira said from behind her. Who paid whom? Which routes were bought? Which officers took the bribe? She was building a weapon that could bring down every corridor operation from Kadar to Seni. I know. I found some of it at Resin House. What you found at Resin House was the surface. Nira's voice dropped. What you are holding now is the root. Zylva turned to the letter. The seal was cracked, the wax a dark, dried red. She broke it with her thumb and unfolded the paper. Zylva, if you are reading this, you are past the 2nd bell and still alive, so you are doing better than I expected. The ledger is the full record of Oren Valor's corridor payments for the last 7 years. It took me 18 months to compile, and I lost 2 informants getting the final entries. If anyone asks, you found it in a dead man's coat. The name in the box was not the end. It was the beginning. Valor is the buyer. He paid Calvey to develop the memory reading method. He paid Ferris to deliver the payments. He paid the proxy to collect the erased tissue from Calvey's patients and transport it to a location I never found. But Valor is not the architect. The architect is the person who told Valor what to buy. I do not know that name. I only know that Calvey was afraid of them. And Calvey was afraid of very little. The ledger lists a meeting, 7 days from the date of this letter, at a place called the Red Gate. Valor will be there. His proxy will be there. And if you are reading this in time, you can be there too. Trust Nira. She was expensive, but she never lied to me. Yourself, before Zylva read the letter twice. 7 days from the date of the letter. She did not know the date. She did not know how long she had been unconscious after the excision, how many days had passed at Resin House before she woke, how many since. Nira. I am listening. The Red Gate. Calvey mentioned it. The archivist asked about it. What is it? Nira was silent for a moment. Then she moved closer, the lantern light casting her face in sharp relief. The Red Gate is not a gate. It is a mouth. She said the words like they cost her something. A fissure in the mountain below Kadar Spur. The old miners called it the throat. They say it goes deeper than any shaft they dug, and that things live in it that have never seen the sun. Things. People. Nira's voice went flat. People who were taken. People who were excised and dropped into the dark because someone paid for their silence. Calvey told me she sent 7 patients into the throat over 3 years. Each time she was paid in gold. Each time she told herself they were going to a recovery house in Senek. Zalda's hand tightened on the ledger. And the archivist? The archivist is the one who collects the records. Nira's mouth twisted. I never met them, but I heard the name in every room I sang in, for 3 years. The archivist is not a person, it is a title. It passes from hand to hand like a key. Whoever holds it controls the memory trade. Then I need to find whoever holds it now. You need to survive the night first. Nira turned toward the stair. We have been down here too long. The bell stopped striking while you were reading. Zylva looked up. The silence hit her like a wall. The bell had stopped. The second bell had finished, and she had not noticed, which meant the archivist's people would be watching every door. She stood, tucking the ledger and the letter into her coat. Can you get me out of the valley? I can get you as far as the 3rd crossing. After that, you are on your own. That is enough. They crossed to the stair together. Nira went first, her boots silent on the stone, and reached the top of the door. She pressed her ear to the wood. Nothing. She pulled the handle. The door did not move. She pulled again, harder, and this time the wood groaned, but stayed shut. Nira? It is barred. Nira's voice was controlled, deliberate. From the outside, Zylva's knife was in her hand before she finished the thought. Behind them, in the dark of the cellar, something scraped against stone. Chapter 60. The scraping came again. Closer. Zylva's knife caught the lantern light as she turned, low, blade between her and the dark. The sound moved along the stone like something dragging a broken limb. Nira stood frozen at the top of the stair, one hand still on the barred door. How many ways in? Zylva kept her voice flat. 1. Nira's throat moved. The door. That is it. What is it doing down here? I do not know. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It pressed against Zylva's ears like the cellar was holding its breath. She counted 3 heartbeats. 5. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond the lantern's edge. Then the stone floor breathed. A long, low exhalation of air from somewhere beneath them. A tunnel draft that smelled of wet iron and rot. Nira made a sound Zala had never heard from her. Not quite a whimper. A leak. You need to tell me what you sold. The words hum in the cellar air. Nira's face went still, the way faces do when someone steps on the exact nerve they have been guarding. What? The archivist found you 2 hours after the second bell. You said he extracted information about the Red Gate, but the archivist came to you because you were on their list, Nira. And you were on their list because you sold something. Nira's silence was the only answer she needed. Zylva lowered the knife. You sold my route. I sold a fragment. Nira's voice cracked open. A single fragment, a road name and a date. I did not know it was you they were tracking. I did not know when. Before the excision. Before you came to me at all. Someone paid me for information about a courier carrying red warrant transit credits through the lower pass. They did not give me a name. They gave me a tattoo. She touched the back of her own ear. A crescent, behind the left ear. They said find the mapmaker with that mark and tell us when she moves. Zylva's hand went to the skin behind her ear, the tattoo she had worn for as long as she could remember. And you took the payment. I took the payment? Nira said it like the words were being pulled out of her with hooks. I was protecting 3 people, 2 runners and a girl who carried messages for me. Someone had found their safe house. I needed gold to move them before the snow broke. So you sold me. I sold a road name and a date. Nira's jaw tightened. I did not know they were building a net. I did not know they would use it to find everyone who carried those credits. When I realized what they were doing with the information, what were they doing? Nira's eyes went to the dark behind Zylva. They were collecting names. Everyone who moved through the lower pass during those 6 weeks. Couriers, smugglers, traders, anyone who touched the red warrant credits. She swallowed. They were building a list, and then they were excising them, one by one, making them forget what they carried, where they went, who they handed the credits to. Zylva's pulse beat hard in her throat. The children? Nira flinched. Yes. From the convoy, the one Ferris lost. I do not know if they were from that convoy, but they were young. 2 of them, 11 and 14, siblings. They carried dispatch packets through the same pass 6 weeks after you. I did not know they would be on the list. Nira's voice dropped to something raw and broken. I tried to undo it. I sent warnings. I burned the payment records. I told everyone I could reach to stop moving through the lower pass until the snow came. Did it help? One of the children went underground before they could be found. The other was taken from a way station 3 days before I learned the name of the buyer. Zylva's hand tightened on the knife. The buyer. The archivist. Nira's mouth twisted. I did not know that name then. I only knew someone was paying gold for erased people, paying to have their memories cut out and carried away. It took me 6 months to connect the payments to the title. And you have been running ever since. I have been hiding. There is a difference. Nira looked at the dark again. Runners hide. Singers stay in one place and make themselves valuable enough to protect. I built a life at Ganet's Rest because I thought the crowd would keep me safe. I thought if I never moved, they would not find me. But they found you tonight. The archivist found me because I sang the wrong song. Nira let out a breath that was half laugh, half sob. 3 nights ago, a woman in the back corner asked me to sing the ballad about the Iron Gate. I thought nothing of it. It is a common song. I sang it. She smiled and left a copper on the table. And? The copper had a reversed crescent scratched into the rim. Nira's eyes met hers. They have been watching this in for weeks, waiting for me to lead them to you. And I did. You gave them the code phrase. I gave them the code phrase because I thought it would keep you safe. If they knew you were coming, they would watch the road, not the cellar. I wanted you to reach the cache before they... The scraping started again. This time it did not stop. It moved in a circle, slow and deliberate, like something pacing the limits of the cellar, measuring, waiting. Zylva turned her back to Nira and faced the dark. How do we get out of here? There is no other way out. There is always another way, not in a cellar built by miners who sealed every crack against the mountain. Nira's voice was steady now, as if confession had drained the fear from her. The only door is the one they barred. The only windows are the ones they sealed with stone and mortar. We are in a box, Zylva. Then the smoke came. It seeped under the cellar door in a thin, gray curl, moving across the stone floor like a living thing. Not thick, not yet, but deliberate, purposeful. Nira stared at it. That is not an accident. Zylva was already moving, pressing her palm against the wood of the door. The panels were warm, not hot, but warming. They are burning the inn. They are burning the cellar. Nira's voice went flat. The arson method. It belongs to the archivist. They do not send people to kill. They send fire. Fire leaves no witnesses. Fire leaves no evidence. Fire makes the mountain take the blame. Zylva looked at the smoke curling across the floor, at the dark behind her where something paced in the shadows, at the barred door that would not open. We are not dying in a cellar. She crossed to the back wall and pressed her palm against the stone. The cellar was old. The mortar was crumbling. If the mountain had ever been mined, there would be seams, weak points, places where the rock had already cracked under the pressure of generations. You said the miners sealed every crack. I said they tried. Zyla's fingers found a seam, narrow, barely a finger's width, but there. Behind her, the scraping stopped. Something in the dark was listening. Zylva drove the knife into the mortar seam and levered. The blade bent. The stone did not move. She did it again. The smoke was thickening, gray turning to black. The heat from the door was pressing into the cellar like a second body. Nira started coughing. Zylva drove the knife a third time, and this time the mortar cracked. A small sound, a hairline fracture spreading through the seal. Again, she said, and she did not wait for an answer. The knife bit deeper. Behind her, in the dark, the scraping started again, and this time it was coming toward them. Chapter 61. The blade bit deeper into the seam. Mortar dust trickled down Zylva's wrist, gray against the blood drying there. Behind her, the scraping did not stop. It measured the cellar in slow, patient arcs, closer with each circuit. Nira coughed again. The smoke was thicker now, coiling across the ceiling in black ribbons that dropped lower with every breath. "There is a coal hatch." Zylva did not stop working the knife. "Where?" "The back corner, above the old bin," Nira's voice cracked. "They sealed it when the inn converted to wood stoves, but it was there, a chute to the alley." Zylva pulled the blade free. The crack was wider now, but not wide enough, not for a body. She crossed the cellar in 3 strides, the knife still wet in her hand, and found the corner Nira meant. The bin was rusted iron, bolted to the floor. Above it, the ceiling was a different texture, wood instead of stone, a square outline barely visible under decades of whitewash and grime. She jammed the knife into the seam where wood met stone and pulled. The blade held. The hatch did not move. Behind her, the scraping stopped. The silence was worse. Zylva drove the knife deeper, levering with her whole weight. The wood groaned. Something splintered above her. Not wood, not stone, the sound of rust giving way. "Again," she said, and she did not know if she was speaking to Nira or herself. She wrenched the blade sideways. The hatch shifted. A hairline crack of cold air kissed her knuckles. The scraping started again, closer. Nira screamed. Zylva did not turn. She drove the knife into the widening gap and pulled with everything her shoulder had left. The hatch burst open, swinging down on hinges that should have seized years ago. Coal dust poured over fists, black and dry and ancient. She turned. Nira was on her feet, pressed against the far wall, eyes fixed on the dark at her left. Something moved there, low to the ground, a shape that did not catch the lamplight that swallowed it instead. Zylva grabbed Nira's arm and hauled her toward the open hatch. "Up, now!" Nira climbed. The rusted bin groaned under her weight, but she did not hesitate, pulling herself into the chute mouth, disappearing into the dark above. Zylva followed. The bin shuddered as she pushed off it. Behind her, the scraping reached the corner and stopped again. She did not look back. She pulled herself out of the chute, felt the coal dust thick and ancient around her, and kicked the hatch shut. The darkness was absolute. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Zylva could hear Nira breathing ragged and wet inches above her. The chute was narrow. There was barely room to crawl. "Does it lead out?" "To the alley." Nira's voice was thin. "Behind the beer stores." "Move!" They crawled. The chute angled upward, steep enough that Zylva had to brace her good shoulder against one wall and push. Coal dust caked her hands, her face, the inside of her mouth. It tasted of old fire and rust. Above them, muffled by stone and earth, she heard shouting. Not the scraping, voices, feet running. A crash, heavy, like furniture thrown. Nira stopped. "That is not the inn." "What is it?" "The inn is behind us. That is ahead." Zylva pressed her palm against the wall above her. The stone was vibrating. Someone was fighting in the alley. "Keep moving." They crawled faster. The chute narrowed again, then opened into a vertical shaft with a rusted iron ladder bolted to the wall. Above the ladder, a square of darkness where the outer hatch had been pulled loose or had fallen. Gray light bled through, cold air, real air. Zylva climbed. Her shoulder screamed. The wound pulled with every rung, but she kept moving, kept climbing, until her head broke the plane of the hatch and she saw the alley. It was chaos. 2 men were locked in a grappling struggle against the inn's back wall. A third lay crumpled near the beer barrels, not moving. Lantern lights swung wildly as someone ran past the alley mouth, shouting orders she could not parse. She pulled herself out and turned to help Nira. The singer's face was gray, streaked with coal dust and blood, but she made the climb. "Which way?" Nira pointed east. "The stables. There is a path through the—" A gunshot punched the air. It came from the street beyond the alley, not the inn, not the fighting. A single, deliberate shot that cut through the noise like a blade through cloth, then another, then the sound of horses. Zylva moved before she understood why. She pressed herself against the wall and edged toward the alley mouth, the knife still in her hand, coal dust still in her lungs. The street beyond was a blur of movement. A covered sleigh stood in the center of the road, its team stamping and blowing steam. 2 men in gray coats held the horses. A third was hauling someone toward the sleigh's open curtain, someone who moved like a man half-conscious, boots dragging through the slush. Even from here, even in the dark, Zylva knew the shape of him. The black hair, the lean shoulders, the way his head lolled as if he had been struck or drugged. Ferris. The gray-coated man shoved him into the sleigh and swung up after him. The curtain fell. The driver cracked the reins. The sleigh lurched forward. "Nira." Zyla's voice did not sound like her own. "Tell me you have a horse." She turned. Nira was not behind her. The alley was empty. And at the far end, where the chute hatch still hung open, a shape was pulling itself out of the dark, low to the ground, moving with that same deliberate scrape. Zylva ran. She hit the street at a dead sprint, the sleigh pulling away, the horses already breaking into a canter. Behind her, the shape cleared the alley mouth and stopped, watching. She ran anyway. The sleigh hurtled east, its runners hissing over packed snow, and Ferris's face pressed against the curtain for a single heartbeat. His eyes found hers. Then the sleigh whipped around a corner and vanished. And behind her, in the alley, the watching thing began to move again. Chapter 62. The alley was empty by the time Bex reached the corner. He had heard the shots, seen the sleigh cut east, watched Zylva sprint after it like a woman who had forgotten how to stop. By the time he cleared the yard, the sleigh was gone, the street was silent, and the coal chute hatch hung open against the dark. He found Nira Quill pressed against the wall behind a stack of beer barrels, shaking so hard the glass in her hand rattled against the wood. Bex holstered his pistol. "You are alive." Nira laughed, a wet, broken sound. "Barely." He took her arm and pulled her away from the wall. The inn was burning. Smoke curled over the roofline, and somewhere inside, someone was screaming. "Can you walk?" She nodded. He led her across the yard, past the crumpled man near the barrels, past the overturned cart and the blood-spattered snow, into the Lawkeeper's office. The door was unlocked. The front room was empty, a half-eaten meal still steaming on the desk. Bex sat Nira in the chair across from the stove and closed the door behind them. "First bell after midnight," he said. "I need a statement, formal, under oath." She looked at him. Her face was gray, streaked with coal dust and blood, but her eyes had steadied. "Now? You saw what happened in the alley. You know who took Ferris. You know the archivist is the one who set the fire." Nira's hands tightened around the glass. "Yes. Then now." She drank. Her throat worked. When she lowered the glass, she began to speak, and her voice was quiet, shaped by years of singing in rooms where walls had ears. "You want the whole truth or the version that keeps you alive?" "I want the truth. The archivist is not a person." Bex did not blink. "It is a title. It passes from hand to hand. Whoever holds it controls the memory trade." She paused. Calvey found that out when she started keeping her own records instead of handing them over. "Who held it when Calvey died?" "I do not know. That is how the title works. You never meet the person. You meet their proxies." Bex sat in the chair across from her. "Names. I gave the archivist a road name and a date. That is what I sold. That is what got Zylva tracked before her excision." "You knew her before the excision?" "I knew the woman who carried red warrant credits through the lower pass. I knew her route, her habits, her timing." She met his eyes. "I did not know her name until she walked into Gannet's Rest with a crescent tattoo behind her ear." Bex leaned forward. "Who paid you?" "A woman. Tall, dark hair. A voice like every word cost her something." "Name?" "I do not have one." She paid in copper and left a reversed crescent scratched into the rim of the coin. Bex pulled a notebook from his coat and wrote. "She asked for a courier with a Crescenturna tattoo. She gave me a date range and a road. She wanted to know when the courier passed through, which load, which direction. I told her." She paused. "That is how they built the list." "What list?" "Everyone who carried red warrant credits through the lower pass during a 6-week period. The archivist is existing them one by one, making them forget what they carried, where they went, who they paid." Bex stopped writing. 6 weeks. Yes. How many names? I do not know, but I know 2 of them were children. Dispatch carriers, 11 and 14, siblings. He did not speak for a long moment. Then he looked up. Where is the list now? The woman who paid me took it. She said it was going to someone in Sene to be catalogued like customs goods. Sene. It is not a province, it is a woman. A woman Zylva found chained beneath Resin House. Bex closed his notebook. You are telling me the archivist is excising everyone who touched red warrant credits and cataloging their memories in Sene? Yes. And the woman in the cellar is connected to the title? Yes. He stood and walked to the window. Through the glass he could see the inn burning, the flames climbing toward the rooftop. Why did you sell her? Nera's silence was longer this time. Because the archivist had 3 people I was trying to protect. Runners, a girl, their safe house had been discovered. I did not think I was selling Zylva. I thought I was buying them time. And when you found out what the information was used for, I burned the payment records, sent warnings, tried to undo it. She looked at him. You cannot undo a list once it is being fed to the collectors. Bex turned from the window. Where did Zylva go? After the sleigh. Do you know where the sleigh was heading? No. He crossed the room and knelt in front of her. Nera Quill, under formal oath, do you have any other information about the archivist's current location, methods, or identity? She looked at him. Her eyes were dry. Yes. Tell me. The archivist knows about the cellar cache, the ledger, the letter. They have been waiting for Zylva to retrieve it because they want to know what she knows about the throat. The throat. The fissure below Kadar Spur where excised people were dropped. Calvey sent 7 patients into it over 3 years. Bex was very still. Do you know where the throat is located? I know the approach. I sang the ballad for the woman who left the reversed crescent, the one about the iron gate. He reached for her arm and pulled her to her feet. You are going to show me. She looked at him. And when I do, then I decide whether you leave this room as a witness or a suspect. She did not argue. Bex opened the door and stepped into the yard. The inn was fully burning now. The flames had reached the roof, and the heat was pushing the snow back from the walls in steaming circles. Men were shouting. Someone was running. And in the center of the yard, one of Bex's own deputies stood with a leather satchel clutched to his chest, watching the fire. The satchel was new. Bex had not issued that bag to any of his men. He walked toward the deputy, his stride unhurried, his hand loose at his side. Grate! The deputy turned. His face was pale, sweat beaded on his upper lip. Sir! What do you have there? The man clutched the satchel tighter. Evidence. I found it in the alley. Bex stopped 3 feet from him. Show me. The deputy's hand trembled as he opened the satchel. Inside were papers, ledger sheets, route maps, and a single copper coin with a reversed crescent scratched into the rim. Bex did not reach for it. You found this in the alley? Yes, sir. And you decided to hold it for safekeeping. I didn't want it to burn. Bex looked at the inn, at the flames climbing the walls. Then he looked at Nera, standing behind him in the doorway. She was staring at the satchel. That is the woman's, she said, the one who paid me. The deputy's face went slack. Bex drew his pistol. Put the satchel on the ground, Graf. Slow. Chapter 63. The pistol shot did not wait for Graf to obey. The crack ripped through the yard before Bex finished drawing breath, and the deputy's body jerked sideways as the bullet tore through his shoulder. The satchel flew from his grip, papers scattered across the wet cobblestones. Bex was already falling. Zylva saw the shooter before she heard the second report. A figure on the stable roof, coat collar turned against the wind, rifle braced against the chimney. The muzzle flash painted the sleet white for half a heartbeat. Graf scrambled for the satchel, one arm hanging useless, blood slicking his sleeve. He got 2 handfuls of paper before Nera moved. She should have run. Instead, she lunged for the copper coin where it had rolled against a barrel, her fingers closing around it just as Graf's good hand caught her wrist. Let go! Come with me or die here! Nera looked at Bex. The investigator was on his knees, one hand pressed to his side, blood seeping between his fingers. His pistol lay 3 feet away, out of reach. "Go," he said. "I am not your executioner." Graf dragged Nira toward the rear stables. She did not fight him. Zylva moved before she knew she had decided. The alley opened to her left, narrow and cobbled, the same route she had used to reach the yard. She took it at a sprint, boots slipping on the wet stone, the sleet cold against her face. She did not have a plan. She had a knife in her boot and a burning need to hear what Graf would say to Nira before they reached whatever horse waited in the rear stable. The alley bent hard right, then widened into a service yard behind the Lawkeeper's office. A single lantern burned above a stable door. Graf was shoving Nira ahead of him, his bloodied arm pressed against his chest, the satchel clutched in his good hand. Zylva pressed herself against the wall. "Told you to run," Graf was saying, his voice tight with pain. "I told you the fire was the signal. I thought the signal meant escape, not abduction. Escape is a luxury the archivist does not grant." The words hit like a blade between Zylva's ribs. Nira's voice came quieter now, almost resigned. "What does the archivist want with me? Not you, the mapmaker." Graf reached the stable door and hauled it open. Inside, a horse stamped, harness jangling. "The archivist wants her alive," he said, "but only if her memories stay broken. If she remembers too much, she is no use to anyone." The words settled into Zylva's chest like cold water. Only if her memories stay broken. She had been chasing the missing week for so long that she had stopped asking what would happen if she found it, what the archivist planned to do with her, what version of herself they wanted to keep contained. "Where is the list?" Nira asked. "Already on its way to Sene. The mapmaker will follow it there. That is the point." "Then why take me?" Graf did not answer immediately. The horse stamped again. Harness leather creaked. "Because you know where the throat is, and the archivist wants to make sure no one else does." Zylva had heard enough. She stepped into the lantern light. Graf saw her the same moment she saw him. His good hand went for the pistol at his belt. Nira's eyes went wide. Zylva did not stop moving. She crossed the yard in 4 strides, her knife already in her hand, the sleet cold against her knuckles. "You are the mapmaker," Graf said. "I am." "The archivist will find you. The archivist will have to get in line." She closed the distance. Graf did not fire. He looked at her, at the knife, at the blood still seeping from his shoulder, and made a decision. He shoved Nira at her and ran. Nira stumbled into Zylva's arms. Graf vaulted onto the horse, kicked the stable door wide, and drove the animal into the alley at a gallop. The hoofbeats faded into the sleet. Zylva stood in the yard, Nira breathing hard against her shoulder, the knife still in her hand. "Are you hit?" she asked. "No." "Good." She released Nira and walked to where Graf's blood had pooled on the cobblestones. A single sheet of paper lay there, half soaked, the ink smearing. She picked it up. It was a list. Names, dates, transit credit amounts. And at the bottom, in a handwriting she did not recognize but knew the shape of, "Zylva Okar. Retrieval authorized if Covran Hest refuses voluntary surrender." The paper trembled in her hand. "He knew," she said. "The archivist knew about Resin House, about Covran, about—" "Everyone," Nira said. "The archivist knows everyone." Zylva looked up. The stable roof was empty now. The shooter who had taken down Bex was gone, but the inn was still burning. And somewhere in the dark, Graf was riding east with the satchel and the news that the mapmaker had caught up. Chapter 64. The stable roof had started smoking before Zylva reached it. She rounded the corner with Nira half carrying herself behind her, and the heat hit first, dry and ferocious, pushing against her face like a wall. The fire from the inn had jumped the alley. The back wall of the stable smoldered, the wood darkening second by second. Covran was already there. He stood in the stable door, his rifle braced against his hip, the barrel aimed at Graf's chest. The deputy had made it to the horse. Blood soaked through his shoulder bindings. The satchel hung from the saddle horn. "Step away from the animal," Covran said. "I spill on that horse, you never see that paper again." "Then you spill on the horse." Gron's eyes flicked past Covran's to Zylva. He saw the list in her hand and something in his face went still. "You already read it," he said. "I did." "Then you know what the archivist plans for you." I know you were a dead man on a horse with nowhere to run. Groff laughed, short and wet. Blood came with it. Everyone keeps telling me I'm going to die tonight, and yet I am still moving. The horse stamped, the stable creaked. Nira stepped past Zylva, her voice low and steady. "Where is Cinny?" Graf's eyes cut to her. "You do not get to ask questions anymore, Singer. You sold her for a road name and a date. You burned your right to know anything." "I am asking anyway." "Then ask your fire. It will burn the truth out of you faster than I ever could." Zylva moved before she thought about it. She crossed the stable floor in 4 paces and pressed the tip of her knife against the hollow of Graf's throat. His eyes went wide. "I am not asking," she said. "You told Nera the list is already on its way to Senny, but you said the archivist wants me alive only if my memories stay broken. That means the list contains something that tells whoever reads it what to do with me. It is not just a cargo manifest." Graf swallowed. His pulse beat against her knife. "The list is coded by patient number," he said. "The archivist's collectors read the number, cross-reference it with the cataloged tissue, and proceed according to the instruction attached to that entry." "And my instruction?" "Retrieve. If impossible, contain. If already broken, archive." "What does archive mean?" Graf did not answer. The stable door behind them groaned. Zylva glanced back. Covran had not moved, but his rifle was still aimed at Graf's chest. "Covran," she said, "go check the alley." "I am not leaving you alone with him. He is bleeding out. I can handle a bleeding deputy." Covran held her gaze for a beat. Then he stepped back, still holding the rifle on Graf, and disappeared into the smoke. The horse shivered. Graf's eyes tracked the empty door. "Your man that killed Calvey," Zylva said. "He cut her throat and placed her hands on her chest." "Why?" "Protocol. For who?" "The woman who taught the archivist the method." "Senna?" Graf's lips pressed together. "Senna did not teach anyone," Zylva said. "She was chained in a room beneath Resin House for weeks before the excision was ever performed on me. She could not have taught anyone anything." "Then you do not know who Senna is." "Tell me." Graf looked at her. The firelight flickered through the cracks in the stable wall, casting his face in orange and shadow. "Senna is not a person," he said. "Senna is a province, a station, the border checkpoint between the corridor and the coastal territory. Every excised tissue sample passes through Senna on its way to the archivist's repository." Zylva's hand did not move, but her mind turned the information over, testing its weight. Senna is not a person. Senna is a province. The woman chained beneath Resin House had told her a name, and Zylva had believed it was a person she needed to find. A sister, a prisoner, a key. But the name was a place, which meant the women in the chains had told her something true wrapped inside something false. She had given Zylva a destination, not a person, a place she could trace, a thread she could pull. "Why did the woman in the chains give me that name?" "Because she wanted you to go there." "Why?" "Because the repository is where the archivist keeps the source, the original tissue, the first excision Calvey ever performed, the one that started everything." Graf's voice was thin now. The blood had stopped seeping and was beginning to pool at his feet. "If the archivist loses the source," he said, "the entire method collapses. No more cataloging, no more control. Every excised memory becomes unrecoverable." "Who is the source?" "I gave you the answer. You gave me a province. That is not an answer. It is the only one you are getting." The stable roof cracked above them. A beam groaned, shifted, and dropped a shower of sparks onto the horse's back. The animal screamed and reared. Graf's hand went for the reins. Zylva grabbed the satchel. The horse bolted. Graf's body slammed against the saddle as the animal surged through the stable doors and into the alley. The satchel tore from his grip, spilling papers across the cobblestones as the horse vanished into the dark. Zylva stood in the stable, the satchel in her hand, the papers settling around her boots. Nira appeared in the door, her face pale in the firelight. "The list," she said. "You got the list. I got part of it. It is enough. It is never enough." Zylva crouched and gathered the scattered papers. Transit credits, dates, numbers, names she did not recognize. And at the bottom of the last sheet, in the same handwriting as the retrieval authorization, Collection Point Seni, Customs Archive, East Vault. Cataloging active as of last dispatch. She looked up. "We are going to Seni." Nira did not argue. Chapter 65. The paper crackled in Zylva's hand as she read the last line again. Collection Point Seni, Customs Archive, East Vault. She folded it and tucked it inside her coat. The stable roof groaned above them, sparks falling like slow rain. Nira stood in the doorway, her face half lit by the fire behind her. "The sleigh that took Ferris," Zylva said. "Which road?" "East. East covers 3 passes, 2 garrisons, and a dead-end gorge." "I know. Then give me something useful." Nira's hand went to her collar, pulling out a thin leather cord. At its end hung a copper coin, scratched with a reversed crescent. "The woman who paid me for your route," Nira said. She rode a bay mare with a white star. She smelled of resin soap and carried a surgical case strapped to her saddle. Before she left Gannet's Rest, she asked the stable hand which road stayed open latest in the season. Which one did he tell her? "The lower cart track runs through the floodplain, joins the Seni Road at the old mill crossing, slower but passable with a sleigh." Zylva's hand moved to her knife. "That is where they took him. It is where she went. Whether Ferris is with her or already transferred to another sleigh, I cannot tell you." It was enough. Zylva stepped past Nira into the alley. The inn was fully burning now, flames climbing the roof beams and casting the yard in orange and black. Smoke rolled low along the ground, curling around the beer barrels and the crumpled shape of the man who had died in the first exchange. She did not look at him. The alley opened onto the main road, cobblestones slick with frost and ash. To the east, the road narrowed between 2 stone storehouses before dropping toward the floodplain. The cart track Nira described would be visible from the ridge above the mill. Zylva walked. Behind her, Nira called something. She did not stop. The knife was in her hand before she reached the first storehouse, the blade catching the firelight in a thin orange line. The road sloped. The smoke thinned. The cold hit her full in the face, sharp and clean after the heat of the burning yard. She could see the ridge now, a dark spine against the starless sky. Below it, the lower cart track would be running through the floodplain, frozen and exposed. A sleigh moving fast could cover the ground to the mill crossing in 3 hours, maybe less if the horses were fresh. Ferris had been drugged. His head had lolled against the curtain, his eyes had found hers, and in that heartbeat, she had seen something that was not fear. It was recognition. He had known she would come. She would have to run, hard and fast and alone, because a sleigh with a fresh team would outpace anyone on foot, and by the time she found a horse, the trail would be cold. But she had moved through these roads before her excision. Her body knew the shortcuts, even if her mind did not. She could cut across the ridge, drop through the cedar break, and reach the mill crossing before the sleigh, if she pushed. Her boots hit the frozen ground harder. The storehouse shadows fell away. The road opened onto the slope, and she could see the dark line of the cart track threading through the floodplain below, pale with frost and moonlight. She started down. "Zylva!" Covran's voice came from behind her, low and controlled, the tone of a man who did not want to raise it because raising it would mean he was running. She kept walking. "Zylva! Stop! You can follow or you can stay," she said. "I am not waiting. Ferris is gone. The sleigh left over an hour ago. You cannot catch it on foot. I know the cuts. The cedar break drops straight to the mill crossing. I can be there before the horses." "And then what?" She stopped. The question sat in the cold air between them, simple and unbearable. She turned. Covran stood at the edge of the storehouse shadow, his rifle lowered but ready, his face hard with the effort of not running after her. "Then I find him," she said. "And when you find him, he is drugged, wounded, and in the hands of men who work for the archivist. You will be one woman with a knife against a sleigh full of armed collectors. I have been one woman with a knife before. Not against this. I do not care what this is. Covran stepped closer. His hand moved, not toward his weapon, but open, palm out, the gesture of a man who wanted her to see he was not reaching for control. I will help you go after him, he said. But not tonight. Not alone. Not without knowing what we are walking into. There is nothing to know. They took my brother, and if you follow them now, you will die in the floodplain, and the archivist will have everything. Ferris, the list, the source, and you. One road, one night, one body in the frost. Zylva's hand tightened on the knife. You do not get to decide what I risk. I am not deciding. I am asking you to choose with the whole picture instead of the fragment. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to drive the knife into the wall beside his head and watch him flinch. She wanted to run until her legs came out and the cold took her, because chasing Ferris into the dark was easier than standing still and admitting that Covran was right. He was right. The sleigh had an hour's lead. She did not know how many men were on it. She did not know where they were taking him or what they would do when they got there. She had a knife, a paper, and a direction that could be a trap as easily as a trail. But Ferris had looked at her through the curtain. He had known she would come. I can find him, she said. I found the cache, I found the cellar, I found sending on a paper the archivist's own man carried. I can find Ferris. I know you can. Then why are you stopping me? Covran closed the distance between them. His breath misted in the cold, and when he spoke, his voice was low enough that only she could hear. I am not stopping you. I am asking you to let me come with you. But if we go tonight, we go blind, and the archivist wins either way. We lose you in the floodplain, or we reach Ferris too late to matter because we handed the archivist every other witness on the road by scattering ourselves across the corridor. Zylva's knife stayed in her hand. The fire behind them popped and settled. Somewhere in the dark, a horse stamped and blew. She looked east, where the cart track vanished into the floodplain. The sleigh was out there, moving through the frost, carrying her brother toward a place she could not yet name. Unfinished brother. Unfinished debt. She lowered the knife. Nira knows the cart track, she said. She knows the stables, the way stations, the places a sleigh might stop to change horses. If anyone can tell us where they are taking him, it is her. Covran did not move. Then we take her with us. And if she leads us into another trap, then we kill her. Zylva looked at him. His face was still hard, but something in his eyes had shifted. Not softened, sharpened. I will help you find Ferris, he said. But we do it with open eyes and a full map, not on a dead run into ground we cannot see. Promise me that. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she turned and walked back toward the burning inn, past the storehouse, past the dead man in the yard, past the smoke that curled around her boots. Behind her, Covran followed. Chapter 66. The yard was still burning. Zylva stepped through the smoke with Covran at her shoulder, the heat pressing against her face as they rounded the storehouse corner. Nira sat on an overturned barrel, her head bent, the reversed crescent coin a dark circle against her collarbone. Bex leaned against the well, coping with a strip of cloth wound around his ribs, his face the color of old tallow. He looked up when they approached. His eyes moved from Zylva to Covran and back, reading the truce in their stride. You did not kill each other, he said. That is progress. Zylva pulled the soaked paper from her coat and held it out. The list. Nira told me about the copies. Bex took it with his good hand. His lips moved as he read. Once, then again. The scar through his eyebrow caught the firelight as he looked up. There are 3 versions of the cache manifest moving through the corridor right now, he said. I tracked them from the ledgers you brought out of Resin House. 3? Covran said. 3? Bex set the paper on the well lip and pressed his palm flat against it, as if he could hold the words in place. The first is the original you buried in the cellar. The second is what Graf carried. The third was copied by the thief who stole the satchel before Graf got to it. Zala's hands were cold. She pressed them against her thighs. What is in them? Different things. Bex's voice was flat, the tone of a man who had spent too many hours in the same conclusion. The original names, the red warrant route brokers. The second implicates the compact as the controlling hand. The third exonerates both and points east. Covran went still. East where? Sene, the border archives, the place Calvey's first patient was buried. The fire popped behind them. A plank fell somewhere inside the inn, sending a column of sparks into the dark. Zylva watched them rise and scatter against the stars. 3 versions, she said. Which one is real? Bex's hand did not move from the paper. All of them. The original is real. The second was altered by someone who knew what the original said and wanted the compact to burn. The third was written by someone who wanted no one to burn. Who altered them? That is the question. Nira lifted her head. The copper coin swung as she straightened. The woman with the surgical case took the second copy. She left the third behind at Gannet's Rest before I burned the rooms. Burned them, Zylva said. Cover. Nira's voice was thin. I burned the rooms so no one would find the third copy before I could decide what to do with it. And the fourth? They all turned. Covran's hand had moved to his belt. His fingers rested on the knife handle. Not drawn, not ready, but placed. What fourth? Bex said. The voice came from the dark edge of the yard. Miran Jaster, the voice said. Under truce, carrying the one you do not yet have. Miran stepped into the firelight with his hands open and empty. His coat was streaked with ash, his face lined with the same exhaustion that marked every face in that yard. He carried a leather satchel that hung from his shoulder by a torn strap. He stopped 10 feet from the group and set the satchel on the ground. Then he stepped back. I have been riding since the fire broke, he said. Before that, I was in Sene. Before that, I was in a room with the woman who killed Calvey. Zylva's knife was in her hand. She did not remember drawing it. You worked for the archivist. I work for the corridor. Miran's eyes found hers. There is a difference. I carry the fourth copy because I was told to bring it to you. Bex stood. The movement cost him. His hand pressed against the wound in his side, but he did not sit back down. Who told you? Miran looked at Zylva. The woman chained beneath Resin House. She gave me the name of the road and the hour you would reach this inn. She told me to bring you the list that would let you choose. Choose what? Zylva said. Which war you start. Because the 3 copies already in the corridor will each start a different one. The fourth is the key that shows how they all connect. The fire spat. A horse stamped in the stable. Somewhere beyond the ridge, the sleigh carrying Ferris was moving east through the dark. Zylva looked at Miran, at the satchel on the ground, at the faces around her, each one carrying a different weight of hope and fear. She bent and picked up the satchel. The leather was warm. The buckle caught the firelight as she worked it open and pulled out the pages inside. Her hands moved across the ink, tracing the names, the dates, the transit credits. The same script she had seen in the cellar, the same numbers. But at the bottom of the fourth copy, in a handwriting she did not recognize, a single line. The archivist is the third copy. The second is the woman who taught Calvey. The first is the hole beneath Kadar Spur. Miran's voice came from behind her, low and careful. There are only 3 copies in the corridor because 3 people wanted 3 different truths to burn. The woman in the chain knew that. She sent me to give you the map that shows why. Zylva turned the page. A root, a ridge, a symbol she knew. The reversed crescent. Below it, a single name she had never seen before. She read it once, twice. The fire crackled. Bex was saying something to Miran, his voice shot with suspicion. Covran had moved closer. Nira was on her feet. Zylva did not hear any of them. She was still looking at the name on the page when the hooded figure stepped out of the smoke at the edge of the yard, and Miran Jaster collapsed at her feet. Chapter 67. Miran hit the frozen ground, face first. The satchel strap slipped from his shoulder and lay coiled in the ash like a dead snake. Zylva did not move toward him. Her knife was still out. Her eyes were on the hooded figure at the edge of the yard, the one who had stepped out of the smoke as Miran fell. The figure did not advance. It stood at the tree line where the firelight reached only the hem of a dark coat, the toe of a boot, the suggestion of hands held still at the sides. Covran moved first. He went to Miran, turned him over, pressed fingers to the side of the throat. A lie. Pulse is thin, but there. Bex lowered himself to one knee with a grunt of pain. His hands moved across Miran's coat, parting the fabric at the collar, checking for blood. No wound, he said. No entry. He fell before the figure touched him. Zylva looked at the hooded figure. The fire shifted. The smoke between them thickened and thinned. "Who are you?" No answer. The figure did not move. Nira's voice came from behind Zylva, low and tight. "That is the same coat. The one who waited in the road outside Gannet's Rest. The one who vanished when you went inside." The figure raised one hand. Not a weapon, not a threat. A single open palm, fingers spread, held at chest height. Then it turned and walked into the dark. Zylva took 3 steps after it before Covran's voice stopped her. "She is gone. The trees swallowed her before you could close half the distance." Zylva stopped. He was right. The tree line was empty. The smoke had already begun to fill the space where the figure had stood. She turned back. Miran was coughing. His eyes were open. His hand clawed at the frozen ground as he tried to push himself upright. "Stay down," Bex said. "Can't." Miran's voice was a rasp. "Came too far. Need to say it before I lose the thread." Zylva knelt beside him. The photocopy was still in her hand. The name she had never seen before was still pressed into the paper at the bottom of the page. "Say it then." Miran's eyes found hers. They were bloodshot, exhausted, but clear enough. "I leaked the manifests." The words hung in the cold air. "Which ones?" Bex said. "All 3. The original, the second, the third. I took pages from each copy and fed them to different people so neither the compact nor the province could see the full picture. If either side had known how deep the other's corruption ran, they would have burned the corridor to ash before winter." Covran's voice was flat. "You started 3 wars to prevent one." "I started none." Miran coughed again. Blood flecked his lip. "I slowed them. The compact saw the original and believed the red warrant was bleeding them dry through root brokers. The province saw the second and believed the compact was running excised tissue through border checkpoints under customs seals. Both were true. Neither was the whole truth." "And the third?" Miran's eyes closed for a moment. When they opened, they found Zylva. "The third was the one that pointed east. Sene, border archives. I gave that one to Nura because I knew she would burn it before anyone could read it." Nura's voice came sharp. "You knew I would burn it." "No, you would hide it. Burn it. Something. You were the only one in the corridor who had no stake in the war, no compact colors, no province badge, no blood debt. You were the only one who could decide without being decided for." Zylva looked at the paper in her hand. The nay, the ridge, the reversed crescent. "You said the archivist has been steering the panic." "Underneath everything." Miran's voice was fading. "The manifests are real. The excisions are real. The tissue trade is real. But the archivist did not build any of it. He found it. Calvey built it. Someone else taught Calvey. The archivist just pointed at what was already there and told everyone to be afraid of the wrong thing." "Then who do I go after?" Miran's hand moved weakly, gesturing at the paper in her grip. "You are holding the name. The one Calvey sent to Sene under your courier mark before she died. The package she sealed with your symbol so the collectors would not open it. That name is the person who taught her." The fire popped. A timber collapsed somewhere inside the inn. "The woman who taught Calvey is still alive?" Miran's eyes met hers. "She is in Sene. She has been there the whole time. The repository is not just tissue, it is her. She is the first excision Calvey ever performed, and she has been awake for every moment since." The words landed like a blade between the ribs. Nira made a sound that was not quite a word. Bex had gone still. Covran's hand had moved to the knife at his belt again. Zylva looked down at the name. Then she looked up at the tree line where the hooded figure had vanished. The smoke was clearing. The stars were coming out. Somewhere beyond the ridge, the sleigh carrying Ferris was still moving east. "How do I find her?" Miran's hand fell to the ground. His eyes slid closed. "You follow the road I drew, the one at the bottom of the 4th copy. It does not lead to the archive. It leads to the door she walks through every night at the same hour." His voice dropped to a whisper. "The archivist does not know about that door. If he did, he would have sealed it long ago." Zylva folded the paper and tucked it inside her coat. Above them, The stars sharpened against the dark. The fire at Gannet's Rest sent the last of its sparks into the night, and from the tree line, soft as breath, a voice. You should not have told her that. Chapter 68. Nira's hand went still on the copper coin at her throat. Her eyes had lost their focus, fixed on something Zylva could not see. What is it? Nira did not answer. She turned and walked back toward the burning yard, toward the smoke and the bodies and the collapsed stable roof. Zylva followed. Bex was on his knees by the yard wall, pressing fresh cloth against his ribs. Covran stood at the well, pulling water from Miran's mouth. Lyra was nowhere. Nira stopped at the bench where she had been sitting when Zylva first arrived at Gannet's Rest. She knelt. Her hand moved under the warped wooden slat and came back holding a folded sheet of paper, yellowed at the edges, sealed with a single drop of wax that had never been stamped. The ballad, Nira said. The one I used to cloak the courier mark. I wrote the verses down before I changed them, in case I forgot which version was the lie. She held it out. Zylva took it. The paper was warm from the fire, still dry. She unfolded it. The handwriting was not Nira's. It was smaller, tighter, the letters pressed close together like someone who had learned to write in cramped spaces. Yours, said the first line. The road beneath your feet is yours. Below it, a route. A ridge she recognized, a turn she had taken before. Her throat closed. She knew this song. She had heard it in a way station outside Kadar, half drunk on bad wine, waiting for a package that never came. She had hummed it on the ridge road above Resin House the night before. The night before. The paper blurred. A room, not Resin House, smaller. A single lamp. A woman with gray eyes and a scarred jawline sitting across from her with a pen in her hand. You need to write it down, the woman said. If you do not remember, I will. Zylva's own voice, low and hoarse. If he lives, he still matters. The woman pressed the pen into her hand. Then write the route, the dead route, the one that leads to Seni, even if he is in chains. Zylva's hand moved across the paper. She wrote a name, a ridge, a cave mouth no one used anymore because the old mine road had collapsed 20 years ago. If they take him alive, her own voice said, this is where I will find him. The memories shattered. Zylva blinked. She was standing in the burning yard outside Gannet's Rest, holding a piece of paper that smelled of smoke and resin, with Nira watching her face. You remembered something? Not a question. Zylva folded the paper. I arranged a dead route to Seni, before the excision, in case Ferris was taken alive. Where? I do not remember yet. She pressed her palm against the paper, feeling the fold lines dig into her skin. But I wrote it down, somewhere. A cave mouth on the old mine road. Nira's eyes sharpened. The border mines. The what? There is a network of abandoned ore shafts between here and the Seni line. They connect under the ridge for 3 miles, old compact smuggling tunnels that collapsed before the Corridor Treaty. The collectors use them now. They move prisoners through during the day shift when the paperwork hides the noise. Zylva's hand tightened on the paper. That is where they are taking him. Nira did not argue. A horse broke through the smoke at the far end of the yard. Not a rider, a loose animal, coat lathered, saddle empty, reins trailing in the mud. Bex struggled to his feet. Whose? No one answered. The horse stopped at the well, chest heaving, legs trembling. Covran caught its bridle. His hand came away slick with blood. He looked at Zylva. It came from the east, the lower cut track. Something spooked it hard enough to throw a rider and run 3 miles without stopping. Zylva's stomach dropped. Sleigh tracks. Going east, did you see them? Covran shook his head. The horse was alone on the approach, but the mud on its flanks is dark, wet, not frozen. There's a stream crossing a mile out where the lower cot track bends toward the old mill. If the sleigh crossed there, the horse would have passed through the same water. Zylva turned to Nira. How far to the border mines from that crossing? 2 hours. Faster if they know the drainage tunnels. She looked at the paper in her hand, the dead route she had written in a room she could not fully recall. to a woman with gray eyes and a scarred jawline who had pressed a pen into her hand and told her to remember, even if she forgot. If he lives, he still matters. She had said that. Before the excision, before Resin House, before she chose to forget her own brother's betrayal. She had planned for this. The horse shivered at the well. The fire at Gannet's Rest sent another wave of sparks into the dark sky. Somewhere beyond the ridge, in tunnels that smelled of old ore and older blood, Ferris was being moved toward a destination she had already mapped for him. She looked at Covran. "How fast can we reach the mine entrance before the collectors seal it behind them?" Covran studied her face. He did not ask whether she was sure. He did not argue about running blind into unknown ground. 2 hours if we push the horses hard. 1 if we cut through the cedar break and cross the floodplain before the thaw. Then we push. She turned to the yard. Bex was already on his feet, cloth pressed to his ribs, jaw set. Nira had picked up the empty saddle from the well and was checking the girth strap with practiced hands. Lyra had emerged from the smoke, silent, watching. Zylva looked at the paper one more time. The handwriting was hers. The root was hers. The dead rat she had carved into existence before she forgot why Ferris mattered enough to save. She folded it and tucked it inside her coat. And from the darkness beyond the yard, a voice she had heard once before. The same voice that had spoken from the tree line, soft as breath. "She is already at the mines." Zylva spun. The hooded figure stood at the edge of the light, palm raised, face hidden. "She has been waiting for you there since before you woke in Resin House." The figure turned and walked into the dark, and Zylva understood, in the pit of her chest, that the woman who taught Calvey had known exactly where Ferris would be taken before the collectors had even loaded him into the sleigh. Chapter 69. They pushed through the cedar break at a dead run, horses lathered, breath tearing out of their throats in white bursts. The floodplain spread before them in a frozen sheet of cracked mud and ice where the thaw had started and stopped, crust splitting under hooves like breaking bone. Zylva did not look back. The paper inside her coat pressed against her chest with every stride, the dead route she had written in a room she could not fully remember, to a woman with gray eyes and a scarred jawline who had been waiting since before Resin House. Covran stayed close, his horse matching hers stride for stride, his wound wrapped tight but seeping through the cloth. Bex fell back with Nira, both of them riding hard, Lyra somewhere in the smoke behind them. The stream crossing appeared through the mist, water dark and fast where the ice had broken open. Sleigh tracks cut through the mud on the far bank, deep grooves, still wet, still fresh, headed east. She pulled the paper out and looked at it again. The route was simple. A ridge line, a collapsed mine road, a cave mouth marked with a single crescent. Her handwriting, her plan. She folded it and urged the horse forward. The border mines appeared as a scar in the hillside 2 hours later. Not a single entrance, but a seam of darkness running along the rock face where old timber supports had rotted and fallen, leaving gaps like missing teeth. The ground was churned with boot prints and cut tracks, coal dust and frozen mud mixed into a slurry that smelled of rust and old smoke. Covran pulled up beside her. "This is the main intake?" Nira's voice came from behind. "This is the public face. The collectors use the lower Atit, a half-mile east. There is a drainage tunnel that connects to the old shaft system. That is where they move prisoners." Zylva dismounted before the horse had fully stopped. Her legs burned. Her shoulder wound had reopened, blood warm and sticky against her ribs. She did not care. She walked toward the seam of darkness with the paper in her hand. The intake tunnel mouth was wide enough for 3 men to walk abreast, timbered at the entrance but unlit beyond the first 30 feet. Broken lanterns hung from the crossbeams. The air changed as she stepped inside. Colder, wetter, carrying a mineral weight that clung to the back of the throat. She stopped. There was blood on the ground. Not old, not dried. A smear of it catching the gray light from the entrance, still dark and wet, leading deeper into the dark. She crouched and touched it, still warm. Covran moved up beside her, his hand on the butt of his pistol. "How far ahead?" Minutes. They moved faster. The tunnel branched twice, splitting into narrower passages where the roof dropped and the walls closed in. Zylva followed the blood without thinking, her body remembering the layout the way her mind could not, turning left where a collapsed timber blocked the right, ducking under a sagging beam where the stone had cracked open. She found the cufflink in the third passage, a small silver oval with a crescent scratched into the surface, lying in a pool of blood that had not yet dried. The chain was snapped. The metal was warm. She picked it up. Ferris had worn these cufflinks for as long as she could remember. He wore them to every negotiation, every meeting, every moment he needed to look like someone who belonged in rooms with expensive furniture. She had given them to him 5 years ago, after the convoy massacre, when he had said he needed something that reminded him of home. She closed her hand around it. They passed through here. Covin's voice came from behind her. There is a grate at the end of this passage. She looked up. He was right. 30 feet ahead, where the tunnel narrowed into a seam of darkness, a heavy iron grate blocked the passage, bars rusted, hinges bolted into the stone. Behind the grate, a figure. A woman in a torn coat, dark hair cropped short and uneven, gray-green eyes catching the faint light like chips of ice. She sat on the stone floor with her arms wrapped around her knees, watching Zylva with a stillness that felt older than the mine itself. Zylva's hand tightened on the cufflink. The woman did not move. She did not speak. She simply looked at Zylva with those gray-green eyes, the same eyes Zylva saw in her own reflection every morning. And then she said, in a voice that sounded like it had been unused for a long time, "Did you come for your memories, or your brother?" The words hit Zylva like a blade between the ribs. Behind her, Covran stopped breathing. The woman waited, and Zylva realized, with a cold certainty that settled into her bones like frost, that the woman behind the grate was not a prisoner. She was a keeper, and the question she had asked was not a choice. It was a test. Chapter 70. The question hung in the cold mine air like frost. Zylva's fingers tightened around the cufflink. The metal edge bit into her palm, warm from blood, warm from Ferris. "Who are you?" The woman behind the grate tilted her head, gray-green eyes catching the faint light from the passage, the same eyes Zylva saw in her own reflection. "You know who I am. You just do not remember." Zylva stepped closer. The iron bars were rusted but solid, bolted deep into the stone frame. No give, no way through. "I remember a chained chamber beneath Resin House. I remember a woman who gave me a name that was not a name." The woman smiled, thin, barely a movement of her mouth. "Senna. You called me Senna, because that was the only word I could give you that meant anything. That was not your name. No, it was my destination, the province where Calvey trained, the place she sent her first excision, the place the archivist built his repository." Zylva pressed her palm flat against the iron. The metal was cold. The woman's face was close enough to touch if not for the bars. "You were in Resin House, chained. I left you there. I was. How are you here?" The woman's eyes dropped to the cufflink in Zylva's hand. "They moved me 3 days before the fire. The collectors needed someone who understood the catalog. Calvey's system is not simple. Numbers alone cannot tell you where a memory belongs. You worked for Calvey. I was Calvey's first assistant, her second excision. She kept me because I was useful. I kept myself alive by staying useful." Zylva's stomach tightened. "She excised you. I remember every moment. That was the press of survival. She took my past so I could never leave, and I stayed because I knew her method better than she did. When the collectors found me in Resin House, I convinced them I was worth more as a cataloger than a corpse. You are a prisoner. I am a keeper." The woman's voice did not waver. "I sit in this grate and I sort the tissue that passes through. I assign patient numbers to names. I make sure the archivist's archive stays organized." "And Ferris?" The woman looked at the blood on Zylva's hand. "Your brother passed through this passage 30 minutes before you arrived. He was conscious, barely. The collectors had him bound and gagged, but he was fighting." "Where did they take him?" "East, toward the Sene rail spur. There is a customs car waiting with surgical restraints and filing drawers. They are trading him for a package. Zylva's grip tightened on the cufflink. What package? The woman's eyes met hers, steady, unblinking. The mnemonic index. The words landed like a blade. Calvey's index. The complete catalog of every excision she performed. Names, dates, tissue locations, memory maps. Why would they trade Ferris for an index? Because the archivist wants it, and your brother is worth more to him alive than dead, for now. That makes no sense. It makes perfect sense. The woman leaned closer to the bars. The mnemonic index is the only complete record of Calvey's work. Without it, the archivist cannot reconnect memories to the wrong minds. With it, he can take what was removed from one person and place it into another. He can build composite minds. He can weaponize forgetting. Zyla's breath went cold. He wants to put my memories into someone else. He wants to put your root knowledge into someone who will serve him. Your map of the corridor. The names of every contact, every safe house, every toll route you carried for the red warrant. He does not need you alive for that. He only needs your tissue. The woman's hand came up to the grate, fingers curling around the bars. He has been building toward this for years. Every excision patient he could reach, every fragment of corridor knowledge he could harvest. Your brother was the last piece he needed because Ferris knew where Calvey stored the index. Ferris knew? Your brother gave the archivist the location of the index 3 weeks ago, in exchange for a clean death for you. The woman paused. He thought he was buying your safety. He did not know the archivist planned to use it the way he does. Zylva's chest burned. She looked at the cufflink in her hand, the silver crescent scratched into the metal, the blood still wet on her fingers. Where is the index now? The customs car, the same car they are taking Ferris to. Then I will reach it before they do. The woman shook her head. You cannot. The rail spur is guarded. The car has armed collectors inside, and even if you reached it, you would not know which drawer holds the index. Then you will tell me. I cannot. You just said you cataloged the tissue. I said I assigned patient numbers to names. The woman's voice dropped. I do not know where the index is stored. Only Calvey knew that, and Calvey is dead. Zyla's mind raced. Behind her, Covran's boots scraped against the stone. He had not spoken since the woman began talking. She could feel his weight, his stillness, the pressure of his attention on the conversation. Is there another way into Seni? The woman's eyes flickered. There is a door, a back entrance that does not go through the archive. Calvey used it when she did not want the archivist to know she was there. Where? I will show you. On one condition. Zyla's jaw tightened. Name it. The woman's hand pressed harder against the bars. Take me with you, when you go. I have been inside this grate for 3 weeks. I have sorted tissue for men who would kill me the moment I stopped being useful. I want out. Zylva looked at the grate, the rusted hinges, the heavy lock. How do I get you out of there? Collector's keys. The foreman carries a ring with a brass key stamped with a crescent. Same symbol as yours. The foreman, where is he? At the rail spur, with your brother. Covran stepped forward. She is baiting us toward a trap. The woman looked at him. I am baiting you toward the only way into Seni that the archivist does not control. Believe me or not, but every minute you stand here debating, your brother moves closer to becoming a trade good. Chapter 71. The woman's hands stayed wrapped around the great bars, waiting. Zyla looked at Covran. His jaw was set, his eyes fixed on the chained woman with the hard patience of a man who had learned to let others make their own mistakes. He would not stop her. He would not help her choose. If I free you, Zyla said, and you lead us into a trap, I will put you back behind iron, with the archivist's name carved into your skin so he knows who sent you. The woman's fingers tightened on the bars. Agreed. Where is the key? Sene rail spur. Foreman carries it on a ring with a brass crescent, same symbol as yours. Zyla's hand moved to the small crescent behind her ear, the mirror of Ferris's, the mark that had drawn every hunter to her trail. The records room, she said. Where is it? The woman's head tilted. 70 paces east, behind the support timbers with the red chalk mark. Why? Zyval turned away from the grate. Bex was already moving, one hand pressed to his ribs, the other braced against the tunnel wall. Nira followed, her boots silent on the stone. Lyra had melted into the dark behind them, invisible until she chose to be seen. "Records room first," Zylva said. "Then the spur." She did not wait for argument. The tunnel curved east, the air growing colder as they moved away from the grate. The walls changed from rough-cut stone to fitted slate, mortared seams, the signs of a proper installation rather than a miner's shortcut. Bex reached the red-chalked timber first and stopped. The door was not locked. He pushed it open with the barrel of his pistol, swept the room with a glance, then lowered the weapon. "Clear." Zylva stepped inside. The room was narrow, lined with shelves, each stacked with ledgers bound in gray cloth. A single lamp burned on the desk, low flame, barely enough to read by. Someone had been working here recently. A cup of cold tea sat beside the lamp, the surface filmed with oil. Bex moved to the shelves, scanning spines. His fingers stopped on one labeled in a coated hand. "Salt shipments, 3rd quarter." He pulled it down. "Salt," he said, opening the cover. "Every shipment recorded by weight, destination, and date." "Standard corridor practice," Covran said from the doorway. "Provinces tax salt." Bex turned a page. His face changed. The dates match the excision log from Resin House. Every shipment corresponds to a patient number. The destinations are all Senna. Zylva stepped closer. He spread the ledger open on the desk, angling it toward the lamp. The entries were precise. Patient number, date of procedure, tissue weight, destination, customs stamp. Each one a person reduced to a shipping manifest. "The salt is a code," Bex said. "Every sack labeled as salt is excised tissue. The shipping what they removed, cataloged by weight to Sene." "How many?" He flipped to the back. 83 entries, 3 years of procedures. Zylva's hand moved to the final page. Her own name stared back at her. Akar, Z, patient number 71. Procedure date, 22 Solus. Tissue weight, 0.4 kilograms. Carrier, basket 6. Destination, Seni, Customs Archive, East Vault. Status, delivered. The air left her chest. She had known it in theory. The woman behind the grate had described the cataloging. But seeing her name in a shipping ledger, her own tissue listed by weight and destination like a sack of salt, was different. It was proof of possession. Her body had been divided. One piece had already arrived in Seni before she woke at Resin House. Bex turned another page. A second entry had been added beneath hers, in fresher ink. Akar, Z, asset status, active. Courier role, confirmed. Retrieval authorized if Covran Hest refuses voluntary surrender. Route knowledge extraction pending mnemonic index acquisition. Retrieval authorized, Bex read aloud. Not elimination, retrieval. "They want me alive," Zylva said. "They want my root knowledge inside someone else. For that they need the index." Bex closed the ledger. "Which is in the customs car with your brother." Covran stepped into the room. His gaze moved from the ledger to Zylva's face. "There is more," he said quietly. Zylva looked at him. Bex opened the ledger to an earlier page. His finger landed on a date, a patient number, a tissue weight. Hest, C, patient number 12. Procedure date, 14 vellum. Tissue weight, 0.5 kilograms. Destination, Sene, Customs Archive, East Vault. Status, catalogued. Covran's breath caught. "You were on the list," Bex said. "Before Cellar, before Ferris. You were the 12th excision Calvey performed." 12 years ago, Covran said. His voice was flat. "Before Resin House, before the compact. What did you have removed?" "I do not remember." "That is the point," Zylva said. She looked at him. His face was stone, but his hands were not steady. The list had touched something he thought was buried, the way her own name had touched her. "We are both in the catalog," she said. "Both marked for retrieval." Covran met her eyes. "Then we finish this together." Bex closed the ledger and tucked it under his arm. "We need the foreman's key," he said, "and we need to reach the customs car before the transfer happens." "How long?" 20 minutes. Maybe less if the collectors are ahead of schedule." Zylva turned toward the door. The woman behind the grate had promised a way in. The records room had confirmed the scope. The next step was the rail spur. She stopped at the threshold. "There is a stove in the corner," she said. "Burn the ledger." Pray page with a name. Bex looked at the book in his hands. "This is evidence." "Evidence of what? That someone in Sene knows how to catalog tissue? The archivist will claim the ledgers are salt inventories. He will bury the accusation in customs forms for a decade." "He is not wrong," Covran said. Bex's jaw tightened. Then he crossed to the stove, opened the iron door, and dropped the ledger inside. The flames caught the gray cloth and fed. Zylva watched the pages curl and blacken, names dissolving into ash. Hers, Covran's, the 83 others who had been reduced to shipping manifests. When the fire had taken every page, she stepped into the tunnel. "Spur," she said. "Now." The group moved behind her, silent, pressed together by the narrow walls. Lyra appeared from the dark at Zylva's shoulder, her face drawn but steady. "The great woman," Lyra said quietly. "She told you the foreman has a brass key." "She did. Foremen do not carry those keys on their belt. They keep them in a lockbox under the customs table. A box with 2 locks, not 1. "How do you know?" Lyra's eyes met hers. "Because I already tried to steal it." Zylva's steps slowed. "When?" "The night before the fire. Senna told me to find the key and bring it to her at the mine. I got as far as the lockbox before the collectors arrived." "Did they see you?" "No." Lyra's hand moved to her side where a dark stain spread across her coat. "But I did not leave empty-handed." She pulled a folded paper from inside her coat and pressed it into Zylva's hand. Zylva opened it. The paper was thin, worn, covered in tight handwriting. Not a ledger page, not a manifest. It was a letter, written in Calvey's hand, addressed to Zylva, dated the day before the excision. Zylva's thumb moved across the wax seal, intact. Behind her, from the direction of the grate, a metal clang echoed through the tunnel. The woman was still there, still waiting. Zylva tucked the letter into her coat without opening it. She needed to see Ferris first. She needed to hold the proof of what he had done and what had been done to him before she could hear what Calvey had wanted her to know. The tunnel opened ahead, gray light spilling through a crack in the rock, the rail spur. She stepped toward it. Chapter 72. The tunnel opened into a wider chamber where the ceiling had collapsed years ago, leaving a gap of frozen sky above. Gray light fell on rusted machinery, broken carts, a wooden trestle bridge spanning a 20-foot drop into darkness. Zylva stopped at the edge. The bridge looked old. The ropes had frayed, but the planks held. On the far side, a timber door stood ajar, black beyond it. "That leads to the rail spur," Nira said, coming up beside her. "The collector shaft, 200 paces." Behind them, from the direction of the records room, a door slammed, then another. Then the scrape of boots on stone, many of them, moving fast. Covran turned. His face told Zylva what she already heard, what her body already knew. Collectors. More than 2. Coming up the tunnel they had just left. "Go," Covran said. Zylva stepped onto the bridge. The planks groaned under her weight. She moved fast, not looking down, not thinking about the drop, just crossing, while the scrape of boots grew louder behind her. Nira followed. Then Lyra, one hand pressed to her wounded side. Then Bex, his rifle up, watching the tunnel entrance. Covran came last. Halfway across the bridge, a gunshot cracked behind them. The bullet hit the rope above Zylva's head. She did not stop. The rope unraveled, strands snapping, and the bridge lurched sideways. Zylva threw herself forward and hit the far platform on her hands and knees. Nira crashed into her from behind. Lyra vaulted the last gap and landed in a crouch. Behind them, the bridge swung wildly. Covran was still on it. He was 3 strides from the far side when the second rope snapped. The bridge twisted, dumping him sideways. He caught the edge of the platform with both hands, his body swinging over the drop. His boots found nothing but air. Zylva grabbed his wrist. She felt his weight pull her forward, felt the stone lip bite into her ribs. She held. "Get up," she said. He swung his leg onto the platform. The wood groaned, splintered. But he found purchase and hauled himself up beside her as the bridge gave way entirely. crashing into the dark below. They lay on the stone, breathing hard. Then the first collector appeared in the tunnel behind them. He was tall, gray-coated, carrying a lantern and a rifle. He saw them and raised the rifle. Covran fired first. The collector dropped, but behind him, more shapes moved in the dark. 5, 8, more. Zylva hauled Covran to his feet. They pushed through the timber door and found themselves in a different tunnel, narrower, lined with old blasting wire that hung from the ceiling like dead vines. "The charges are still here," Nira said, breathing hard. "The old miners never cleared them." "How old?" The tunnel curved ahead. From behind them, boots on stone, voices calling to each other. "Seal the shaft!" someone shouted. "No one leaves!" Zylva looked at the blasting wire. "What if they still work?" Nira's eyes went wide. "You light that? We all go." "We are going anyway." Lyra reached into her coat and pulled out a box of matches. "I carried these for the lamp." Zylva took them. The tunnel bent again. Behind them, the collector voices grew louder, closer. One of them laughed, a sound that carried through the stone. "The red door," Covran said. "Where is it?" Nira pointed ahead. 2 turns, then a grate. Beyond it, the rail spur. "Can we seal the tunnel behind us?" Zylva looked at the blasting wire. It ran along the ceiling, branching into multiple lines, some leading deeper, some into the walls. "If we bring down the roof, we bring down everything. Then we do not miss." Zylva struck a match. The flame caught, small and bright. She touched it to the nearest length of wire. It sputtered, sparked, and began to burn, a thin line of fire racing along the ceiling toward the wall. "Move!" They ran. The tunnel turned left. The grate was there, iron bars, rusted, a chain wrapped around the frame. Beyond it, Zylva saw the rail spur, the customs car, the open sky. Lyra reached the chain first. She pulled. It held. "The key," she said. "We need the key." Zylva remembered the foreman's lockbox. 2 locks. She did not have the key. Behind them, the fire reached the wall. The blast hit like a hand from the mountain. The sound was not loud. It was pressure, a wave that punched through the tunnel and drove Zylva forward into the grate. The air turned to dust and heat. Stone cracked. A section of the ceiling came down, blocking the tunnel behind them in a wall of rubble. Silence. Then coughing. Zylva pushed herself upright. The grate was still in front of her, still locked. Behind it, the rail spur was empty. No customs car, no collectors, no Ferris. "The explosion," Beck said, wiping dust from his eyes. "It must have spooked them. They pulled the car forward. Or they heard the blast and sealed the track." Zylva turned back to the tunnel. The rubble was thick, impassable. Covran was not there, she counted. Bex, Nira, Lyra, herself. 4. She looked at the rubble again. Covran. Bex went still. He was behind us. He was bringing up the rear. Zylva moved toward the rubble, hands finding stone, pulling at broken pieces. The heat of the blast still radiated from the pile. "He was behind us," she said again. Bex caught her arm. "You cannot dig through that. He was right behind us." The blast collapsed the section between us. Zylva pulled her free. She bent and lifted a stone the size of her chest, hurled it aside, reached for the next. Behind her the grate rattled. She turned. A face stared at her through the iron bars. Not Covran, not a collector. A man in customs gray, a key ring at his belt, a rifle across his back. The foreman. Zylva moved before thought. Her hand went through the bars and caught the front of his coat. Her other hand found the knife in her boot. The key. The foreman's eyes went wide. Which key? The brass one, the one shaped like a crescent. He was fumbling at his belt. The key ring jingled. Zylva held the knife point against his throat. Fast. He found it. A brass key, crescent stamped into the handle. Zylva took it. She pressed it into the lock on the chain. It turned. The chain fell. The grate swung open. She stepped through. The rail spur stretched empty ahead of her. Fresh wheel marks in the gravel. The rail still vibrating. The customs car gone. But at the spur's far end, where the track curved into a tunnel under the ridge, a light flickered. A lantern. Someone was waiting. Zylva started walking toward it. Behind her, the rubble shifted. A sound. Not stone falling, something else. She turned. Covran's hand came through a crack in the rubble, reaching toward the light. Chapter 73. The rubble was still warm. Zylva's palm flattened against the stone. Heat bled through her glove, the same heat that had taken Covran. Behind her, the grate stood open. The lantern at the far end of the spur flickered once. Patient. Zylva. Bex's voice, measured. He was counting survivors. "We have to move." She did not answer. Her hand stayed on the stone. Somewhere beneath it, Covran's fingers had reached through the crack and stopped moving. "The collectors will regroup," Bex said. "They will seal the spur at the junction. If we do not reach the tunnel before they do, then we go." She turned. The word came out flat. No grief in it. No hesitation. She walked past Bex toward the lantern without looking back at the grate. Nira was on her feet, one hand pressed to her side. Lyra stood at the rail with her coat torn at the shoulder, the wound dark against fabric. They were both watching her. Zylva did not stop. The rail spur stretched ahead, gravel crunching under her boots. The tracks glinted in the lantern light. She counted steps. She did not count the people behind her. The lantern bearer did not move. A single figure at the track's curve where the tunnel swallowed the line. The light came from a lamp held at shoulder height, steady, waiting. Zylva kept walking. When she was close enough to see the face, she stopped. The woman was not young. Gray streaked her hair at the temples, and her coat was the same gray as the customs men. But her eyes were not collector eyes. They watched Zylva the way the hooded figure had watched her outside Gannet's Rest. "You are late," the woman said. "I am here." "The customs car is 2 miles down the track. They pulled it forward when the blast hit. Your brother is still inside." "Who are you?" The woman lowered the lantern slightly. "Someone who does not want the archivist to have the index. Senna sent you." It was not a question. The woman's mouth twitched. "She said you would know." Zylva stepped closer. "I do not know anything. My memory is gone. My brother was taken. The man who kept me alive is buried under a collapsed tunnel. So if Senna sent you, you will tell me everything you know right now, or I will leave you on the tracks and find the car myself." The woman looked at her for a long moment. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out a folded paper. "This is the route to the junction. The car will stop there to switch lines before heading into Seni proper. You have maybe an hour." Zylva took the paper. She did not open it. "Why are you helping us?" "Because the archivist does not know I exist, and I want to keep it that way." "Keep walking toward us," Zylva said, slowly. The woman moved. Her boots made no sound on the gravel. Vex came up beside Zylva. His hand rested on his rifle, not raised, not lowered. "I know her," he said. The woman stopped. "You do not," she said. "I know your voice, the yard at Drail. You were the one who left the reversed crescent on the body." The woman did not deny it. "She was a threat," she said. "She knew where the index was hidden. She would have told the archivist before we could move it." "You killed her." "I removed the problem." Bex's hand tightened on the rifle. Zylva held up her palm. "We do not have time for this. The junction. How long?" 40 minutes if you run. Then we run." She folded the paper into her coat and started moving. The women fell in behind them, her lantern casting long shadows across the ties. Nira caught up to Zylva. "You are trusting her. I am using her. There is a difference. Tell me tonight when we're still alive." The tracks curved left. The walls of the cut rose higher, blocking the sky. Above them the ridgeline was dark. No stars, no moon. The air smelled of iron and wet stone. They ran. Zylva's chest burned. Her legs remembered this pace, this distance, the rhythm of covering ground when there was no time for anything else. Her mind did not. It stayed empty, focused on the next tie, the next step, the next breath. Behind her, Bex matched her pace. Lyra was slower. The wound pulled at her gait. Nira was falling back. Zylva did not slow down. The woman with the lantern was still ahead, keeping a steady distance, Not guiding, just present. A shadow with a light. Tola's voice came from behind. Zylva. She did not stop. Zylva, she needs to breathe. Nira can breathe when we reach the junction. She is bleeding. Then she should have stayed at the grate. The words came out sharp. They hung in the cold air. Zylva heard them the way the others heard them, and did not take them back. Tola caught up. Her face was hard. You are not doing this alone, she said. I am not doing anything. I am moving toward the customs car. You are running on empty, and you will burn through your people before you get there. Zylva stopped. She turned. The lantern light caught Tola's face. Gray-streaked braid, hard eyes. She was breathing hard. The lines around her mouth were deeper than they had been at Resin House. Covran is gone, Tola said. I know. I saw his hand in the rubble. But you do not get to bury him twice by taking the rest of us into a trap. Zylva's jaw tightened. It is not a trap. You do not know that. I know we are catching the car. You know nothing about the woman with the lantern. You know nothing about what is waiting at the junction. You are running on instinct and grief, and you are telling yourself it is strategy. Zylva stared at her. The words hit where she was hollow. She did not show it. I will carry Ferris out of that car, she said. Then I will come back for Covran. If you want to wait at the grate, wait. But I am going. She turned and started running again. The lantern ahead did not waver. Nira was still falling behind. Bex had dropped back to keep pace with Lyra, his hand under her elbow, steadying her. Zylva ran alone. Empty tracks, cold air, the rhythm of boots on gravel. She thought of Covran's hand in the crack. The fingers curled slightly, reaching for her. She did not stop. The cut widened ahead. The tracks opened into a small clearing where a switch track branched left. A single building stood at the junction. Wood, dark windows, a loading platform raised above the ties. No customs car. The woman with the lantern stood on the platform. It is not here, Zylva said. It will be. They will stop to take water. How do you know? Because I arranged it. Zylva's hand went to her knife. You arranged. The foreman at the spur owes me. He will stall the car for 15 minutes before the bridge. He thinks he is helping a different faction. Which faction? One that does not exist. Zylva studied her. The woman's eyes held no deception, or held it too well. If you are lying, I am not. Do you know what I carry in my coat? The woman's gaze flickered to Zylva's chest. Calvey's letter. Zylva went still. How did you know? Senna told me. She told me everything. The woman's voice dropped. She told me what your pre-excision self said when she wrote that route. If he lives, he still matters. She knew you would come for Ferris. She also knew you would not read the letter until you had him in your hands. Zylva's hand stayed on the knife. The woman did not flinch. The car was coming. Zylva stepped onto the platform. The vibration grew. A light appeared in the tunnel mouth, small at first, then larger. The hum became a rumble. The rails sang. Zylva stood at the edge of the platform and waited. The customs car emerged from the dark. Chapter 74. The customs car rolled to a stop at the junction. Steam curled from its brake shoes. The metal sides were dark, unmarked. No company seal, no province stamp. Just riveted iron and a locked door at the center. Zylva did not wait. She crossed the platform in 3 strides, gripped the door handle, and pulled. The latch held. Key, she said. Bex stepped forward with the foreman's crescent-shaped key. The brass turned in the lock with a click that carried through the clearing. The door swung open. Inside, the car was not what she expected. No cargo racks, no passenger benches. A steel table bolted to the floor dominated the center. Leather restraints hung from its edges, 4 sets, each fitted with a buckle worn smooth from use. Above the table, a lamp hung from a chain, cold. Along the walls, filing drawers ran from floor to ceiling, each one labeled with a number and a date. The air was cold and sterile, resin, soap, and something metallic beneath it. Zylva stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under her boots. Tola followed. Bex stayed at the door, rifle up, scanning the tracks. Zylva moved to the nearest filing drawer. She pulled it open. Inside, a row of glass vials lay in fitted slots, each one capped with wax and labeled by hand. The handwriting was Calvey's. She recognized it from the lettering her coat. She lifted a vial. The label read, Patient number 44, 0.3 kilograms, third quarter. A date she did not recognize. She set it down. She moved along the wall, reading the numbers. Number 46, number 47, number 49, number 51. Each one with a date and a weight, each one a person whose memory was sitting in this cold drawer, catalogued and waiting. She reached the end of the car. The last drawer was labeled Okar, Z. The slot was empty. Zylva stood very still. The drawer had been pulled open recently. The dust on the guide rails was disturbed, a clean streak through the gray film. Someone had already removed what was inside. She touched the empty space. Behind her, Tola spoke. There are restraints for 4 people. Zylva turned. Tola was standing at the steel table, her hand on the leather straps. Her voice was measured, controlled. 4, not 1. She looked up. Someone was supposed to be in here with Ferris. Or instead of him, Zylva said. The words hung in the cold air. Then she heard it. A click beneath the floor. Small, precise, mechanical. It came from under the steel table. Zylva dropped to her knees and pressed her ear to the floorboards. The sound came again, a relay engaging, a circuit closing. Someone had just activated a transmitter. She looked up at Tola. We have 30 seconds before whoever is listening knows we are in this car. Bexon's voice came from the door. We are not alone. Zylva rose and moved toward the rear of the car. There was another door, smaller, bolted from the outside. She threw the bolt and pulled. A narrow compartment, a cot, a bucket, and a man curled on his side. Ferris. He was alive. His hands were bound. His face was bruised, one eye swollen shut. His coat was gone. His shirt was dark with dried blood across the ribs. He looked up when the light hit him. His mouth moved. No sound came out. Zylva knelt beside him. I am here. His fingers twitched. He tried to speak again. This time, a sound shaped itself in his throat. She is watching. His voice was cracked and dry. He swallowed once, coughed. She is watching through everything. Zylva looked up at the ceiling, at the walls, at the metal seams where the panels met. Tola was already moving, running her hand along the car's interior. He means the car. There is something in the walls. Zylva turned back to Ferris. Who? He blinked slowly. His good eye focused on her face. The archivist. His chest heaved. Blood had seeped through the bandage on his ribs. There is no trade. There never was. Zylva's hand tightened on his arm. What do you mean? Ferris's mouth twisted. She wanted us both in the same car. He coughed, blood on his lips. Now we are. The transmitter clicked again, and in the distance, beyond the clearing, something began to move. Chapter 75. The click still echoed in the air when the first shot rang out. Zylva dropped to her knees beside Ferris, one hand on his chest, the other reaching for the knife in her boot. The bullet punched through the car's wall panel, splintering wood 6 inches above her head. Out! Tola shouted. Everyone out now! Bex fired twice from the door, the shots flat and final in the open clearing. He was already moving, one hand keeping his rifle up, the other reaching for Zylva. She grabbed Ferris's collar and pulled. He came with her, half-conscious, blood from his ribs smearing across the steel floor. She dragged him toward the door while Tola covered her, pressing against the wall, counting shots. 3 more rounds hit the car, then boots on gravel. Customs uniforms flooded the clearing from the tree line. Gray coats with brass buttons, rifles raised, moving in formation. Behind them, a woman in a long coat stepped out of the dark, carrying a lamp that swung at her side. The archivist's collectors. Bex stepped off the platform, his badge already in his hand. Drell Province investigation. I have jurisdiction over this prisoner and this evidence. The lead customs officer did not slow. He raised his rifle toward Bex's chest. "You are in Sene territory. Your jurisdiction ends at the ridge." Bex held the badge higher. "Then call your station master. Let him tell me what you are doing with a torture car and a prisoner who was taken without warrant from Red Warrant custody." The officer's jaw tightened. The woman with the lamp kept walking. Tola grabbed Zylva's arm. "We do not have time for a legal argument." Zylva pulled Ferris clear of the door and laid him on the gravel. His eyes were open now, glassy but tracking. "How many?" she asked him. He blinked. She said, "Send everyone." Zylva looked up. The tree line was still moving, more shapes emerging, not customs uniforms, collectors in dark coats with no insignia. Bex saw them too. He lowered his badge. Then he fired. The shot took the lead officer in the shoulder, spinning him sideways. The clearing erupted. Zylva rolled, pulling Ferris behind the iron wheel of the car as bullets punched into the metal above her. Tola was crouched at the opposite side, one hand on her pistol, the other pressing a bandage to her side where a splinter had cut through. Bex had taken cover behind a stacked row of ties. He was reloading, hands steady despite the blood running down his arm from a graze. 5 minutes, he said, not at anyone in particular. I have 4 men at the lower crossing who do not know I am here. The woman with the lamp stopped in the center of the track. She did not raise a weapon. She simply stood there, watching. Zylva knew that stillness. She had seen it in Covran, a person who did not need to shoot to control the field. Tola fired twice, driving 2 collectors back into the trees. "Zylva, we need to move." Zylva pulled Ferris to his feet. He swayed, but his legs held. "The rear compartment," she said. "There is a hatch in the floor. If we can reach the drainage channel, we can follow it back to the mine seam." Tola shook her head. "That goes under the track bed. If they collapse the drainage, we drown. Then we do not give them time to collapse it." A shout from the tree line, a whistle. The collectors began advancing again, faster now, spreading wide to flank the car. Bex fired, reloaded, fired again. 1 collector fell. 2 more took his place. "Zylva!" The voice came from behind her. She turned. Covran was standing at the edge of the clearing, one arm pressed against his ribs, the other hanging at an angle that was wrong. His coat was torn. His face was streaked with dust and blood. He was alive. He had a folded paper in his good hand. She crossed to him in 4 strides, grabbed his arm, pulled him behind the car. "You are buried." "Was." He pressed the paper into her palm. "Found this in the foreman's office, before the tunnel came down." She unfolded it. A route docket. Destination, Sene Customs Archive, East Vault. Authorization seal at the bottom. Fresh ink. Dated today. Ferris's name was written at the top. Below it, a note in the same handwriting. Delivery priority. Archivist's personal order. Zylva looked up. Covran's eyes met hers. "They already moved him once tonight. They moved him before the car stopped here." She understood. The Ferris she had pulled from the rear compartment was not the only Ferris. The car had carried a decoy, bait for the trap, while the real shipment went ahead on a separate route. "Where is he now?" Covran shook his head. "The docket says the archive. That is all I have." The woman with the lamp had not moved. Bex fired his last round. The slide locked back. Empty. The collectors were 20 yards out and closing. Tola grabbed Ferris's collar and shoved him toward the drainage grate at the edge of the track bed. "Go, now." Zylva did not argue. She grabbed Covran's good arm and ran. Chapter 76. The drainage grate opened onto a culvert that ran beneath the track bed, the water shallow enough to stand in but cold enough to steal breath. Zylva went first, dropping into the dark with the crescent key still in her palm. The water hit her boots, rose to her calves, and she felt the cold bite through the leather. She turned, reached up, and took Ferris's weight as Tola lowered him through the opening. He was barely conscious. His head lolled and his ribs made a wet sound when she caught him. "Keep him moving," Tola said from above. "If he stops, he will not start again." Covran came next, one-handed, his bad arm pressed against his ribs. He landed with a grunt and stood swaying for a half-second before his eyes found Zylva in the dark. Bex dropped last, his empty rifle braced across his back. He pulled the grate closed above them, and the latch clicked into place. A covert stretched ahead, a straight channel of brick and frozen overflow that smelled of rust and dead leaves. Light came in faint strips where the street grates above let through slivers of moon and lantern glow. Zylva walked. The water splashed around her knees where the channel dipped, and she felt Ferris's weight growing heavier with every step. "Where does this come out?" Covran asked from behind her. "The mill pond," she said. The answer came without thought. Her body remembered even when her mind did not. "The old race that feeds the customs district." "How do you know that?" She did not answer. The culvert curved left, then right, and the light changed. The grates above became denser, the strips of glow overlapping until they could see each other's faces again. Ferris made a sound, not a word, something between a breath and a whimper. Zylva stopped. She lowered him to a dry ledge where the brick had crumbled into a shelf, and she crouched beside him. His face was gray under the blood, and one eye had swollen shut entirely. "Ferris." He blinked. His good eye found her. "She sent the decoy," he said. "Knew you would follow. Knew you would not check." "I know. Then why did you come?" She did not have an answer that would make sense to him. Tola stepped past them and pressed her fingers to Ferris's neck, then peeled back his coat to look at the wound beneath. The bandage was dark and wet, and the flesh around it had begun to turn a color that did not belong on living skin. "He needs a proper stitching and rest," Tola said. "He will not make the archive unless we carry him." "Then we carry him," Zylva said. Tola looked at her for a long moment, then nodded once and began cutting fresh strips from the hem of her own coat. Covran sat down on the opposite side of the culvert, his back against the brick, his good hand resting on his knee. The other hung at his side, wrapped in a makeshift sling from what looked like a torn sleeve. Zylva watched him. He felt her gaze and met it. "You want to ask," he said. "I want you to tell me how you survived 5 tons of rock and walked out holding a root docket." The foreman had a secondary exit, bolted into the seam above his office. I found it before the dust settled. "And the docket?" "On his desk. He was filling it out when the tunnel came down." Zylva held his eyes. "You chose the paper over the exit." "I chose the information." He did not look away. "If I had come out empty-handed, we would be running blind. The docket gave us a destination." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that a dead man with a root docket was still a dead man, and that she had already buried him once tonight, but he was alive, and the paper in her coat had a destination. She pulled it out and unfolded it again. Seni Customs Archive, East Vault, delivery priority, archivist's personal order. Below the official stamp, someone had added a note in the same handwriting that had marked her excision entry in the salt ledger. Route knowledge extraction pending mnemonic index acquisition. The archive was not just holding Ferris. It was holding the machine that would take whatever was left of her erased mind. She folded the paper and tucked it back into her coat, next to Calvey's unopened letter. "How far to the archive?" "Half a mile past the mill pond," Covran said. "Customs district uses the old trade road, wide streets, lamps every 20 yards. "That is not good for cover." "No, it is not." Zylva looked at the group. Tulla was finishing Ferris's bandage, her hands moving with the efficiency of someone who had done this 1,000 times. Bex was checking the ammunition in his belt, finding nothing but empty loops. The decoy Ferris lay against the wall, his breath shallow but steady. "How many of the route docket can you reproduce from memory?" she asked Bex. "Every line. Why?" "Because if we go through customs, they will check cargo manifests. We need a story that holds until we reach the vault." Bex's scarred eyebrow lifted. "You want to walk into the archivist's stronghold with a wounded decoy, an empty rifle, and a cartel tactician?" "Yes, that is not a plan. That is a death wish." "It is a plan if the story holds." She turned to Covran. "Did you ever meet the archivist face to face?" "No, none of the Compact's people did. She communicates through written orders and couriers who never see her directly." "Then she does not know your face." "I am on a watch list. If a customs officer identifies me, then we do not let them identify you." She looked at Ferris, the decoy, the one who had been sent to bait the trap. "Who put you in that car?" He blinked. The question took a moment to reach him. Gray coats, 2 of them. They said I was being delivered to the archive. They did not say why. Did they give you a name? The woman with the lamp. Zylva's stomach tightened. The woman who had stood in the center of the track, watching, her stillness a mirror of Covran's. She had not fired a shot. She had not needed to. That woman works for the archivist, Zylva said. She controls the collectors. She set the trap. Covran nodded slowly. Then she knows we are coming, which means the archive will be waiting for us. Tola finished the bandage and sat back. Then we need a different way in. Zylva looked at the folded paper in her coat. Calvey's letter, still sealed, still unread. The woman who taught Calvey walked through a door every night at the same hour, a door the archivist did not know about. If the letter contained that door's location, they did not need to walk through the front gate. They could enter from below. She pulled the letter out. The wax seal was intact, the crossed circle symbol pressed deep into the dark resin. Covran watched her. Are you going to open it? I do not know yet. Then why are you holding it? She looked at the seal, at the wax, at the handwriting that had belonged to a woman now dead, killed for the same knowledge Zylva had paid to forget. Because once I open it, she said, I will not be able to unsee what she wrote. Covran said nothing. Tola stood and helped the decoy Ferris to his feet. 1/2 mile to the mill pond, she said. We can argue about letters once we are not standing in frozen water. Zylva tucked the letter back into her coat. They moved. The culvert straightened, and the brick gave way to worked stone. The smell of rust faded, replaced by damp grain dust and the particular cold of open water. The mill pond appeared as a gray sheet of ice at the end of the channel, the moonlight catching on its surface like a broken mirror. Zylva climbed out first, her boots crunching on the frozen bank. The district beyond was quiet. The customs building rose 3 stories above the street, its windows dark, its main gate chained shut. No lamps burned in the upper floors. No guards walked the perimeter. Too quiet. Feels wrong, Beck said, his voice low. It is wrong, Covran agreed. The archive should be guarded. Zylva scanned the rooftops, the alley mouths, the shadows beneath the loading dock. Nothing moved. Then the bells started. Not the fire bells, not the curfew bells. The deep iron bells that hung in the old watchtower, the ones that had not rung in her lifetime. Border closure. The sound rolled over the district like a wave, and Zylva watched the windows light up one by one as the customs building woke to the alarm they had not triggered. Chapter 77. The bells stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the ringing. Zylva stood at the edge of the mill pond, water streaming from her coat, her breath clouding in the sudden stillness. The customs building blazed with light now, every window on the upper floors burning yellow against the dark. Covran reached her first. His hand found her elbow, steadying. They know we are here. Someone does. She pulled Calvey's letter from her coat. The wax seal had held despite the water, the crossed circle symbol still crisp. She turned it over in her frozen fingers. Tola came up behind her, the decoy Ferris strapped across her shoulder. If you are going to read it now. We do not have time to find the door by feel. Zylva broke the seal. The paper unfolded stiffly, the ink smudged in places but still legible. Calvey's handwriting was precise, clinical, the hand of someone who had written 1,000 excision reports. If you are reading this, I am dead, and you are in Sene. The woman who taught me called it the wound room. She said the only way to survive a wound was to know exactly where it lived. The door you need is beneath the customs building, not the east vault, not the public archive. The old cistern room, sealed when the building was reinforced 20 years ago. The entrance is through the coal chute at the rear of the maintenance yard. She walks through it every night at the same hour. She does not know I told you. What you find there will not be kind, but it will be true. Calvey Zylva read it twice, then folded the letter and tucked it back into her coat. The coal chute, rear of the maintenance yard. Covran was already scanning the building. That puts us in the oldest section, the foundations. If the archive is there, it will be below the waterline. Then we go below. She turned to Bex. How many rounds do you have? 3, maybe 4 if one is still in the chamber. Save them for the vault. Tola shifted the decoy's weight. What about him? Zylva looked at the man who had been sent to bait her. His face was pale, his breathing shallow, but his eyes were open, watching her. Can you walk? Barely. Then you stay behind us. If you fall, we leave you. She did not wait for his answer. The maintenance yard was a narrow strip of packed earth behind the customs building, hemmed in by a stone wall on one side and a loading dock on the other. The coal chute was exactly where the letter had promised, a rusted iron hatch set flush into the ground, its handle crusted with old soot. Covran tested the hatch. It did not budge. Locked from below. Zylva knelt beside him. The lock was a simple bolt mechanism, visible through a crack in the iron. She slid her knife into the gap and worked the blade against the bolt. It took 3 tries. Then the bolt slid back with a grating sound. Covran lifted the hatch. Darkness opened beneath them. A ladder bolted to the wall descended into nothing. Zylva went first. The ladder was cold, the rungs slick with condensation. She counted 12 rungs before her boots hit stone. The air changed as she descended, growing damp and still, carrying the smell of old brick and something metallic. She lit a match. The flame revealed a narrow corridor lined with shelves. Thousands of glass vials, each labeled in Calvey's handwriting, each tagged with a patient number, a date, and a weight. The archive. Not the public archive above, the real one. Beneath the waterline. Beneath the law. Covran landed beside her, then Tola, then Bex, then the decoy. Zylva moved through the corridor, her match flame casting shadows across the shelves. Surgical tables stood against the far wall, their leather restraints dark with use. Index cabinets lined the opposite side, their drawers labeled by patient number and retrieval code. Every life reduced to a number, every memory sealed in glass. She found Ferris at the end of the aisle. He was strapped to a steel table, his face bruised, his left eye swollen shut. His breathing was shallow, his ribs rising and falling beneath a stained shirt. Zylva crossed to him in 3 strides. His good eye opened when she touched his face. "You came." His voice was a rasp, barely audible. "I told you I would. You should not have." He coughed, blood flecking his lips. "She is not what you think. The archivist." Zylva leaned closer. "Then what is she?" Ferris's hand found her wrist. His grip was weak, desperate. "She is in the reform office. Senni's Customs Reform Office. She has a desk, a title, authority to sign warrants, to inspect shipments, to seize cargo." His eye met hers. "She is not a shadow broker. She is a bureaucrat. She can legalize anything she steals." Zylva's stomach turned. The bells had not been an alarm. They had been a signal. The archivist was not hiding from the law. She was the law. "Where is she now?" Ferris's grip tightened. "She is coming. She knew you would find this place. She wanted you to find it." His voice dropped to a whisper. "She wants to watch you remember." Chapter 78. The alarm was already changing. What began as a single sustained note from the street above now fractured into layers. A second bell joined it, wilder, from somewhere deeper in the customs district. Then a third, answering from the watchtower at the east gate. Zylva moved before the sound settled. She crossed to the index cabinet, her boots silent on the damp stone, her hand already reaching for the first drawer. Ferris's voice followed her, thin and cracked. "She knows. She was always going to know the moment you opened the coal chute. Then we take what we can before she arrives." The drawer slid open with a scrape. Inside, rows of cardstock, each one tagged with a patient number, a date, and a location. Calvey's handwriting on every line. Zylva's fingers moved across the cards. Patient number 10, number 14, number 23. She stopped. Patient number 71. She pulled the card. The paper was heavier than she expected, the ink slightly raised where Calvey had pressed too hard with the nib. A KZ, 0.4 kilograms. Excision date 13th of snowfall. Root knowledge requested, retrieval authorized. Below it, a second line in different ink. Minimo Index Ref V-71K. Archived East Vault. Priority. Pending. Zylva turned the card over. The reverse side was blank except for a single number stamped in red ink. 7. She did not know what it meant, but she knew the precision of the number, the care of it, the way it had been pressed into the paper so hard the impression bled through to the front. "This is worse than I thought?" Bex's voice came from the corridor behind her. She turned. He was standing at a cabinet she had not yet opened, his hand resting on the top drawer. His face was pale. The scar through his eyebrow stood out like a crack in stone. "What?" "I found the seal." He pulled the card from the drawer and held it out. The paper was identical to her own. Same weight, same ink, same handwriting. But the top of the card carried an embossed stamp she recognized immediately. The Drael province crest. Interlocking circles. A date stamp. An authorization code. Bex's voice was flat. "This is a provincial warrant, signed by someone in the magistrate's office, the same office that assigned me to investigate the compact." Zylva took the card. It was a retrieval order. Patient number 58. Name, Lairn Vitek. Address, Gannet's Rest, room 12. Destination, Seni Customs Archive, East Vault. The order was dated 3 months ago. "That was before I was assigned to the corridor," Bex said, "before the compact investigation was even opened." He was not looking at her. He was looking at the card as if it had just told him his mother was dead. "I was fed the red warrant, the corridor debt, the smuggling routes. I spent a year building cases against people who were already dead or already convicted. They gave me the crimes that protected the system." Zylva understood. The archivist does not work alone. "No." Bex's hand moved to the next drawer. "She works through the province, through the courts, through the magistrates who sign the warrants and the inspectors who approved the shipments." He pulled another card, patient number 12. Name, Covran Hest. Origin, Resin House. Destination, Seni Customs Archive, East Vault. Zylva's breath caught. "Let me see that." Bex handed it over. The card was older than hers. The paper had yellowed at the edges, and the handwriting was slightly smaller, more cramped. Calvey's earlier style. Hest, C. Excision date, 14th of Vale, 0.6 kilograms. Catalogued, route knowledge flagged, no retrieval authorized. Below it, a stamped note in red. Flag lifted. Retrieval authorized. Date, 27th of Snowfall. Office of Corridor Reform, the same office where the archivist worked. Zylva stared at the date. 27th of Snowfall, 3 days ago. The archivist had lifted the restriction on Covran's file the day before the border mines trap was set. The day before the decoy Ferris was loaded into the customs car. The day before everything started moving at once. "She was always coming for both of you," Beck said. Zylva looked up. The corridor stretched ahead, lined with cabinets and surgical tables and the faint gleam of vials catching what little light reached this depth. The archive was not a storage room. It was a morgue. "Where is the index?" Bex pointed to the far wall. "There is a vault door at the end. The card references say East Vault for the physical samples, but the mnemonic index separate." "Yes?" Zylva crossed the corridor. The vault door was set into the stone, flush with the wall, its handle a steel wheel painted the same gray as the customs building above. No lock she could see, no keyhole. She reached for the wheel. "Zylva," Covran's voice. She turned. He was standing at the edge of the corridor, his hand pressed to his side where the wound had reopened. His face was pale, his breathing shallow. "She wants you to open that door." "I know. It could be a trap. Everything in this city is a trap. That does not mean I stop moving." She pulled the wheel. It turned with a resistance that told her it had not been opened in years. The metal groaned, the sound scraping through the silent corridor like a living thing waking from a long sleep. 1 rotation. 2. The door slid open. The smell hit her first. Dry paper. Old ink. Something metallic that she did not want to name. Beyond the threshold, a room no larger than a cell, racks of index cards, floor to ceiling, each one labeled by patient number and year. Thousands of them. Every excision Calvey had ever performed, catalogued and cross-referenced and waiting. Zylva stepped inside. The rack at the far end held cards from the current year. She found the section labeled Okar, Z, before she consciously looked for it. A drawer slid open. Inside, a single card, thicker than the others, bound in waxed paper and sealed with a ribbon. She did not touch it. Not yet. She looked at the card beside it. Hest, C, full mnemonic index, excision origin, retrieval authorized. Covran's name. His voice came from the doorway. What else is in there? Zylva did not answer, because she was looking at the third card in the drawer. The name on it was not hers, not Covran's, not Ferris's. The name was one she had never seen before, but the handwriting was unmistakable. It was her own. Chapter 79. The name was not hers, not Covran's, not Ferris's, but the handwriting was unmistakable. Zylva's fingers hovered over the card. The paper had yellowed at the edges, the ink slightly faded, but the letters formed in the same precise hand she had used for years, the same slant, the same habit of crossing her sevens with a double stroke. She did not recognize the name. Laren Vitek, patient number 58, room 12 at Gannet's Rest. The name Bex had found on the retrieval order dated 3 months before his investigation opened. The card in Zylva's handwriting listed a date, a location, a single line of instruction written in the margin, so small she had to tilt the card toward the light to read it. If I do not come back, find her first. Zylva's throat tightened. Find her first. Not Ferris, not Covran, not the cash or the weapon or the name Oren Veller that Senna had locked in the box beneath Resin House. Another woman, a patient, a name Zylva had written in her own hand and then erased from her memory. Covran stepped into the vault behind her. What is it? She did not answer. She pulled the next card from the drawer. The second card was bound in waxed paper and sealed with ribbon, exactly as her own mnemonic index had been described. She broke the seal with her thumb and unfolded the paper. Patient number 71, Okar Z, her own index. The complete catalog of every memory she had paid to forget. She did not read it. She set it aside and pulled the third card. This one was thicker. The paper was heavier, the handwriting less certain. It took her a moment to realize why. The handwriting was not hers. It was Covran's. She looked up at him. You wrote this. His face was unreadable. When? I do not know, but the handwriting is yours. He crossed the room and stood beside her, his hand pressed against his side where the blood had started to seep through the bandage, but his eyes were fixed on the card in her hands. Zylva held it so they could both read. The card was not a patient record. It was a note, addressed to no one, signed by no one. But the handwriting was unmistakably Covran's. If they find this before I do, burn it. If they find this after I am gone, burrow it anyway. But if she finds it first, tell her the route was never about the road. It was about the woman who drew the map. Zylva's breath caught. The route was never about the road? Covran stared at the card. I do not remember writing that. Your excision was 12 years ago. You were patient number 12. I know. But you wrote this. After the excision, you wrote a note to yourself and hid it in the index. He did not answer. Bex appeared in the doorway, his face drawn and pale. We need to move. The building above us is waking up. There are footsteps in the maintenance corridor. Zylva did not look away from the card. There is more. She reached past Covran's index and pulled the next card from the drawer. This one was different. It was not a patient record or a mnemonic index or a hidden note. It was a file, a composite. 2 names listed side by side in the same bureaucratic hand that had stamped the retrieval orders on Bex's desk. Okar Z, patient number 71, route knowledge flagged. Mnemonic index V-71K. Hest C, patient number 12. Corridor command patterns flagged. Mnemonic index D-12A. Below the names, a single line of text. Composite intelligence target. Management protocol authorized. Do not eliminate. Zylva read the words 3 times before they settled. Management, not elimination. Covran took the card from her hand. He read it in silence. Bex stepped closer. What does that mean? It means they did not want us dead, Covran's voice was flat. They wanted us contained, controlled, used. Zylva looked at her own mnemonic index, still lying open on the shelf. Root knowledge. You were flagged for corridor command patterns. Someone wanted to map the entire corridor through our memory. Composite intelligence. Covran's jaw tightened. They linked your root knowledge to my command patterns. Every safe house, every toll route, every contact, every escape route I ever built. All in one place. Yes, and they marked us for management. Because a dead operator cannot be interrogated, a dead operator cannot be extracted, but a living one can be emptied. Silence pressed through the vault. Bex's voice broke it. The archivist has been building this for years. Not a repository of evidence to bury, a database of living weapons. Every excision patient is a resource waiting to be harvested. Zylva looked at the name on the third card again. Laren Vitek. Who is she? Bex shook his head. I do not know. The retrieval order was signed by the Drael Magistrate's office. There was no file attached. But I wrote her name. Before the excision, I wrote it so I would remember to find her. Then she is important. Zylva folded the card and pressed it into her coat pocket. The letter from Calvey was still there, heavy against her ribs. The map from Ferris, the crescent key. She turned toward the shelf. Take the index, all of it, the mnemonic cards, the composite file. We are not leaving anything behind. Covran reached for her hand. His fingers were cold. She is coming. I know, and she will burn this place. Then we burn first. A sound cut through the corridor. Not footsteps, not voices. A mechanical hum, low and building, vibrating through the stone floor. Zylva turned. The Vart door was still open. Beyond it, the corridor stretched empty and dark. But the hum was growing, rising through the walls, and with it came a smell she recognized. Burning. They are incinerating the archive. Bex was already moving. We need to get out, now! Zylva grabbed the stack of cards from the shelf, her index, Covran's index, the composite file, the note in his handwriting. She shoved them into her coat, feeling the paper press against her ribs. The hum became a roar. Flames licked at the far end of the corridor, climbing the shelves, spreading through the cabinets of glass vials. The heat hit her face like a fist. She ran. Covran was ahead of her, his hand on the Velt doorframe, pulling himself forward with a wound that was bleeding freely now. Bex was behind her, his boots loud on the stone. They reached the main corridor. The flames were already there. Every shelf, every cabinet, every row of vials labeled with patient numbers and dates, burning. And then the speakers crackled. A voice, female, calm and measured, as if she had been waiting for this moment all along. Welcome, Zylva. Zylva stopped. The fire climbed the walls. The smoke thickened. The voice continued, unhurried. I knew you would find the door before I arrived. That is why I left it open. A pause. And that is why I lit the match. Chapter 80. The voice hung in the smoke, calm and unhurried, as if she had all the time in the world. Zylva ran. The corridor stretched ahead, walls lined with burning shelves, glass vials exploding in the heat. Fire climbed the ceiling, blackened the stone, ate the labels and the numbers and the names. She held the cards against her chest. Covran was ahead, one hand braced against the wall, blood tracking down his side. Bex was behind her, coughing, his boots loud on the stone. The smoke thickened until she could not see the end of the corridor. Left! Covran's voice, cut raw by the heat. There is a maintenance stair, leads to the coal chute. How far? 20 feet. The fire reached the ceiling above them. A shelf collapsed behind her, glass shattering, flames surging across the floor. The heat pushed her forward. She found the door by touch, her hand slapping against cold iron, and pulled. It gave. The stairwell was dark and narrow, stone steps spiraling up into silence. She dragged Ferris through the doorway, his body heavy and limp, his breath a wet rattle against her shoulder. Covran was already on the stairs, climbing. Bex sealed the door behind them, the fire cutting off with a hiss. They climbed. The coal chute opened above them, a circle of gray light showing through the grate. Zylva reached it first, shoved the grate open with her shoulder, and pulled herself into the maintenance yard. The air was cold, cold and still and full of the sound of bells. She stood, dragging Ferris clear, and looked up. The customs building blazed with light. Every window, every floor. Figures moved behind the glass, silhouettes crossing and recrossing in the brightness. The yard was empty, but the gates were closed. The bells rang. Not the deep iron bells of the watchtower, a different sound, higher, faster. Covran pulled himself out of the chute and stood beside her. "What is that?" "Fire alarm." Bex was already scanning the yard. "The archive is burning. They are calling the district brigade." "No." Zylva turned. The sound was wrong. She knew bells. She had mapped every signal in the corridor during her years as a courier. The watchtower bells meant border closure. The district bells meant alarm. But this was neither. This was a third note, a note she had never heard. "That is not a fire alarm." Covran followed her gaze. "Then what is it?" The bells shifted. The high, fast note dropped into a slower rhythm, deeper, heavier, the kind of sound that carried through stone and bone. Bex went still. "That is a general call." "For what?" "Conscription." He was already moving. "The provincial ordinance. If the border is breached or the district is under attack, the magistrate can activate a general call. Every able body in Seni is required to report to the garrison. The border is not breached. It is now." The gates of the customs building swung open. A column of gray-coated men marched out, rifles slung, their boots striking the stone in unison. Behind them, a woman stepped into the light. She wore no uniform, no weapon, just a lamp held at her side, the flame steady. The woman with the lamp. She did not run. She did not shout. She stood in the open gate and watched them, her stillness absolute. Covran stepped in front of Zylva. "She is not here to fight us." "Then what is she here for?" "To make sure we see." The woman raised her free hand. The bells stopped. The column stopped. The whole district held its breath. And then she spoke. Her voice carried across the yard, calm and precise, the kind of voice that had been trained to carry through chaos. "Citizens of Seni, by order of the Seni Customs Archive and the Office of Corridor Reform, the district is now under martial protocol. All roads leading into and out of the province are closed until further notice. All persons present in the district are to present themselves to the garrison for identification and questioning." She paused. The lamp did not flicker. "A fugitive party has been identified in connection with the destruction of the customs archive. They are armed and considered hostile. Any citizen who provides aid or shelter to this party will be subject to immediate detention and prosecution under the Corridor Security Act." Zylva felt the cards pressing against her ribs. The woman's eyes found her across the yard. "Zylva Okar." The name hung in the cold air. "You are charged with theft of government property, destruction of a registered archival facility, evasion of lawful seizure, and conspiracy against the Office of Corridor Reform. You will be taken into custody by whatever means necessary." The column of gray-coated men raised their rifles. Zylva did not move. She looked at the woman with the lamp. The stillness, the control, the way she had anticipated every move, every choice, every door Zylva would open. "You knew I would find the archive." The woman did not answer. "You left the door open. You lit the match. You wanted me to take the cards." Still nothing. "You wanted me to burr it down." The woman's mouth curved just slightly. "I wanted you to choose." The column advanced. Vex grabbed Zylva's arm. "We need to move, now." "Where?" "The district is sealed." "There's a drainage channel at the north wall. It feeds into the mill race. If we can reach it before they close the sluice gate, we can follow the water out of the district." "How far?" "A mile, maybe 2. There's a cart track on the other side." Ferris coughed blood. His eyes were open, glassy, unfocused. "She won." Zylva looked down at him. "She won the moment you opened the door." "No." Zylva tightened her grip on his arm. She won the moment I walked into that archive. But she does not have the cards, she does not have the index, and she does not know where we are going. The column was 50 feet away. Covran moved to her side. I can hold them at the gate. You are bleeding through your ribs. I can hold them anyway. Not alone. Bex drew his pistol. He is not alone. Tola stepped forward, a scalpel in her hand. Nira stood behind her, pale, winded, but upright. Zylva looked at them. 4 people, 1 pistol, 1 scalpel, a bleeding commander, a wounded brother, a burnt singer. It was not enough. It would have to be. North wall. She turned. Follow me. She ran. The yard opened ahead of her, empty ground between the customs building and the district wall. The bells had started again, the high, fast note, and with them came the sound of boots, shouting, the clatter of gates swinging open across the district. The north wall rose ahead, stone and mortar, the dark mouth of a drainage channel at its base. She reached it. The iron grate was rusted, bolted into the stone, but the bolts were old, the heads worn smooth. Bex, good angle, I need 1 shot. Bex raised his pistol. The grate shattered. The water rushed through the opening, fast and dark, the current pulling at her boots. Go! Now! Ferris first! Covran dragged Ferris into the channel. Tola followed. Nira. Bex looked at her. You coming? Zylva turned. The column was still advancing. The woman with the lamp had not moved. She raised her hand. The bells stopped. And then the woman spoke again, her voice carrying across the yard, not to the column, not to the district, to Zylva. The 7th key opens the 7th door. You already know who holds it. Zylva's blood went cold. The 3rd card in her own handwriting, the name she had never seen. Larin Vitek. She did not know who that woman was, did not know why her pre-excision self had prioritized finding her above everything else. But the archivist knew. The archivist had always known. Zylva stepped into the channel. The water pulled her under, cold and dark, and the sound of the bells followed her into the current, the high, fast note of a district that was no longer a safe house, but a trap, closing around them like a fist.